tips. His name is Naval Gaunt. Unfortunately, there is a storm which is bracing UK, and in Naval's area there has been a power cut, so he is unable to join. But nevertheless, I will give you the tip. Thank you, Naval. We will catch up again on Sortie Wednesday next week. But in the meantime, the tip today is about how do you ensure that there are more and more viewers sticking to your videos or your channel. So the whole idea is that when you make a video, uh, more and more people should come. It's not only that one video has become very popular, but the next one is not equally popular. So you need to do a little bit of analytics around what is selling on your channel and what is not. In other words, what your viewers, standard viewers, like and does not like. So that analysis you have to do in order to ensure that your channel is more popular and the people who are watching you keep coming back again and again. Now, one of the trick to do that is maintain a bit of variety. And since most of the video platforms allow categorization into different categories, you can also make playlists. Say, for example, if you're choosing Facebook or YouTube, in both the platforms, there are playlists which you can create. And if your channel has variety, that means you're catering to a wider audience. Say, for example, if you're making a training based video, which is related to, say, lead generation, let's say, for example. And if you also have another playlist which talks about how do you create um, impression using LinkedIn. So that becomes a second link list, playlist, and that is how you can maintain variety in your channel. It's very important, dear viewers and also contestants, to maintain variety on your channel to ensure that your channel caters to a wide array of audience and also provide support to wider audience. It's not only one type. If you're making a video in astronomy, uh, make sure that you also talk about what is happening in the terrestrial world, which is Earth. So you have one thing on astronomy going and another thing what is happening around Earth. So these are just examples. So the moot point here is, viewers and contestants, that in your channel you have to maintain variety, and that is how a set of audience will keep coming to your content, watching your content, because what they like is your content, your presentation style, and your technical skills in terms of presentation. So these are the things that the viewers are looking for from a knowledge-based channel, either on YouTube or on some other platform like Twitch or Facebook. But make sure that you maintain variety in order to uh, popularize your videos or channel. So this is a little tip for today in Sortie Wednesday. I will catch up with you again tomorrow on some other subject. Until then, bye-bye. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant, and I must say Jai Shri Ram. And with this, let me welcome my friend from Ahmedabad, Advocate Nagesh Sood. Nagesh, welcome to Top Brass.
Jai Shri Ram, thank you very much. CK, it's been real pleasure to be with you today, especially when we are, watching that the stone is being laid by the Honorable Prime Minister for Ram Temple. So it is a matter of celebration for all of us today. And yes, I'm very delighted to be here with you.
In fact, it's a very emotional day for most Indians, Nagesh, because I think all of us, many generations have fought this fight to rebuild the temple. It was already there for thousands of years, and as far as my history knowledge goes, the current temple was built by Vikramaditya, and before Vikramaditya there was some other temple. So I think uh, this has been there, and it was destroyed in 1498 by the aggressors, and finally after 200 years of legal battle, we are getting the foundation stone laid after almost like 500 years. So it is definitely a very joyous moment, and for most Indian, not only for Indians, but also for people from Cambodia, people from Indonesia, in fact, people from South Korea, because the South Korean population feels that they are the descendants of the side of Ma Sita, Ma Janki. So I think it's a very, very joyous moment for almost like 30 to 40% of the world. However, as I said, it was a long battle, almost like 500 years. I think it is apparent to ask you what it means from the legal standpoint.
Well, CK, first of all, I'm going to share whatever the legal perspective or whatever the judgment of Ayodhya dispute is there, which is already in the public domain. So I would briefly tell the viewers as to what was this Ayodhya dispute about and how the Honorable Supreme Court decided the case. We all know that the final judgment of Ayodhya dispute was declared by the Honorable Apex Court on 9th of November 2019. The Honorable Supreme Court ordered the disputed land, which is about 277 acres, to be handed over to the trust to be created by Government of India to build the Ram Janmabhoomi, revered as the birthplace of Hindu deity Lord Rama temple. The court also ordered the government to give an alternative 5 acres of land in another place to Sunni Waqf board for the purpose of building a mosque. Now, if you look at the history, this was an appeal from the verdict of Allahabad High Court when the dispute started after the demolition of Babri Masjid by a political rally on 6th of December 1992. Subsequently, a land title case were lodged in Allahabad High Court, the verdict of which was pronounced on 30th of September 2010. In the judgment, the Honorable Judges of the Allahabad High Court ruled that the 277 acres of Ayodhya land be divided into 3 parts, with 1/3 going to Ram Lalla or infant Rama, represented by the Hindu Mahasabha, 1/3 going to the Sunni Waqf board, and the remaining 1/3 going to Nirmohi Akhada. The judgment affirmed that the disputed land was the birthplace of Lord Rama as per the faith and belief of the Hindus, and that the Babri Masjid was built after the demolition of Hindu temple, noting that it was not built in accordance with the tenets of Islam. In 1950, Gopal Singh Visharad filed a title suit with the Allahabad High Court seeking injunction to offer puja, worship at the disputed site. A similar suit was filed shortly after but later withdrawn by Paramhans Das of Ayodhya. In 1959, the Nirmohi Akhada, a Hindu religious institution, filed a third title suit seeking direction to hand over the charge of the disputed site, claiming to be its custodian. A fourth suit was filed by Sunni Waqf Board for declaration and possession of this site. The Honorable Allahabad High Court bench began hearing the case in 2002, which was completed in 2010, that is, after almost 8 years. After the Supreme Court dismissed a plea to defer the High Court verdict, on 30th September 2010, the High Court of Allahabad, that is the three judges bench of justices, Honorable Justices S.U. Khan, Justice Sudhir Agrawal and Justice D.V. Sharma, ruled that the disputed land be split into three parts, which I already said. The court also ruled that status quo be maintained for 3 months, and thereafter the Supreme Court held the final hearing on the case for about 2 months, that is from 6th of August 2019 to 16th of October 2019. And on 9th of November, the Honorable Supreme Court ordered the land to be handed over to a trust to build the Lord Rama temple. So it also ordered the government to give 5 acres of land to Sunni Waqf Board to build a mosque. So it was a unanimous decision given by the Honorable Apex Court, which could be summarized in the following terms. The court ordered the Government of India to create a trust to build the Ram temple and form a board of trustees within 3 months. Then the disputed land would be owned by the Government of India and subsequently would be transferred to the trust after its formation. The court further ordered that the entire disputed land of 2.77 acres be allocated for the construction of the temple, while an alternative piece of land of area of 5 acres be allocated to Sunni Waqf Board for the construction of mosque at a suitable place within Ayodhya. The court further ruled that the 2010 Allahabad High Court's decision, that is division of the disputed land, was incorrect. The court ruled that the demolition of Babri Masjid and the 1949 desecration of the Babri Masjid was in violation of law. The court then observed that archaeological evidence from the Archaeological Survey of India shows that the Babri Masjid was constructed on a structure whose architecture was distinctly indigenous and non-Islamic. The ruins of an ancient religious structure under an existing building do not always indicate that it was demolished by unfriendly powers. So it also held that it cannot be said that if a structure is beneath the now existing Babri Masjid was demolished by unfriendly powers. So the court observed that all 4 of the Janma Sakshis, that is biographies of first Sikh Guru, Guru Nanak Dev, state unambiguously and in detail that Guru Nanak made pilgrimage to Ayodhya and offered prayers in the Ram temple during 1510 to 1511 AD. The court also mentioned that a group of Nihang Sikhs performed puja in the mosque in 1857. Then the court said that Muslim parties, including Sunni Waqf Board, failed to establish exclusive possession of disputed land. It said that the Hindu parties furnished better evidence to prove that Hindus had worshipped continuously inside the mosque, believing it to be the birthplace of Lord Rama. The court cited that iron railings set up in 1856-57 separated the inner courtyard of the mosque from the outer courtyard, and the Hindus were in exclusive possession of the outer courtyard. It further said that even before this, Hindus had access to the inner courtyard of the mosque. The court further ruled that the suit filed by Nirmohi Akhada could not be upheld and it had no Shibet rights. That means they did not have the right to manage the idol. However, the court ruled that the Nirmohi Akhada should be given appropriate representation in the board of trustees. The court further rejected the claim made by Shia Waqf board against the Sunni Waqf board for the ownership of Babri Masjid. Thereafter, on 12th of December 2019, the Supreme Court dismissed all the 18 petitions seeking review of the verdict. And that is how, CK, today we see that the Lord Rama temple has been, started to come up by the Honorable Prime Minister visiting Ayodhya and laying the foundation stone for building a massive, huge Lord Rama temple. So it is a matter of joy and pleasure for all of us to see this historic day happening after so many years.
Matter of joy indeed. There was a public movement for almost from 1498 till 200 years, and after that 200 years of legal battle finally got sorted. Um, but the other party, which is the non-Hindu party, they fought nail and tooth, and they wanted to prove that the structure was a mosque. So my point as a layman, as a normal Indian, is that why did you destroy the temple in the first place? I mean, there was no fight at all. Yet there was such a long legal battle, and you explained all of that. But from the social angle, I think it was illogical to first destroy some temple which existed for thousands of years, and then you keep fighting for something which was built just day before. It was slightly illogical.
Well, CK, as I've just spoken about the judgment which has been in the public domain, the record shows that not necessarily the temple was demolished and on top of it the mosque was built. But as we all know, that in the mosque no prayers were being offered by Muslims, and this was barely a structure. Yes, we have to respect the belief of any religion. India being a secular state, yes, we have to, honor the beliefs and faith of all religions. And accordingly, for all these years, it was a legal battle which was fought in the court of law, and it was for the court to come to the conclusion as to what is the correct uh, basis of the faith of different religions. So, after appreciating the records and after appreciating the historical records, the court has finally found that this particular place belonged to Lord Rama, and therefore a temple has to be built. So, definitely, you see, the court had intervened, and the court must intervene to, come to a conclusion as to uh, whenever there is a dispute. So, I'm very happy that, a democratic process or a judicial process has been followed by majority of the believers of Lord Rama to finally now today celebrate this moment. So in a democratic setup, we have to follow a procedure. So it has taken along 30 years or 50 years to have this battle in the court of law, but we would appreciate the patience and faith of people of India towards judiciary and towards the belief that one day we would finally build this temple at Ayodhya. So it is a matter of celebration for all Indians, in fact, and this verdict has been accepted by all religions, and it is a celebration for every one of us.
Certainly, and in fact, today is that day, joyous moment. In fact, if I remember correctly, I was a small boy when my grandparents also donated bricks and a lot of other building material, which is still lying in Ayodhya. So I think there are millions of Indians who had contributed to build this temple. That material is lying, and finally, after so many years, all this material which has come from all over the world, from Sri Lanka, from parts of India, from Nepal, will be used to build this grand temple. Um, so we don't know how grand, how big it will be, but I think the sketchy information which is available is going to be 160 feet tall, will have 3 floors, and will have 5 domes. So, and it will be a huge temple. Uh, I think it will be rightly uh, created, rightly designed to give honor to the most famous personality of our history, because Lord Ram laid the foundation of a rule of law in the written history, and the Lord Ram has affected a lot of cultures, not only Indian cultures, but we can see stories in Afghanistan, in China, in Vietnam, in Thailand, you name a country. I mean, there are stories of Lord Ram in Indonesia, in Malaysia. In fact, the national symbols of Indonesia, being an Islamic country, are still related to the Hindu religion. So I think it is amazing. And I think if we don't have a temple which is as per the personality of Lord Ram, then we are not doing justice. So finally, justice has been done. We are going to have a grand temple at Ayodhya.
Absolutely, I agree with you. So it is a matter of joy, and I was watching the speeches of the Honorable Prime Minister and the Honorable Chief Minister of UP, and I could see tears in their eyes, and they were so emotional about the fact that today, after such a long battle and such a long historic kind of fight, that they've been able to come today and celebrate this moment of laying the foundation of uh, the temple of Lord Rama. So indeed, a very very joyous moment, and I'm glad that we could talk about it today on this auspicious day. So it feels really good.
It is good. In fact, we have not deviated from our subject. It is, if you remember, Nagesh, we discussed about freedom to practice your own religion. So I think it is something like that, and in continuation of that. So thank you very much for giving clarity from legal standpoint, and let us celebrate. Let us meet again tomorrow with some other aspect of human right. But until then, Jai Shri Ram.
Jai Shri Ram. Thank you very much.
Good morning, friends. This is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. This week we will talk about the events which unfolded in our legal system within 14 hours, 14 to 15 hours, during the mayhem and the rioting that was happening in the northeast part of Delhi soon after Trump left. So this issue is not related to the writing itself. It is related to transfer of Justice Muralidharan. Now, let me give a little bit background about this particular judge. He has, or rather, Judge Muralidharan has given some of the remarkable judgments which has profound effect on the Indian legal system and Indian society by and large. He is the perfect judge. He has thorough knowledge of the law, and he is also implementing it thoroughly. He is one of the top luminary as far as legal systems are concerned. Justice Muralidharan was transferred uh, after giving a verdict against the Delhi police, and which was then utilized by a lot of political parties, and it was all in the media and so on. So I just want to dissect this particular event so that and give my own analytics on how it happened, and what happened during that 14 hours. So when the rioting was going on in northeast part of Delhi, there is a lawyer. In fact, there are activists. I don't want to tell their complete name. I just use their last name only, surnames, which is father and daughter Mandars. Their surname is Mandars. So the daughter Mandar gave a petition related to the law and order situation in northeast part of Delhi, and there was writing, and petition is about safety security of people. Ideally, this such a petition should have gone to Chief Justice of Delhi High Court, but on that day, Justice Patel was on vacation, and then through the legal process of how the cases are distributed in Delhi High Court, it landed in the court of Justice Muralidharan. So he listened to this argument, and there was, since it was a grave situation in north east part of Delhi, he decided to hear the case in the middle of the night at his residence. So, which is also a normal practice, that in case of emergencies, the judges open cases in their residence, and they call the staff and also sometimes other judges just in case. So Justice Muralidharan heard the case, opened the case, and gave judgment at 1:30 in the middle of the night. And the judgment is about instructing Delhi police to provide protection to people, which is fair. As far as legal system is concerned, this is absolutely fair. And the follow-up date was given on the same day, which is like 1:30 in the night, at around 12 o'clock, 11:30, 12, when the next hearing was set up. And while this case was being heard, just before that, the father advocate Mandar gave another petition related to the same event. So now there are two petitions uh, related to the arson, mayhem, and rioting which is happening in northeast part of Delhi. And hearing all this from the legal standpoint, the justice gave a order uh, or his verdict saying that Delhi police responsibility is to provide protection to people and ensure that these things are calmed down. While giving these things, this kind of a judgment, the judge also used words like unprofessionalism on account of Delhi police, etc., etc., which is also fair. And from legal standpoint, this is what you know judge felt at that point in time based on hearing both the parties. And the next date was set up, and that means the judge gave 24 hours to Delhi police, since the situation was so grave at that point in time, that within 24 hours you should submit your response saying that why you have done the work professionally, and what is the situation. Now, at that point in time, we all know, we have heard the news that Delhi police was really having a lot of tough time. They were losing their officers, police officers. In fact, there was so much news about this attack on police officers with acids and stuff like that. So I don't want to talk too much about the mayhem part of it, but nutshell, I want to say that Delhi police was having a really tough time at that point in time, and on top of it, the legal system is basically sort of putting a lot of pressure on Delhi police to give appropriate response when they are fighting for their lives, and they have so much pressure that they have to bring the calmness. They were basically announcing in that area that announcing and asking people to calm down and go back to their home. At the same time, they were trying to not use lethal options like firing and stuff like that. They didn't do it, and they were losing their officers. So in such a situation, I think Delhi police uh, really played a very vital role in controlling the whole thing, and they didn't want the morale of their officers come down, because if that would have come down, then situation would have been become very very grave at that point in time. So ensuring that the morale of Delhi police is always kept up, the government of India transferred this judge. Now let me take you back a little bit in time. This judge, Justice Muralidharan, was actually transferred on February 12th, much before all this happened, much before Trump came to India, much before the mayhem started and blah blah. It's like 2 weeks back he was transferred. The process is that the collegium, which is the group of judges in Supreme Court, they decide which judge will work where, and this collegium had decided based on their pressures and what is needed where. The collegium decided that along with three other judges, Justice Muralidharan will also be transferred. So Justice Muralidharan was transferred to Punjab and Haryana High Court in Chandigarh on February 12th. But in order to exercise this transfer, the government had to notify, and they were taking it easy and so on and so forth, and the consent of judge was also taken before the transfer. So it happened as per the book, as per the legal system, as per the consent given by everyone, which is all the senior judges, the collegium, which is a collective of judges, and also the judge who were transferred. So in this case, there are 4 judges who are transferred, including Justice Muralidharan. All of them have given their consent to get transferred. Now, having said that, when this judgment came where Delhi police was pulled up, the government notified the transfer. That means, as per the process, whatever judgment any judge gives on that day, if he is transferred on that same day, all the judgments are null and void. So I think it was on the part very important activity that government of India had to do in order to keep the morale of Delhi police high, is to just make sure that the judgment which is sort of negative in favor of Delhi police does not affect their morale. So they transferred the judge, because anyway the judge is transferred. All they had to do is basically notify this order. They notified, and consequently all the judgments given by in the middle of the night at 1:30 and also in the afternoon at 2:30 on the same day are null and void. Basically, there is no follow up. This particular judge cannot make a follow up. Hence, the Delhi police now get at least 6 weeks to respond, not one day. So now everything is fallen in place. Delhi police has enough time. Delhi police has filed a lot of FIRs. They are investigating, and they can submit a proper response. So that is what they needed also. So this is what has happened last week with regard to transfer of Justice Muralidharan. Even though it has been politicized, but I don't think the political parties have any legal standpoint. They can just make noise and they can probably fool some people. But as far as legal system is concerned, as far as the process is concerned, there's nothing wrong in doing this. And Government of India ensured that the morale of police, which was very important at that point in time, is also kept high. So this is my analysis on this issue. I will meet you again tomorrow with some more analytics. Till then, bye-bye.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to our show. Today we would like to discuss about this agriculture bill which is passed by the government on 27th of September 2020, and regarding this lot of agitation is going on. So we'll be discussing this more, and for this discussion, we would like to invite our esteemed guest, Mr. Sitesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He is also actively involved marketing and business development, and he has closely studied and seen this bill. So, without wasting any time, I would like to invite in this show Mr. Sitesh Srivastava. Sitesh, welcome to the show. How are you doing today?
I am well, Kanchan. How are you doing?
I'm fine. So today,
This is interesting.
yes. Today I just seen the news since morning. There's a lot of agitation happening in India about this three farmers protection bill. So I have also studied, and I have found out that this is a quite a farmer-friendly bill where a farmer can sell their produce to any of the state without giving any tax or cess, and they have choice to choose a trader. They have lucrative pricing. So why this whole agitation is going on?
So, Kanchan, our country primarily with the agricultural produce, there always has been a very, very sensitive thing about the farmers, the produce, and the bigger part of this is that some parts of our country are more fertile than the other parts of the country.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore, most of the rich farmers, in India, there has been a perception that farmers are always poor. And that has been a perception which is being exploited both ways, corporate side, political side. And the real issue is the percentage of the rich farmers versus the poor farmers. And we understand that the poor farmers are more and more in number as compared to rich farmers in very, very fertile states.
Right.
Therefore, this always has been a very, very sticky issue where these protests that are happening now, the government's contention is that they want to free the farmer from the minimum support price and one more bill. And because this minimum support price has been there for, I think, a couple of decades now, the whole purpose of removing it is to give more freedom to the farmer to choose whom they want to sell directly.
Right.
But as you know, Kanchan, there is always a resistance to the change.
Right.
First, because the farmers, do they really know how their produce will reach to the last mile customer?
Mm-hmm.
Do they be able to focus on the retail dynamics that are there in our country? Or they would again become a pawn of some of the big industrial houses.
Yeah, actually, yes. This I just want to add one thing, because I think this whole bill is basically to free farmers from the clutches of the mediators, which are already there for many years now, maybe more than 70 years. Now, I think this bill provides protection and empowers farmers. They can sell their produce anywhere. So that means they will not be selling in some decided areas, but they can sell it outside the areas, anywhere. So I think that gives more lucrative to farmers. So I in the second thought think that maybe this protest is not done by farmers, or what is your opinion?
My opinion, Kanchan, is that this has to be discussed in the parliament. Of course, me and you are probably only knowing some of the laws and we are giving our opinion, but the lawmakers of our country need to be discussing it. And of course, no bill like this will ever get in our Indian system a thumping majority by the both benches of the parliament. But at the same time, Kanchan, this is important to understand the larger intent of the government. So the larger intent seems to be to free the farmer from the mandis,
Right.
to free the farmer from the clutches of the mandis,
Right.
and let them reach to the direct customer,
Right.
which is I would say a great thought. It's a great imperative, but reality is something like this, Kanchan. You know, you are sitting in Hyderabad, very close to the chili growing plantation. You know, the Guntur chili. You know, Bengal is not very far from Telangana, which is the rice bowl of the country. Now, a farmer from the rice bowl will not be able to reach Chennai to sell directly.
Okay.
And the intent of the bill is great, but the logistical challenges, the decades, the practice that has been in between the middlemen, how to remove it? Will there be a punitive action towards it?
Yes.
Or the opposition parties say that they are losing, the farmers will lose out, whereas the unwritten that I have heard, Kanchan,
Right.
is that the corporate houses will benefit because they will have no borders.
Right.
They can from one place complete stock and the rest of the place will not get any buyer. The buyer can be mobilized. So the seller can also be mobilized. The buyer can also be mobilized. Now, seeing for last couple of years, Kanchan, that international retail giants are trying to come to India, and
Right.
the agri-produce of the country
Right.
needs to be protected, needs to be diversified, and the end game has to be with the farmer.
Right. So
Right.
yes, definitely. But I think that government is trying to make an ecosystem and the freedom of choice for farmers. And maybe you're right when you say that there are some very rich farmers and there are poor farmers. But then earlier, before this bill, what I feel, all the farmers were into the clutches of a system which is being mediator, then mandi, then we have to pay mandi tax. So now I feel the farmer is kind of free from these small taxes which they were giving before. It is a direct produce contact to the buyer. And now buyer can be anybody. Let's take maybe a corporate. But now it's the choice of a farmer where to sell. If they want to sell it, and I think there is a slab also before on above that particular price they cannot sell. So that I think is being taken care. Suppose one farmer is in Bengal and want to sell it in Orissa. So I think after taking care of the logistics, he can very well plan the price, and then again it will not be more than which is prescribed by the law. And he has, if you subtract logistic, he has the real price of his produce. I think that that is a benefit which farmer is getting.
Correct, Kanchan, you are right. As I said, intention of the government is good. Okay, and I believe no Indian government would do anything to hurt the farmers, which are our annadata. You know, we treat them like that. All our festivals are around our agricultural crops.
Right.
But you know when we are bound by some system, we are become used to of that system.
Yes.
It's very hard to resist change.
Right.
So I would put an analogy, Kanchan, something like this. We have a sensor board, and all the movies and the television content goes through the censor board.
Right.
Therefore, there is a censor. We still have some glitches in it. We still raise eyebrows through the censor system. But then we have an OTT platform, there is no censor. And we land up into something which is a very thin line between a creative freedom versus what should be portrayed. Similarly, farmers are worried about the regulation which is not there outside the mandi system. Today we are making our farmers free, but there is no regulation on the other side of the mandi. So mandis today are regulated by minimum support price, and the another bills are there. Otherwise, 31 farmer organizations are opposing it. One of the government's main partners have actually quit. So there needs to be a debate around it.
Yes.
And there needs to be a farmers' inclusion has to be important about it. India has seen farmers' protests even before. And therefore, I think the farmer organization, these 31 farmer organizations that I talk about, they need to be brought to the table. It needs to be seen, and probably we need to introduce this bill in an incremental fashion.
Right.
Rather than through an ordinance.
Right.
Parliament is not sitting. So I'm saying that yes, it looks very nice. I mean, it is like saying that today everybody in the country has got a mobile phone.
Right.
Has it increased the productivity of an average Indian? That is a cool thing. So I truly believe, Kanchan, that our farmers are our food givers. We need to thank farmers for our daily food, and we need to see that the poor farmers, the farmers who have been committing suicide in the Vidarbha region for years,
Right.
they need to be taken care. The eastern side farmers, whether I say that, I mean, there cannot be 100% perfect policy. There may not be 100% perfect regulation, but our country is known for dialogue. Our country is known for a great parliamentary system, and therefore everybody should be able to talk about it. Of course, the one that will have a more majority will take the systems ahead.
Right.
Okay, but I don't want that the country should be stopped due to this. The life is lost. We are already under corona at this point of time. What do you say?
Yes, I think you have made quite interesting points, and though the intention of government is very fine, it's right that they want to free farmers from the clutches of mediators, and they are giving lucrative price. They are giving opportunity to sell outside the already decided trading areas, and connecting farmers to the traders, giving electronic trading platform. But if there is some unrest, I think we should sit on the table, across the table. We can sit and find out what is the problem. On overall, I feel this is a good bill, and if there are concerns, I think everybody should come forward and really work on it.
Agreed.
Yes.
100%. That's how
Yes.
Indian democracy has flourished, and that's why we are the largest democracy in this world, and I'm proud of it.
Yes, we are all proud of it. It was wonderful talking to you, Sitesh. We will meet again with some more interesting topic. Till then, bye-bye. Take care.
friends, welcome to Top Brass, and today is day 16, and most of the people in India know that out of 736 districts, few districts have been put under total lockdown, which is in our own interest for the benefit of citizens, because the total lockdown would mean that rest of us are protected and the people who are inside the lockdown will be taken care of by the authorities. So I think while this is going on, the lockdown situation, whether it is a partial lockdown or a total lockdown across India, I think we need to keep our motivation levels up. We have to ensure that we are working for the nation, for the world community, for the entire humanity in some form or the other. So with this, I would like to call Neville, who can give us more information about this word called motivation. Good morning, Neville.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Day 16, motivation levels are probably getting a little low. So you're absolutely right. Motivation, what is it? And I'm going to ask the question to everyone, but unfortunately, the only person I've got on the screen at the moment, CK, is you. So what motivates you?
Well, I have work cut out for myself. I have a routine which I follow. I don't think about anything else. Well, I want to be aware of what is going on, but awareness is good, but I need to carry on with my routine, so which motivates me.
So that's good. So as part of that routine, there are elements in that routine that give you a little smile, make you feel good inside, get you into that thought process where time flies by because you're so in the zone. You're so focused on what you do. And the problem with all of this is it's difficult to explain because we don't take time to find out what really motivates us. And you can ask this question to anybody. And the answer that a lot of people will give, especially young people, ultimately they will say, well, it's money. The more money I've got, the more I can do. Which is sort of a funny thing, really, because over your life, if you have a good career, you earn more money later on in your life and you've got less to do with it. So in some respects, we should live our life in reverse, so we have all the money we've got at the beginning and then we live our life to the full when we're quite young, and then we buckle down and we get on with delivering all of that money for someone else to live their life. But unfortunately that isn't the way the world works. But that might be an interesting thing for governments to think about, wouldn't it? But let's not go there for the moment. So motivation, it's a real funny one, because if money is at the top of your motivation list, then I'm going to say you've got it really wrong, because money is just a facilitator. So you need to think about what really motivates you. And the likelihood is, over time, that might change. So you've got a young family, you've got a dog, that's all out of choice, whether we like it or not, that was a choice. And we find motivation in all of those things that are around us. And I'm sure when your dog comes over to you, for a cuddle, or to say, I need a leak and I do need to go for a walk, there's a bit of motivation going on in there, although we don't really understand what's going on. So here we go. Let's look at motivation. And you and I have done this before, CK. Here's a pen. It's not a particularly special pen. If I look on the side, yep, sure enough. What word do you think is on the side of this pen?
It must be a BIC.
It must be a Bic. Exactly. It looks like a Bic. It must be a Bic. And I'm afraid you can't see it, but it does actually say, if I put it there, you can almost work it out. It says Bic. Anyway, it's pretty synonymous to a Bic. It's been copied by thousands and thousands of other companies, but this is indeed a real Bic. It's got that little person by the side with a little hand, you know. So does that, using that pen, does that make you feel good?
Yeah, when I'm not thinking about anything else, if I'm thinking about doing my work, any pen would do.
Any pen will do, okay? But now, CK, I'm going to show you a pen that I know you love. You love to use. You know what's coming. We haven't practiced this, but you do know what's coming, don't you? And I'm not going to show you the pen. I'm just going to show you the symbol. You see the symbol?
Yes,
So here you go. Which pen do you want, CK? Which pen would you like?
both of them. No,
But you'd like the Mont Blanc, wouldn't you? You really like the Mont Blanc.
I do, but my reason is different. I want to use Mont Blanc when I'm probably in front of you, and I want to show off, because I'm eventually want to show off basically. So I want to not use Bic, but I like to use Mont Blanc.
Absolutely. Now, motivation. We can actually start to work out what motivates us. Okay, this is very functional. Doesn't make me feel good at all. This makes me feel good. Motivation comes from what makes you feel good. You know, I've had this pen for best part of 35 years. It has memories. I can think every time I use it, I think back to the time when it was given to me. So those are my motivational things. And I won't pick up that pen every day, by the way, you know, not least to the fact that the refills are a lot more expensive than this one. So I will use this on a far more regular basis. But when I pick this up, my thought processes are perhaps a little different. Okay, so now we're talking about real motivational issues. And I could see the smile on your face, you know. It brings up something inside. You may have thought about a time when you were given your first Mont Blanc pen and how special that felt.
You know, I would like to share a real life incident with you on this very subject.
Go ahead.
When I started my career, I mean, I was a young professional working for a company. I had a colleague of mine. So we didn't have that much of a salary. We were having fun. We were doing a little bit of savings, but we didn't have that much of money to buy, say, a Mercedes or a very good house or stuff like that. So we were having our fun. I used to ride a motorcycle. I had a Royal Enfield with me. So I used to ride all over the place. But there's a friend of mine whom I remember very clearly. So he and his wife saved money, and while we were having fun, spending all our money in various activities, these guys didn't do that because they were motivated by one thing. With just 5 or 6 years in their career, they were able to buy a Mercedes. And then when some of us asked him, "Hey, what are you doing? I mean, you're spending all your money in a Mercedes." In fact, in the beginning of this, you mentioned about what motivates you. I remember that person because he said something very profound, which I cannot forget. He said, "Look, I want to enjoy today. I want to ride Mercedes today. I don't want to become old when I'm not able to drive and buy expensive Mercedes and give it to my chauffeur. So I don't want that. I want to drive. I want to ride. I want to have fun." So this is amazing. I mean, I think that person, a friend of mine, was so clear very early on in his career.
And it's brilliant. And some people are, and they never lose it. And I bet if you go back to that person today, you know, perhaps you do on a regular basis, you know they haven't lost it. And more importantly, they've built on it. So motivation, what you need to do is to work out what really motivates you. And the key thing here is, although it may motivate you, it may not motivate someone else. And equally, although what you put down on your list, because what I'm asking you to ask you to do today is to write down a list of everything that motivates you. Although it may be on the list, so family motivates me. It's not my number one primary motivator, perhaps, but it might be for somebody else. The point is, likely is that we will all have very similar lists. But here's the difference. What you need to do is put your list together and just pick up the 10 main motivators and then write down the reason why. And when you write down the reason why, use the word feel. How does it make me feel? So the Mont Blanc, how does that make me feel? The Bic, how does that make me feel? Because motivation is really how our feelings are affecting us. Now you can see in the background, it's been changing, not much today because the sun is really out and I've left it there quite deliberately. Normally I would shut the blind. You can see the banner behind me. One is bright sunlight. And if you look closely and you know much about pop-up banners, you can actually see down the middle, just along that line there, that's the bar that's holding the banner up. Okay? It's not hidden. It's not artificial. You can see it. That's reality. Look at that sun. Now, that motivates me because the sun's smiling. And guess what? Even at night when it's dark, the sun is still smiling. It's just around the other side of the earth. Just not smiling. Exactly. It's just that we're in darkness, because you know the earth rotates. It comes out. The sun comes out in the morning and goes to bed in the evening. No, it doesn't. It's there permanently at the center of the universe. So write down all those things that motivate you and then put down the reason why and focus on the feelings because feelings really drive us. And then what you can do with your team, do the same thing. Get them to write down what motivates them. And if you've got a good relationship with them, and by now, believe you me, on day 16, you should have been building that relationship, they'll share it with you and they'll tell you the reasons why. And as soon as you know what motivates them, you can help what they do every day reinforce that motivation. And then what's going to happen? So if I motivate you to do something in your business, CK, what are you going to do? You're going to do more because it's really enjoyable, or you're going to do less?
Well, I'm going to do obviously more.
Exactly, obviously. I mean, this isn't rocket science, And then by doing more, guess what? You'll get more enjoyment out of it, and it'll be more motivating. This is really complex engagement theory, okay? But the more engaged I am, the more productive I be. And engagement comes from what am I motivated by? So today's letter, motivation. And our motivation separates us from everybody else. And I'm going to use your little phrase you love using. It gets you out of being me too. Because we're all humans, but you don't want to be a me too. Your organization, your business doesn't want to be a me too. You want to stick out. And part of sticking out is people understand who you are, what motivates you. And the other little phrase we use sometimes is people buy from people. And that gets you out of the me too, which you and I have run, several online programs of this, and it's really refreshing. But the key thing today is let's get motivated. Write down your top 10 things that motivate you, but more importantly, put down the reason why. and focus on your feelings. How does this make you feel? And then you can reorganize it and maybe come up with a slightly different variation on your 10. And then ask your team to do exactly the same thing. And then share it amongst your team. So everyone realizes that we can all be motivated together on a common purpose. So it's a really, really important word that little understood, unfortunately.
In fact, you have given a great idea. I'm going to run this with my team. In fact, what I'm thinking is I will run a poll asking these 10 things, what motivates you most, and then we'll see how we can engage the people by and large. And it's a great idea, Neville. I think thank you very much for sharing this idea with us. I think it's a great idea to engage people.
And it works.
Yes, Neville. So thank you for sharing this today, and we will catch up with a new word and new information tomorrow. You have a good day. Be safe.
Be safe and enjoy out there, people, because this is not going to last forever.
Certainly. So see you tomorrow, Neville. Bye-bye.
See you tomorrow.
Bye. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Legal Matters. We want to discuss something about which happened this week, and it was a judgment given by Supreme Court against the farm laws, or rather Supreme Court gave an order saying that the farm laws are stayed until further decision. To discuss this matter, let me invite my friend from Ahmedabad, Mr. Jeet Bhatt.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for inviting me to discuss about this matter. I'm looking forward for this discussion.
Jeet, as you know that Supreme Court has listened to a lot of parties, and I think the big question that is running in everybody's mind is that when Parliament passes a law after so much deliberation, after discussing in lower house, upper house, and also with president's signatures, once the laws are passed, and can these be stayed by the Supreme Court? That is question number one. And question number two is, so much effort goes in by the representative of people, and then Supreme Court basically stays on such laws. So I think that is what we want to discuss today.
Right, absolutely. So, yes, in a democratic setup, there is separation of powers with regards to the judiciary, executive, and the legislature. And it is properly separated and it is not intermixed. So, yes, when you say that a lot of efforts go in, a law is enacted by an entire procedure which is followed, and thereafter the enactment passes when the president gives his assent, and then it becomes the law. Certainly, that is the job and object of the legislature, and when they have done it, they have passed the law after so much deliberation and after taking so many factors which go into it, and also the fact that these farm laws which have been passed were to liberalize the farm sector, and that was done, which was required, which was suggested by several committees, which was recommended by a lot of expert bodies. And it would liberalize the farm sector, which is necessary, in my opinion, as well. And also the International Monetary Fund giving out a statement saying that these farm laws are beneficial for the future of this country. And certainly we have seen the effect of market economy now that India is, and the effect and the growth that we have seen in last around 20 years. Certainly market economy is the way ahead, and every sector gradually should be brought into this market forces of the market. But with regards to the protests that are going on, certainly whenever a new change comes in, there will be protests from some quarters of this country, and the best way to deal with it is to give time to these new laws, because we've seen since 1991, since we opened up our economy, there have been protests going on since that time when the market was liberalized. But gradually now, all those people who have been protesting are also aware of the benefits of this liberalization policies. And therefore, in this new farm laws liberalizing the farm sector, if they had been given the chance to be implemented and to be seen its effect, then probably the agitators would have also seen the benefits. But unfortunately, the Supreme Court has stayed the implementation of these three farm acts, which were passed in 2020. But what appears to be the reason behind saying this, undoubtedly, it's an unprecedented act which has been order which has been passed by the Supreme Court. Because generally, it is Supreme Court's orders itself, judgments, that not to stay the implementation of the act. Because once it has been passed by proper procedure, there is a constitutional presumption that these laws are valid and they are not infringing any of the fundamental or constitutional rights guaranteed under the Constitution. But the factors what weighed in before the Supreme Court by passing this unprecedented order has been recorded in its order dated 12th of January. And what it says is that there were three categories of petitions which came up before the Supreme Court. The first category of petition was challenging the validity of these three farm acts by the agitators and unions of farmers. The second set of petitions was with regards to those unions of farmers which said that these farm laws are good and they should not be held as invalid. And the third set of petition were filed by individuals and residents of Delhi and neighboring states, complaining that due to these agitations, their right to freedom of movement across the country is violated. Because these agitators have been blocking the roads which enter Delhi. And therefore, residents' rights to movement is infringed, and therefore they should agitate, because agitation and protesting is also a fundamental right. But there has to be a place, a ground, a dedicated area where these protests should go on. And it should not be in a way that it violates the normal life of the city. So these three petitions came up. The Supreme Court also observed that the agitators have been agitating and protesting in a peaceful manner. And the Supreme Court appreciates that. And it says that laudably the farmers have so far carried on the agitation peacefully and without any untoward incident. So it recognizes that the protests are going on in a very peaceful manner. But what it also, what was alleged is that some unions and some members are planning an tractor rally on 26th of January to disrupt the Republic Day function in Delhi, to which also some unions and their lawyers denied, saying that we would never do it because every family, one member from Punjab or Haryana is in army. They would never disrupt the Republic Day function, which is carried out in Delhi. But still there were reports, and it was confirmed by the Attorney General, that some banned organizations are funding and wanting disruption. And therefore, that was the allegation which was made before the Supreme Court. But the Supreme Court also observes that negotiations have been going on, protests have been going on since September, and they are not fructifying. There is no result coming out. There is no way that conciliation or negotiation seems to be going on successfully. And therefore, Supreme Court was of the opinion that a committee of experts have to be formed and both the sides have to submit and represent before this committee, and let the committee make a report and submit it to the Supreme Court. So in order to do that, the Supreme Court constituted a committee of 4 persons who are experts in this field. Those 4 persons are Shri Bhupinder Singh Mann, who is the National President, Bharatiya Kisan Union and All India Kisan Coordination Committee. Second is Dr. Pramod Kumar Joshi, who is Agricultural Economist, Director of South Asia International Food Policy Research Institute. Third is Sri Ashok Gulati, who is the Agricultural Economist and former Chairman of the Commission for Agricultural Costs and Prices. And fourth is Sri Anil Ghanwat, who is the President, Shetkari Sangathan. So the Supreme Court constituted by appointing these four members in the committee and has directed the committee to allow all these unions to make representation and hear them and come out with a solution and ultimately file a report within 2 months from the date of first meeting of this committee. Finally, the Supreme Court also observes in its order, and I think this is the why the Supreme Court has granted stay in an unprecedented manner. What the Supreme Court states is that while we may not stifle a peaceful protest, we think that this extraordinary order of stay of implementation of the farm laws will be perceived as an achievement of the purpose of such protest, at least for the present, and will encourage the farmers' bodies to convince their members to get back to their livelihood, both in order to protect their own lives and health, in order to protect the lives and properties of others. So this fact is what has been weighed by the Supreme Court in order to stay that the Supreme Court observes that it doesn't want to stifle a protest, but it also thinks necessary that life and property of those who are protesting is also at risk, because we've seen a lot of members dying during this protest, some committing suicide. There are women, elderly person, there are children who are on the streets in this cold winter and also during this pandemic. So there is threat to their life. There is also threat to life and property of other residents of the city of Delhi and neighboring states. So therefore, in order to convince the members who are protesting, the Supreme Court has given a stay so that they have some confidence in the Apex Court as well as in this committee which has been constituted by the Apex. And therefore, to gain their confidence, the Supreme Court has granted this stay. But undoubtedly, it's an unprecedented order, not seen before. And the Supreme Court normally doesn't grant stay. But because of these circumstances, the Supreme Court might have thought that this is the best way to handle the situation at the moment. And thereafter, the Supreme Court will consider the constitutionality. But also, the Supreme Court in its order has not touched upon the merits. It has not heard the arguments of the councils on the validity of the act, because an act enacted by the parliament is not final. Ultimately, if it is challenged, it is for the Supreme Court to decide whether the act violates any of the fundamental rights guaranteed under the Constitution, and therefore the final say is of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court can ultimately declare an act to be ultra vires or unconstitutional if it finds that it violates any of the guarantees which are granted by the Constitution under Part 3 of the Constitution. So therefore, the Supreme Court will decide, but Supreme Court normally doesn't grant stay of these acts which are challenged, and therefore this is unprecedented. But it seems that these are the reasons what made before the Supreme Court while passing this order staying the implementation. But certainly there was an argument made by an advocate who represented 15 unions from 15 different states of this country, who submitted that don't grant stay because this will affect, because we have already implemented and we have placed orders with regards to fruits and vegetables. So the Supreme Court said that with regards to minimum support price, that will remain. Otherwise, the implementation of these acts would be stayed. So certainly, the Supreme Court weighed in the current situation, law and order situation in Delhi and neighboring states, and therefore has granted this extraordinary order.
So I think, Jeet, thanks for clarifying. I think the people are thinking that the parliament spent so much time in passing these laws, and then one fine day, few people will file a petition in the Supreme Court, and then Supreme Court will decide the fate of that law. So I think that is one thing that you have clarified very nicely, where you have said that very clearly that the Supreme Court is the ultimate custodian matter. So I think they have the complete jurisdiction in this area. But I also feel that they have not really, they have just put a stay on the laws. They have not said that, hey, these laws are unconstitutional. So it is for the benefit of both parties, where The government talks about their pros and cons, and the people who are protesting also talks about pros and cons about these laws, and ultimately the decision will be taken by Supreme Court. So I think that is something which you have explained very clearly. But what is the way forward from here? What is your opinion on this?
As I understand, the protests are with regards to repealing of these laws. Their demand is that these laws should be repealed. Now that the parliament, unless they pass another law, cannot repeal the laws which have been enacted. And I don't think the government wants these laws to be repealed. So in a way, this is a stalemate situation, and there is a deadlock. But ultimately, it depends on how effective and efficient this committee is in in convincing the members of both the sides in order to reach some conclusion. But I feel that ultimately only the Supreme Court will have to decide the validity of these laws, and the Supreme Court has the final say, and the matters would be argued. But in my opinion, I think the acts should have been implemented, and they should not have been stayed because it is not the entire country which is opposing these laws. It is some unions from some states who are opposing. Others are wanting these laws to be implemented. So only because there are protests going on and the protest cannot be stopped or cannot be managed, that should not be a ground for staying. And it is not as a precedent also, because Supreme Court itself observes that this is an extraordinary order of stay. So certainly it is not to be applied in all cases, or it has to be used as a precedent. But I think Supreme Court in these facts thought it best to stay. That is what they've done. But otherwise, in my opinion, it should have been allowed to go on, to be implemented, to be seen its effects, pros, cons, so that the Supreme Court would have been in a better position to even judge the effects of the laws.
Jeet, thank you very much for joining us today morning, and especially in the north of India, it is quite cold. So I appreciate that you found time to explain this for the benefit of our viewers.
So thank you very much, Chandrakant, for having me. It's my pleasure.
So, dear viewers, as you can see that we're trying to bring clarity on this whole matter, and it is coming in the news every day. So, you please engage with us, send your comments, and based on your comments, we will include you live with our panel of expert headed by Jeet in the next episode of our Legal Matters. Until then, I'll like to say goodbye to you, Jeet, and also to all our viewers.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Chandrakant.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and I graciously welcome all of you to this edition of Legal Matters. Before I start our discussion, let me invite my friend from Ahmedabad, Mr. Jeet Bhatt.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for introducing me and welcoming me. I'm looking forward for this discussion.
Likewise, Jeet, and just to introduce a little bit more about yourself, you are a very senior lawyer practicing in Ahmedabad High Court and also very well known in various legal fraternity. And today we would like to discuss about the farm bills. And there has been a lot of agitation. There are certain farmers which are happy. There are certain set of farmers which are unhappy. And there are a whole lot of politics going around all these three farm bills. So from your point of view, what is these farm bills? Are they going to benefit us, not benefit us? Why there is protest? So I think we will like to know more from you.
Yes, Chandrakant, actually, we see a lot of agitation going on right now and protest in the national capital region due to the introduction of these three bills, which have now been enacted and are the law of the land. So the parliament in the month of September introduced three bills, which are which are the Farmers Produce Trade and Commerce Promotion and Facilitation Act 2020. The next one is the Farmers Empowerment and Protection Agreement on Fair Assurance and Farm Services Act 2020, and there was an Essential Commodities Amendment Act 2020. All these acts deal about and what they are, we will discuss. But before, I would like to tell you what is the existing system till now, and how the entire agricultural sector was restricted and regulated under the APMC acts of the states. So basically, agriculture falls within the state list under the seventh schedule of the Constitution. It's a state subject, and states regulate it, and they carry out act, relating to agriculture. They issue laws and regulations and notifications. But this time, in order to have a entire one nation, one law system, wherein the central government has tried to introduce these bills, and basically it focuses more on trade and commerce, and it tries to do away, in not completely, but in a way introduce a new system where the farmers can directly buy and sell outside of the APMC markets. So basically, the purpose of introducing these APMC, that is the Agricultural Produce Market Committees and the Agricultural Produce Market Laws, was because at the time of independence, the farmers were not so well off, and they were. It was seen that they were quite in debt because they had to every year produce uh, uh, farming products, and they needed loans, and so therefore a lot of times the private players used to exploit them, and therefore it was felt that there needs to be a law to protect farmers from being exploited. And therefore in the 1960s, states started to introduce these agricultural produce market laws, and which regulated the sale and purchase. And every farmer as well as the trader who wanted to purchase had to be registered through those what is called as mandis. And every region and area had their own mandis, and through which the trader had to register, and then only he could purchase. And all sales and transactions were noted down and were kept in the register. So this provided for the laws to govern farm produce. It regulated the buyer trader registration, price information, recovery of dues, and dispute resolutions. Now, as time progressed, and as we saw that the APMC Act also was not in tune with the current times of free market and free market economies. And when liberalization has happened to such an extent that almost all sectors, now the government wants to take away its control and push things into the market. So these bills now introduce this new system wherein the farmer and the buyers or traders can directly transact between each other. So that is the purpose of introduction of the Farmers Produce Trade and Commerce Promotion and Facilitation Act 2020. The next act which has been brought is the Farmers Empowerment and Protection Agreement of Fair Assurance and Farm Services Act, wherein the farmers can enter into agreements with traders for selling of their agricultural produce. And the agreement and the contracts will be provided by the central government, the form its terms and conditions. And basically, it provides for the protection of farmers on price assurance and farm services. And the third act, which is the Essential Commodity Amendment Act 2020, which now uh, which has been introduced, is that it basically the Essential Commodities Act was originally enacted in the interest of general public, for which certain essential commodities supply, distribution, and production was restricted. But now with this amendment, the supply of foodstuffs, including cereal, pulses, potato, onions, oilseeds, etc., uh, have been removed from the purview of the Essential Commodities Act, and it can be restricted only in the times of war, famine, or extraordinary price rise and natural calamity of grave nature. So therefore, they cannot be brought within the purview of essential commodity, and there cannot be a restriction on its uh, production, supply, and distribution. So these are the three bills which have been introduced and which have now been enacted. And basically, the let me just read the object and purpose of the introduction of this Farmer Produce Trade and Commerce Bill 2020 is that it provides for the creation of an ecosystem where the farmers and traders enjoy the freedom of choice relating to sale and purchase of farmers' produce, which facilitates remunerative prices through competitive alternative trading channels to promote efficient, transparent, and barrier free interstate and intrastate trade and commerce of farmers' produce outside the physical premises of markets or deemed markets notified under various state agricultural produce market legislation, to provide a facilitative framework for electronic trading and for matters concerned therewith. So, this is the aim and object of this act which has been introduced. And the salient features of this act are that any person having a PAN card can become a trader and can enter into an agreement with the farmers either through physical or electronic trading and transaction platforms, and they shall have the freedom to carry on interstate or intrastate trade and commerce in farmers' produce in the trade area. So, one farmer from Punjab and Haryana can sell his produce in any of the states in the country. So, therefore, it gives a wide variety of buyers, which otherwise was restricted to the APMCs of that regional areas. So, therefore, it brings more competition and it gives more options to the farmers to sell their produce. That is the basic salient features. But what is the objectionable objection and what are the dispute which has arisen is that one of the provision, section 6, provides that the market fee or cess or levy which the state APMC acts was levying on the state for every transaction cannot be levied under this act. Second, so therefore, what the states and the APMCs are contemplating is that it will ultimately uh, it it will ultimately be a loss to the state exchequer, and this is a state subject. So therefore, that will create a problem for the state's development, and uh, also it also provides for the dispute resolution, wherein the dispute, in case if there is any dispute between the buyer and the seller, then the same can be uh, put to an end through an conciliation process, wherein the subdivisional magistrate would be acting like an umpire who will provide for a fair decision. And if that decision is not agreeable to any of the parties, then the parties can also appeal it. But those orders of these subdivisional magistrate and the appellate authority would be final and binding. And what it does is it takes away the jurisdiction of the civil courts. And that is what is one of the objections raised by the farmers, that this would not be a fair mechanism for dispute resolution. So this is the salient feature of the Farmers Produce Trade and Commerce Promotion and Facilitation Bill. And also with regards to the Farmers Empowerment and Protection Amendment on Price Assurance and Farm Services Act, the aim and object of that act is to provide for a national framework on farming agreements that protect and empower farmers to engage with agribusiness firms, processors, wholesalers, exporters, or large retailers for farm services and sale of future farming produce at a mutually agreed remunerative price framework in a fair and transparent manner and for matters connected therewith. So, therefore, this provides for a national framework on a farming agreement. So, so this act provides that the salient feature provides that the price which is to be paid to the farmer for the purchase of a farming produce may be determined and mentioned in the farming agreement itself. And it also provides for a guaranteed price to be paid for such produce. So, therefore, it in a way tries to safeguard the interest of the farmers. And these acts would certainly benefit the farmers, and it would get rid of a lot of middlemen which are right now existing in the APMC mechanism. So therefore, this is the scheme of these acts, and this is what it provides and lays down.
Thank you very much for clarifying the law for the viewers. And I'm not a lawyer, and I'm also not a farmer, but I'm a businessman. So I understand the nuances of running any business. Farming is a similar business like any other business. It has a production phase, it has a distribution phase, it has a wholesale, storage, and then retail. So I think all these principles applies to farming. The farmers are producing and then selling it to the APMC mandis, who are then wholesaling it, distributing it, etc. I think you mentioned about the independence in 1947. Situation that time was that almost 80% of the population of India was involved in farming activities. And we have all studied in our books when we were young that 80% is the farming community, etc. But the situation is totally changed on the ground. Today, the farming community has reduced to about 30% population of India, and the farming industry is not similar to any other industry. Even though the law of the doing business remains the same, which is production, distribution, wholesale, and retail. In the event of farmhouse, what happens is that the land produce X amount of produce, whether you are producing a wheat or rice or vegetables, it has a capacity to produce X amount of vegetation throughout the year for hundreds of years. So one big difference in farming industry as compared to other industry is the other industry can actually grow. There is a growth element. Say, for example, if there's a car manufacturer, the car can double up its production and then grow the revenue and then also grow the company size. In case of farm, if you don't add up your land, you can't grow. The growth is only 1 to 2% year on year. So, in nutshell, what has really happened? I'm just doing this monologue with you just to explain to our viewers that what has happened over the last 70 years is that the farming community has reduced systematically because we have a finite land, and the contribution of farming has also reduced because the other industries like IT, manufacturing, automobiles, oil and gas have taken over those because there has been a lot of development in India. The GDP contribution of farming community is actually less than 20%. So 80% is coming from other industries, other activities that Indians do. So I think that is the reality of the whole situation. And then coming to the point where when Jeet had explained about the legal aspect of it, I think the very crucial point is that we have actually not given any elbow room and leg room to farmers. The previous law did not allow farmers to sell his produce in any other to even his neighbor. Suppose I'm a farmer, I'm producing wheat. I cannot legally allowed to sell my produce to my neighbor also. I have to go and have only one buyer, which is the mandi. And as you know, some of our viewers would know that there are two seasons, prime seasons for cultivation in India, and different producers are sold at that time. So the farmer has no choice but to load his produce in his truck or a tractor, go to the government warehouse, and take whatever money they get it, right? And if, they are at the mercy of the person there. So I think, from my opinion, as a businessman, not as a farmer, not as a lawyer, I see as a pure Indian, I see that these laws will free up the farmers from all these compulsion where they can sell to anyone, they can sell at any price, whatever price they can strike their deals at, and that will give them that will make them richer, just like any other businessman. So we should not doubt the intellect of farmers that they cannot do business. There are what I've heard so far is that there are e-portals also started by government of India where they can sell their produce. So I think we have to ensure that the farmers are intellectually more advanced, and they should welcome these changes because now they will be able to get more value for their produce. And last thing I want to mention, Jeet, last year itself there has been another farmer protest in Haryana, where the farmers came to know that the peas farmer, the chickpeas farmers, came to know that the APMC bought their chickpeas for 6 rupees. I don't know the measure. I think it's a quintal or kgs. And within one day, in the wholesale market, they were selling it for 20 rupees. So you see, the farmers are, the wholesale market itself is selling it for 400%. So by these laws, I think you're empowering the farmers. But we'll go back to the legal discussion. Why so much confusion? Why the political parties are getting involved? Because we are now these laws will benefit the citizens.
Right, absolutely. Well said. You really put it correctly. But as you said, that farming business grows 1 or 2%, but you must also see that since independence, the population has also grown 2 to 3 times. So basically, ultimately, the consumers are the people of this country. So therefore, they are increasing, and the agricultural produce should also increase. But recently, when this bill has been passed, what it provides is that today India has become surplus in most agricultural commodity. So certainly, farming and agricultural produce business has grown tremendously. And though people are coming out and not wanting to do agricultural business and want to shift into other businesses, but still agriculture has continuously grown in this country, and it needs the basic fair market and a proper market where it can take it to a next level. And therefore this act is very important, because earlier what the act is to do, and if I may just give the supply chain how it used to work. So initially a farmer has to go to APMC and give the agricultural produce. Then in APMC the commission agent would take it to the traders, and there would be a price discovery where the price would be decided based on the demand and supply. Thereafter, the trader would take it to the transaction agent. The transaction agent would thereafter take it to the wholesaler to the retailer to the vendor, and vendor thereafter to the consumer. So the farmer would sell it at, as you said, 6 rupees, but ultimately it will reach the consumer at 25 or 30 rupees. Because in between, there are so many people who are doing business with regards to the agricultural produce. So now with this new act, the farmer can directly take it to the wholesaler, retailer, vendor, or any of the trader. It can be anyone, and at the price which they can decide mutually. So these people in between who were to decide these prices are completely wiped out in this new system. Though the APMC will still be there and those acts will remain, but the farmer will have a new avenue of selling it directly to other stakeholders. So therefore, he will get a better price. I would assume that the prices ultimately of these farming products would also increase, because the business houses or the corporate houses who would also get involved would also sell it at a profit. So ultimately, the the cost of these products will increase, and ultimately the consumers will be at a loss. But I think the farmers would certainly benefit out of this system, and as it does away with a lot of middlemen who are in the existing system of APMCs.
So, Jeet, let me explain my perspective on this one, especially when you talk about the prices going high. Uh, in my opinion, what will happen in reality is that the amount that the farmers will get, for example, let's go back to our 6 rupees wala example where the farmers are selling it for 6 rupees. But in the new system, they will be able to drive more value for their produce. So they may get 15 rupees instead of 6, and the 6 rupees per kg feed, the consumer will have to shell out 100 rupees per kg. Ultimately, when I buy it, I actually buy it for 100 rupees. So my price of procuring it will reduce. And while farmers' income is increasing 300%, my cost of procuring the farm produce will reduce considerably, almost by half. So I will end up paying 50 rupees. And going back to the corporate buyer, I think the confusion has been created. I'll just like to clarify. Who's the biggest corporate house which is buying? It is the Nestle, It is,
Right.
processed
Pepsi.
Pepsi, those kind of brands are fine. And, these places to go and buy from, they have to go to FCI, hubs and buy from there. So I think these middlemen will go out. There are more options for corporate houses to buy from multiple sources, and the farmers will have multiple options to sell their food. And that is completely.
Right. Absolutely, that's correct. As you said, so middlemen. So it is required in that sense that these middlemen should go and farmers must benefit because they are very important part of this country. So I think the farmers should understand, allow this law to operate, allow this to grow, and thereafter take a decision where what are the loopholes and ultimately what can be corrected, rather than completely asking for the repeal of the enactments.
So I think the people who are asking for these repeal of these laws are the people who are going to lose their jobs, and the population of those kind of people are the middlemen and the setup which is reporting this to the state government or different political parties. So I think the farmers of all other states like Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, MP, etc. They are not complaining about it. So it's only the farmers from one or two states which are complaining. So I think in interest of 30 million farmers in India, hardly 3,000 are on the street. So I think we should just ignore them and move ahead and implement these laws. That is what, as a common citizen, I feel. What is your opinion?
Yes, you are right, but the matters are also before the Supreme Court, and I think the farmers should wait for the uh, judgment of the Supreme Court in this matter. Because if they say that the provisions are unconstitutional or without power, then the only authority which can say it is unconstitutional is the Supreme Court, and they are already before the Supreme Court. So therefore, so they must trust the apex court of this country and wait for its judgment on this issue.
I think I appreciate your point, and Supreme Court is the ultimate authority. Since the matter is in front of the court, the honorable judges will decide for the benefit of everyone. And I, leave it at that, and we can discuss this further because this is the matter which is still sub judice. We will come back on the subject, Jeet, sometime in future once the decision is made. But for the time being, this is what we feel. You have explained beautifully, and thank you for finding time to explain to our viewers what it means from the legal standpoint. I think this is going to be very valuable and knowledge-driven discussion for the viewers. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So I will catch up with you next Thursday as usual. Until then, bye.
Sure. Bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Tobras. Let me also welcome my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gund.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. And it's Sotty Wednesday. So what have we got trending for Sotty Wednesday?
It is Saturday Wednesday, and in India, it's a monsoon season, so it's been raining like dogs and cats. But we are thoroughly enjoying it. We are not stepping out anyway, so we are enjoying from a distance.
That's one way of doing it.
Sure.
The monsoon season. What else? What else is trending? I saw, unfortunately, a huge, almost like a bomb go off in Beirut. So our thoughts and prayers go out to the people that are suffering out there. You can look at the hashtag Beirut. I'm sure you'll see what's going on. It wasn't a criminal offence, fortunately. No terrorism involved. So we understand, just unfortunate circumstances. But the whole city is in devastation, and it's one of those things that's trending. So what else is trending today?
Well, there are many things trending, and first of all, let's start by giving our condolences to the people who got affected in Beirut. May God bring them out of this situation and they
Absolutely.
recover soon.
And in many respects, that's one thing that Soti Wednesday should now be, you should be focusing on. It's these trending events, looking for what is trending out there, even if it's bad news. Take it in and, maybe just do a little blog yourself, a little video of yourself talking about a disaster that's happening. It shows another side of you. So it's one thing you can do in your practice for the Soti Awards. But let's look at some other, positive arenas. What are we really looking at that else is trending out there?
I think that's a very good point, Neville. In fact, we have discussed many tips. We have given many tips to our contestants, starting from basic ones to really advanced ones. I think today's tip is around the trending subject, and it's really a very advanced tip for the pros. And the tip is really look at the trending subjects of the day. Say, for example, if you're making your video for today, you have to make sure that you don't make a video which is off the tangent altogether, where there are no buyers for your video. Look at the trending subject for the past couple of days and see what most appeals you. It's not really talking about any disaster or any catastrophe, but you can choose out of these 20 trending subjects in the region and try to make a video around that. The chances are, if you make a trending video, people will watch it. Otherwise, if you don't make a video which is trending on that day or that week, nobody will watch it, because the YouTube and Facebook engines work in a different manner, and they always follow the trending subjects. What is your view on that, Neville?
Yes, very true. I mean, you've only got to look at, go onto Twitter and look at what's trending. You see these huge hashtags. I mean, COVID is always trending, it would appear. We can't get away from this pandemic. But the other thing is, social media locks you into what's trending in your local area. So if you go into Facebook or Google or Instagram, it will know where you are and it will show what's trending in your specific arena. So it's giving you lots of help, really, as to how you can put yourself out there. Because remember, the Soti Awards is just one element. As you say, this is a very advanced technique. So this is really a technique for all those internet bloggers that are out there, all these YouTubers, but more importantly for small businesses that are putting videos out on a regular basis. See what's trending, make sure that you're in tune with what's going on out there. And it makes you a wider read individual as well, so that you do know what's going on in the world. It's like reading the headlines in a newspaper, as we would have done many years ago. Of course, today there aren't many newspapers, as we know. So everything's online. So get used to the technology and the incidents of what's happening online. And the hashtag is really, really important. So that's what you should be looking at. Just hashtag and then start to type a word in Google, and you'll be quite surprised of how many things that Google suggests should be the topic you're looking at there. So even hashtag Soti Award.
In fact, just to add to what you're saying, I keep seeing so many videos on how to look, how to make a video, what you should do if you're depressed. There are 20 videos coming out every day. But the whole point is, I always check in such videos, how many people are watching it. Hardly anybody. So what's the point in making the video which everybody else is making. Hey, what is your mental balance? How to do this yoga? Thousands and thousands of people are making similar videos. I think the trick is to stand out and in the digital arena, and it's like physical world. If you want to stand out, you have to leave a lasting impression on your viewers. So you have to make the thing which is trending today. The subject should be fresh in the mind of people. And I think we covered in the last Sortie Award that your idea should be original. So if you just copy somebody else's idea, even though the subject is trending, people will watch it for a few seconds and then move out. So you need to be able to create stickiness. You should be able to give your own opinion, judgment, your own way of understanding the situation of the trending subject. So I think it's a whole science which you need to plan. And if you're planning a video on the trending subject, the thing is you don't have too much of time. So because whatever is trending today will be stale tomorrow. So you have to get on to it quickly, get on with the original idea and make a subject which is trending.
You're absolutely right. And the other thing is, of course, is you need to be interested. It needs to be, something that really interests you so that you can really get into it. And that's how you make the difference. I watched the touchdown, the landing at the weekend of the the SpaceX, the first commercial landing, if you like, back in the UK. And it was almost like it took me back 40 years when I saw the first splashdown of the Apollo missions, where you would see these huge parachutes and it would just be sort of coming down nice and slowly, no jet rockets, no jet propulsion, just coming down under gravity and under things that, parachutes. I mean, it's so old. And then it just splashed into the water. And it was almost like there was a ripple across the water because there was no wind, the seas were calm. I mean, they couldn't have landed in a better place. And I was watching quite a lot of people do little videos around it. And the ones that were interesting were the ones that gave a little insight. You could feel the person was really interested because it was coming from the heart. There was a lot of thought going into it, obviously, but it was coming from the heart. And that's what sets people aside. So the great performers, it comes from the heart, but you channel it through the screen. So it's a very advanced tip today, but the thing is, if you practice it, you can get good at it. And that's the whole point. Practice, practice, and more practice. And that's what the Sortie Awards is all about.
In fact, you mentioned NASA, and NASA is streaming 24/7 live. So the competition in this area, in fact, all areas, is so high. When a company like NASA, which is a government-owned agency or government-funded, privately participated, is streaming live 24/7. So if you go to YouTube, you can see the stream. You can go to Facebook, you can see the stream. So when you are making a Sortie Award video, which is based on what NASA is doing, you better be different. And that is, why I'm bringing this up. Because, absolutely, Neville. I think why I'm bringing this example because if some Sortie Award contestant is very good in one particular area, the whole award is about diversity. So don't make 3 videos which you have to submit on the same subject. Somebody is making a video on business, and business, and there'll be hardly any difference. So the viewers will not be able to differentiate what you're talking about in all 3 videos. So make sure that you have diversity so that your maturity comes out. And remember, when you're making a video which is trending, there is competition in that area. People are producing very, very good content, and as Neville said, from the heart. So they are bringing their own originality from the heart. They're talking to their audience. So the competition is very high. Make sure that you speak with a lot of conviction from the heart and make a diversified subject of all the 3 to 4 videos that you have to submit. And I think it's a very good tip that Neville has given us. Makes things which are trending today.
Well, it makes it, business is simple. It's people that make it complicated, as someone once said. I'm just paraphrasing it, but maybe slightly differently. So yeah, easy tip for the day. And the other thing is keep doing it, keep practicing, because there is no such thing as perfection, really. Ask an actor, ask one of the best performing people in the world. They're always seeking perfection. And that's what we seek. We seek your perfection. So good luck with your practice and keep trending.
Thank you so much, Neville. It is a great advice, and I'm sure Sortie Award contestants will understand this and implement it. We will again catch up next Wednesday for the Sortie Wednesday. Otherwise, I will catch up with you tomorrow again. You have
See
a
you
nice
tomorrow, CK. Bye.
Bye-bye. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today I'm more than thrilled to invite Swapnil Deshmukh once again to Top Brass. He is the CEO of Resurka and he joins us from Mumbai. Welcome to Top Brass, Swapnil.
Thank you, Chandra. It's great talking to you all once again. Long period of lockdown, so a lot of events happening.
Right, Swapnil. So we are on day 18th. As you know, there are certain districts in India which are getting into total lockdown, while some other are, in a normal lockdown. So after 18 days, what do you see? Anything new that has happened around you with regard to lockdown or people's sentiment?
I think a few things have progressed and few have digressed. I think one thing that's happening is a lot of new processes are settling in. New processes for buying grocery. Now we almost have like a standard operating procedure. So we know who to buy from. The grocers know who are their customers. We get all our vegetables and the raw produce from a farm in Nasik. So that person knows that a certain kind of bulk order is going to come from this area. So completely new processes and alternative supply chain is kind of settling into place. Initially, it was more ad hoc, more little panic reaction, and everybody did on a one-off basis. Now, consistent vendors are getting settled in, and so everybody feels a little assured about the essential goods coming in. Not all the goods are coming in. So we literally get basket A, basket B, basket C. So basket A price so much, it has these things. Basket B price so much, these are these things. And then you tell which basket you want. And so everything is not available. Really basic essentials are available. But the panic about essentials has gone in. Now I think people are missing things like washing powder, soap, because now they see some of that storage at home going down. Little medical supplies because 15, 20 days now, whatever people suffering from different ailments, their stock is going down. So new set of requirements are coming up, but the processes are set in. So that's the good part. The bad part is the lockdown is much harsher. So hardly anybody can get out of the house. You're literally stuck in the house. You have to wear a mask going out, and unless you have a medical prescription, you cannot even go to a neighborhood store which is 1 kilometer down the line because the police stop you. So you need a medical prescription to even walk up and go. Cars are not allowed unless you have a press or a government India sticker and stuff like that. So I don't know what's going to happen to the air in my car tires. So, some of these things, but the basics are settling.
Right. So I think people are innovative enough to come out with the solution to the problem which are staring at them. However, I think this will continue for slightly longer time, and you talk to a lot of people. You are in a consulting business. You have your clients and you have your colleagues and your company workers. Do you see any lowering of sentiments in the business circle in your community?
There is a huge lowering of sentiment actually. I think we have two problems. In the initial days, it was more of a panic because people did not know what's coming. Nobody knew what a lockdown essentially was. What is it supposed to be? What will work? What will not work? Some things started working, some things did not start working. So you don't know what exactly does it really entail. It was a completely strange phenomenon and you did not know. Now I think there is some understanding of what a lockdown really means and what it's going to mean for your business. So in the initial days, it was work from home, work from home, work from home. But what does work from home mean? Which functions you can do, which functions suffer? What is the efficiency of different functions? What is the cost of taking a certain function off from office and really doing it remotely? This understanding business to business is dawning. And I think slowly, but I think the thinking processes are going forward. In terms of revenue, there is a pretty downward sentiment. I think the repercussions are going to be there. But right now, I think people do realize that they will have to do something different. But I don't think they are right now in a mindset to really go and project new revenue models, new ways of reaching customers or redesigning their complete value offering. Because I think many of them are also dealing with their personal family issues and they are more caught up in BAU issues, running what's existing in some way or the other. So most of the questions and discussions that happen are more around existing processes. How to optimize them? Can we use big data or AI to automate them? So previously, all other registers were there. Like, well, this department has been there for a long time, and this department is untouchable, and this is the project that we want to take. This is the project that we don't want to take. They were more by the priorities were, I would say, were not driven by any urgent business call. Now certain priorities are driven by certain business call. Right from how do we conduct meetings to what kind of apps we need to handle remote connectivity, remote interaction and workflows between people. Previously, a workflow application for a certain department would be a luxury because everybody is sitting there, 20 people in one room. Now 20 people are in different rooms and now you need a workflow application. Now it is no longer a luxury, it's a necessity. Now intelligent analysis of data is no longer a luxury, it's a necessity. So some of these changes are there. They're more around the existing processes. I don't know at what point people will feel comfortable saying, well, but what do we do about revenue? And how do we get new revenue? Or what is our business model really? Or how are we really going to continue offering the value that we offer, given no physical presence, given no physical contact? How are we exactly going to continue doing that? Maybe some people are comfortable, but from what I see, not everybody is really geared up who focus on that. I'm sure somewhere at the back of their mind they have things going on, but I don't think that's the focus right now. Uh, I think probably there is some hope in their mind that somehow this is not an extended lockdown, that some kind of normalcy will return 1 week later, 2 weeks later. Well, I think some relaxation might be on the way. We don't know. But in my view, we are not talking about a 1-2 week. We are talking about a 1-2 years where we completely change our culture. I don't see people, for example, going to multiplexes in a very, very long time. And even if 50% of the people who are going previously continue to go, you have 50% drop in revenue, in people going there, in footfalls, in malls. So these businesses, we are talking about these businesses completely going bankrupt unless they renovate themselves. And I don't think our mental processes have reached that point yet. So that's
Right. I think the ideas will have to come. It has to fructify and it has to be implemented. I think that's the stage we are at. And I think you mentioned multiplex, but I think look at the schools. None of the parents are willing to send their ward to school maybe for 3-4 months. We never know. So there is a very profound change that is going to happen. But having said that, from your point of view, what do you think the government should do after the lockdown is lifted? Because I think most of the countries are under lockdown right now in some form or the other. After respective lockdowns are lifted, what the governments of each respective countries should do to bring the sentiment up?
right. I think in my view, we have to look at it from two different thought processes. One is a traditional macroeconomic processes, which is you will need a fiscal stimulus because many people have not got their salaries. Only the registered class who have EPF and everything, they might be getting paid. Even they might have got fired. And then there is a huge amount of uh, uh, population in India, which is all contract labor. And they are definitely losing a lot of money. And we are going to have a lot of issues there because unorganized sector in India is really, really massive. So we will need some kind of infusion, but I always get concerned when government says that we will support banks and we will support industry sectors in a certain way, when actually money is required in the accounts of the people. But even there, does everybody have a Jan Dhan account, Aadhaar payment account? We don't know, which means something else is going to be required. While the whole Aadhaar and the whole initiative was really huge and for 1.3 billion people and creating Jan Dhan accounts for everybody, and so it's really massive exercise. But still, we have a lot of people, Adivasis and a lot of other unorganized sector people who may not even have a bank account. How are you going to get money into their hands? I think that's one huge project that, in spite of whatever has happened in Aadhaar, etc., we will have to do. And I think something like what we today have, where all migrant laborers are being supported by giving them food, like soup kitchens, for example. So we have lakhs and lakhs of people being given food by the government. We will have that kind of policy if we don't want more suicides, because it's I think then we will not just have farmers committing suicides, but we will have a lot of other people committing suicide. And so something needs to be done macroeconomically to support them, not just fiscally but and monetarily, but administratively. I don't think we are getting out of that, and I hope someone in government is thinking of this very seriously. The second thing I think is to differentiate between investment capital and working capital. I think there are some organizations which are going to go bust because they have too much capital investment into their existing business models, which are very tightly coupled to physical presence. If the government gives bailout packages to them, that is going to be a waste of money. It's better to let them die, let them restructure, pay off their business, their loans, and pay their employees, and get them out of the business. We don't want to put very scarce resources into them. Rather, I think we need a strategic level thinking at the government where uh, a lot of digital access methods will have to be encouraged by the government to be used. And we need to see what can we really digitize, because I don't see any other way, because unless we digitize, we are not in a position to get the products and services into the houses of consumers. So consumers may have money in their bank accounts, but they are not paying because they are not getting digitally what they want. So human beings are always going to have needs to be fulfilled, right? Status needs, social needs, all these needs will have to be fulfilled. But existing physical presence methods are not going to work, and which necessarily means we will have to have digital methods. So we will have to have a complete restructuring of economy, and an industry-specific allocation of funds has to happen there rather than a pure macroeconomic level stimulus. I don't think that's going to do the job. Just the macroeconomic stimulus.
Yes, I think as a professional, I also agree with you. In fact, I also feel that there is a need for a government-run project. And if I go back in history, about 100 years back, there was a big recession in 1920s in the America, and then the government of America decided to launch two major projects, which is construction of Hoover Dam and the Panama Canal, and that brought the whole country out of recession. So I think we have so many projects pending, and government should think of realigning the workforce, because as you rightly pointed out, what we were doing earlier may not be applicable going forward. So there will be a surplus workforce in the first place. So we can actually create some sort of a capital-based programs funded by the government. For instance, connecting all the rivers. That has been pending project for last 50 years. So
Yes.
probably initiate that.
True. Absolutely. I completely agree that rivers, a few things like I always think about housing and the escalating costs of houses in cities, and whereas if you go villages and other places, the kind of housing is also very low. I mean, apart from the fact that you don't have modern housing with all the modern amenities, because electricity is yet to reach, gas is yet to reach. These are the things that we can take, because one thing that countries like United States did, like you said, massive public projects, and at one time they encouraged huge home ownership. So I know today if one talks of home ownership, one always thinks of the subprime crisis. But I think home ownership, the good part of home ownership started much earlier, 30 years ago in United States, where they encouraged home ownership in suburbs, and you suddenly had tapping of suburb land, because now everybody got a good home, which was also an asset, and which was a desirable asset. So you had a huge credit, obviously, but you also had an asset. And this asset, which was not valued so badly as it was in the subprime crisis, it was pretty decently valued at one point in time. For example, the 80s and stuff like that. And house values increased significantly in the United States in that point. Like Arnold Schwarzenegger says, I made a lot of my money actually at that time by buying and selling houses when he had just joined Hollywood. So that nobody complained about subprime crisis at that time, because it worked. Problem is not credit for housing issue. Problem is not being able to manage it or giving it to people who don't have incomes. That was the issue in the subprime crisis. So we need to encourage great home ownership away from cities, the city folk may not like it because their houses will not, the prices will not double every 3 years. But I don't think they need to double. I mean, in 3 years, it's okay if it doubles in 6 years, if it doubles in 7 years or 8 years. That's, I think they can live with that. What is needed is that in the tier 2 and tier 3 cities, home ownership is encouraged, and it comes by balancing credit and asset ownership, so that people don't have to work their entire lives to own a home. You know, they can get on with the business like a lot of us get on with our lives by taking a loan for 20-25 years and building the house as an asset with our EMIs on the side, and we get on with other things in our lives, which is which leads to socio-economic upliftment. And this requires effort and construction resources, which is pretty much possible. It's not. It's just that you have to, like you said, you have to take it up as a national project.
Yes, certainly. I think, Swapnil, there are not much you can share with us, but there'll be another opportunity. We'll definitely find, another slot where we can come and discuss about these things. Maybe after a few days, the situation may have changed, so we can revisit all of that. So it was a pleasure talking to you, Swapnil.
Thank you so much for it. It was great.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Good morning, Neville.
Good morning, CK. Beautiful day in London, and hopefully it's a beautiful day in India.
It is very beautiful and it's very bright. There's a lot of hot sun outside, and we are thoroughly enjoying the summers.
Fantastic.
So one thing I would like to share with you, Neville, today is that sometimes I get intuition, but I don't listen to my intuition. Sometimes I ignore the intuition and follow the book. And I would like to take your opinion. Is this the right strategy, or shall I listen to my intuition or not follow the book every time? What do you feel about this?
Well, you've introduced our trip through the alphabet really well, just by what you said today. No rehearsal, as usual. We just hit this on the road. And we're up to the letter R. And R, although today is a day of reflection, being Friday, we're not going to go down that simple route. We're going to go down a more complicated route. And you just mentioned it. It's the word relationship. And I'm not thinking of the relationship that we have with everybody else. I'm actually thinking of the relationship we have with ourselves. Because if we can get ourselves right, then we've got a really good chance of getting the relationships with other people. And intuition is one of those funny things where the book says, do this, and your intuition says, but if I do that, I'm not going to feel happy with it. You know? And being happy at what you're doing is a relationship with yourself. And we've all been there. We've all been, if I follow the book, I'm just going to get the same. What if I just do something slightly different? And the thing is, do it. As long as it's not life-threatening, do it. Follow that intuition. But be aware, part of the relationship you've got with yourself and following your intuition is being aware of what's happening at every stage of the change. Because, as you said, the book says do this, and if you follow the book's got the answer, but your intuition will not necessarily have any answers. You've never done it before, or you might have done it and it worked here, but it didn't work here. So what you've got to do is you've got to be very aware of what's happening when you follow your intuition. And there's a point where you drop it because actually, do you know what? It's just not the right time and right place. And that's the relationship with what's going on. But it's very personal. I hope this sort of makes sense. It's a simple concept in some respects, but once you start to get deeper into it, it gets very complicated because you can't compartmentalize it. Other things happen. You know, even, you know, your son might come running into the room when you're deep in something and you think, oh, you know, for goodness sake, go away. But you need a relationship with yourself because your son's coming in for a reason. And just because it's interrupted your very important stuff to you, just think it could be important to him too. Now, we know this. You know it, don't you?
Yeah, I think what you're saying is right, but I think I've got a problem. My problem is that although there is incubation, but there is a lot of confusion at the same time, because whether this is right or whether this is wrong, or shall I follow the book? I think that's where the confusion lies. Whether should I listen to myself or shall I do what everybody else is doing?
It's a difficult one, because if you do what everyone else is doing, you'll end up where everyone else is. And the question is that where you want to go? So you've almost got that end game that's defined for you. And as long as you follow the book, follow the process, because it's a process, the likelihood is you're going to get to the same place as everybody else. But is that where you want to go? Is that right for you? Does your intuition, which fundamentally builds upon your experience and your expectations, you know, we're back in the earlier part of the alphabet now, the letter E, your experience is part of your intuition. That really doesn't feel right. And I do this all the time, frankly. You know, I'm not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. Fortunately, I've got good family around me that tell me every time I've done it wrong. I wish they'd keep telling me when I've done it right every now and again, because it would really sort of help me a bit. But like anything else, we're quick to be able to tell people, no, you've done it wrong there, you know. And if you've got a good friend around you, they'll tell you that all the time. And as long as they're little things and they catch you early, then it's not a big deal. But this intuition is not their intuition. It's not their experience. It's your experience. And that's your personal relationship. So inside of you, you've got three voices going on all the time. You've got this really expansive, you know, I want to change the world, I'm going to do this and that and the other. That's a can-do person that's in here. And we've all got that can-do person, you know. So although people don't think that they're capable of doing things, yes, you can. You may not have the experience or the right knowledge, but you can do it. But then you've got two negative voices in there. So that's the positive voice. You've got two negative voices. One is, I can't. I'm going to go with the flow. And that's there in abundance. And I'm sure you know that, and people are listening know that too. And then you've got this other nagging voice out there. I'm not going to do it. This is a stubborn voice. I won't. And as you see from the map behind me, those are the three options that you've got. Everything you do, wherever you do it, you've got those three options. And it's that self-relationship that you have to fight first. You've got to kick out the can't do's, knock away the won't do's, and stay with that can do. I believe in myself. Some people will call this risk. Well, if it's a real risk, roll the dice. Let the dice decide for you, you know. And if you're really worried about it, don't use one dice, use 5. Because then you've got a chance of, you know, one dice will give you 1 to 6. 5 dice will give you 1 to 30. Pick a number when those dice land, and I'm going to go with that, you know. That's a real risk, you know. You're letting chance happen. But your intuition is more than chance. You're balancing that risk. And you're saying, I'm not going to go with the flow. You know, I'm not going to go with those people. I'm going to go and do something different. And it may only be marginally different. You know, you don't have to be a radical and flow in a completely different direction. But remember, if you're going along on parallel lines like this and you just go 1 degree away, then after a while, look what happens to that 1 degree. It really does move away.
Right.
And the issue there is, as you move away, what's happening? If you're improving, and I'm not going to say what you're improving on, but you've made a decision to do something different. If you're improving and it's working for you, are you going to stop and go back, or are you going to do more? Simple question.
If I'm improving, definitely I'll continue on that path to improve more. I don't want to stop that process.
But if you're not improving, when are you aware that you're not improving? It's getting worse, or it's not as good as it could have been. That's the issue. And that's when your intuition kicks in again. But it's only because you're being aware. Now, these are really complex concepts in some respects, but you have to take that first step. And the first step is know who you are. Have that relationship with yourself. Nobody is perfect. No one gets it right all the time. And when you realize that, the first question you ask when you start to move away and it doesn't improve, you say, well, is it me? I done something wrong. And although that might sound very critical, you're your best critic. Then you've got to handle it. So everything we're talking about here is captured under this term, emotional intelligence. And the best leaders in the world are highly emotionally intelligent. That doesn't mean they're intelligent. It just means they are fully aware of their situation and their emotions. And the nice thing is, when it goes like this, and it goes like that, you think, yes, wonderful. You know, I'm going to tell the world. But then you say, actually, I'm not going to tell the world because I've found something that's really unique to me, and I'm just going to keep it to myself. And that is your competitive advantage. And every business wants a competitive advantage. But you will share it with your colleagues, you know, people that work closely with you, because you say, look what's happened here. I did this. I didn't want to tell you about it at the time because I wasn't sure. But now, look what's happened. What if you were to do that? What if we were to do that collectively? How can we improve on that thing? And again, you're now talking about a relationship with everybody else. So it can blossom. But you've got to be able to handle the time when it doesn't blossom. Your intuition wasn't right. But don't let it stop your intuition taking the risk in the future. I hope this makes sense. You know, it's Friday, it's a day for reflection. So this is really internal reflection, but it's in this word relationship.
Yes, Neville, in fact, it makes a lot of sense. And as you rightly mentioned, I think the real challenge is to, is to understand the risk factor also. And how much, I think we need to work out a mechanism where we leave 10% on chance and 90% on intuition. So I think it's a long journey. I don't think, but you know, you rightly mentioned, even though you have given us a path of follow the right thing that we believe, but I think to get this process implemented, it will take a few more days for us to do a little bit more thinking.
Like anything else, some of these things are not overnight sensations. The nugget, if you like, is to be listening and thinking about what's being said. And that, again, it comes back to this phrase, emotional intelligence, which when I first came across this phrase, I thought, emotional intelligence? What emotion's intelligent? Because emotion is typically a reaction, how intelligent is that reaction? And it takes a while to think about, is there an emotion that's intelligent? Well, probably the only one is happiness, because if I smile and you smile, it's infectious. Yeah, that's pretty intelligent. I prefer to be there rather than be unhappy and sad. But is it really intelligent? Who knows? You know, I'm not a psychologist, I'm not in that world of deep research into the inner machinations of the mind and how that works. There are plenty more people that we rely upon to do that. But the common sense is control your emotions. That doesn't mean to say when you're really ecstatic and you think you've got a fantastic result that you say, oh, that's okay then. That's not the sort of control you want. You need to feel it inside. That's the relationship you got with you. When your favourite cricket team, scores a 6, how do you feel?
It's very exciting. It's thrilling.
Exactly. It's thrilling. And when they hit a second 6 off the same over, how do you feel then?
Well, there are, I think, 2 or 3 Indian cricketers who hit sixes on every ball of the over. So the expectations are much higher, because if this guy...
Yeah, exactly. You say, yeah, and all the tin cans are coming out, and the hoots are going, and the straw ballers are going, and you're expecting the third one to go for a 6. And when it goes for a 6, your level of expectation goes up higher and higher. Okay, and then when the over finishes, fortunately, you only have to have 6 sixes. But remember, there could be a wide in there. You might even have 7 sixes. Who knows? So, but the interesting thing is, you're in control all the time. Yes, when I get a result, I get more excited, and I want to do more. When I don't get the result, don't feel down about it. This is the relationship you've got with yourself. Just say, okay, so it didn't work out this time. And move on. And say, but you know what? If I just change that slightly, I think it'll work. And then will your intuition say, I'm going to do that? Will that can-do person in here come to the front? Or will the won't do and the can't do literally say, no, we're going to go back and do it by the book? Not that the book's wrong, by the way. Right? This is not saying that the book's wrong. But if you feel it's wrong for you in that particular context, you need to have the willpower to follow it through. I hope this makes sense. It is Reflection Friday.
Certainly, Neville, it does. I think, thanks for your advice. I think you have given me some direction to my question, which I started off this particular session. I think this is very useful, and I'm sure it is useful for others as well to follow the intuition and also gather more information to decide the next course of your action. So I think that is where we are, and thank you so much for giving us the direction.
No, my pleasure, CK. I hope you have a fantastic weekend. We're taking the weekend off to recharge batteries. Sadly, we're all at home and I can't meet the kids, so I have to look forward to that another time. So again, that's my relationship. I have to deal with that. I can only have digital relationships with all the people that I love. So be safe, take care, don't go outside, enjoy the sun.
Thank you, and you too, Neville. We'll talk again on Monday.
Cheers, CK. High five.
High five.
Friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we will talk about the issue related to migrant workers. It has become a major discussion point during the entire last week. Many people were expressing their views. So let us decode the issue really at hand. So let me explain why migrant worker could become a major issue, and we needed to sort it out with very good planning. So, in India, it's a very large country with, many people living in India. there are many layers of economy. There are different kinds of workers. There are educated workers, blue collar, white collar, and there are skilled labor, unskilled labor, and so on. And all of these different layers in the society creates multiple layers of economy. And as you know, the population of India is 1.3 billion, and just 1% of this population work as a migrant workers. So what are these migrant workers? The migrant workers are the people who are predominantly unskilled and in search of job. They work and basically travel to different cities away from their homes in search of work, and then they work as an unskilled labor in different parts of different industry. So for instance, there is so much production happening in a country like India. There are factories, and the factories are having machines, and a lot of skills are required to start any production. So then there are skilled laborers. At the same time, there are certain percentage of unskilled labor also, which are deployed in different factories. Now, factories in India, I'm just using a generic word called factories. Now, factories in India produce everything from cars to aeroplane, even to the food item. So the salt, sugar, pulses, grains that we consume as human beings, they all come from factories, because it is not coming from farm straight. It is coming for cleaning and packaging and sorting, and then from there it is coming. So in that segment also, there are a lot of these migrant workers, unskilled, who are deployed, and they are working in the factory. Now let's come to agriculture. Now, agriculture is another field which is having so many people. And if you look at India as a country, about 60% economy, Indian GDP is based on agriculture. It used to be 80% many decades back, but now it is 60%. And so, the agriculture is predominantly, when we think about agriculture, we start imagining there is a farmer who's preparing the field, who's sowing the seeds, and then who's basically harvesting it. But that is not the case. The farmer actually, he is the landowner, or he is a skilled person in this area, in the agriculture field. So he creates the entire crop. But when it comes to cutting, there is no way he can cut so much crop if one person cannot cut. So here, because there is no mechanization, and especially when there are so many people available to do the job, so there is no need for for farmers to buy these machines. They can just hire a migrant worker for a month or so. These guys will come, they will harvest the crop, and then go back. They make their daily wages and go back to their respective homes. So it is so that is why even in things like agriculture of various kinds, in various we have 2 seasons of harvesting in India. The migrant workers have plentiful of jobs during this season, so they actually plan their activities. Sometimes they work as an agriculture labor, sometimes they work for factories, and they also work as construction labor, because construction again has multiple layers. It is highly mechanized in today's world. And now this is one area which is having a lot of migrant workers working for this segment, simply because the largest investor in infrastructure today is China, and followed by India. There are so many infra projects of multi-billion dollars happening out of India, and hence there are a lot of migrant workers deployed in these industry, in these different projects in the length and breadth of this country. So the migrant workers are working in all walks of life. So when we there are few other industries. So I think the point that I want to drive is that in the multiple layers of economy, the baseline economy is actually based on the work done by migrant workers. So if you take the migrant worker out of the system, then we don't see a very good picture of Indian economy, because the baseline is removed. So when the COVID strike happened, there was a lockdown, and the lockdown is now running 6th week now. We have already lived in lockdown for 5 weeks, 6 weeks running, and that is true for everyone. That is true for migrant worker also. The issue really with them was because they are working away from their home into different multiple cities. When the lockdown happened, they wanted to go back to their respective houses so that they can live with their family. But there was an issue because the COVID-19 was affecting, and the government of India had to come out with an effective plan to contain this infection. And so far, it has been a successful plan done, implemented by government of India and followed by all the states. So far we have seen the infection of COVID-19 has reached only or affected only the urban centers, because in the urban centers people travel abroad, they brought the infection back into India, and then eventually it is affecting the urban centers. It has not reached the rural segment of India, which is almost like 70 to 80% of India today. So by making sure that we are under lockdown, the government has ensured that the most of India is protected from the spread of coronavirus. So only urban centers, so now you can identify hotspots and then tackle the corona infection accordingly. Now the question still remains migrant workers, because they are in a limbo. They work on sort of daily wages, unskilled labor, and they want to go back to their home, but they can't because government ensured that if they go back and there was no lockdown, there is a very high chance that the virus can be taken by some of these guys into rural areas, and then the problem will multiply manifold. And that is why the government said, hey, we will give you shelters, we will give you medicines, we will give you food, you don't go to your house, we'll tell you when to go. So all the state governments cooperated, they created the shelter for all these 300 million migrant workers across India. So can you imagine that? In fact, I have never seen any international media covering this part, where the state government followed the central government guidelines, built these shelters for 300 million workers for 5 weeks, gave them food, gave them medicine, gave them care. And now we are seeing the results of this lockdown. The fertility rate for Indians is 3%, which is lowest in the world. The survival rate is highest, which is 23%. So people who get corona infection are getting cured, are getting out of hospital after becoming all right. That is 23%. And the rate of doubling is 10 days. So which is also quite high. I mean, if you look at other countries' database, we are very, very, our data looks very good. So now so the current lockdown is there till May 3rd. There is expected relaxation. In fact, most of us are living in lockdown for almost like 6 weeks now. And all of us expect that some relaxation should be given. Especially now the data of India, corona data looks reasonably okay. So now everyone wants some relaxation, even greater relaxation with a planned lifting of lockdown is expected. So the first thing government is doing starting from today, which is May 1st, is taking care of the migrant workers, because they have been stuck in shelter homes for last 6 weeks. They have not seen their families. They don't know how their families are. So the government of India has started special trains from all across Indian cities to go back to their respective hometowns. So these, it's a very humongous job to start these special trains to ferry these migrant workers from shelter homes in their respective cities and bring them back to their hometowns. And there could be a lot of activities crisscross in the country, and people from all over the place will go. And obviously there must be some process where government would have started some testing and post that boarding the train, and then when you land in your hometown, there will be some testing facility, there will be quarantine. So all those things are there. But the important thing is government is very concerned about migrant workers, which form the baseline economy of India. And if migrant workers are not kept happy, everything else will suffer. So I think this is a very good move. and all the state governments are cooperating, and all the state government and central governments are cooperating and ensuring that the migrant workers are sent home so that they can spend some time with their family, and when the lockdown is partially lifted, they can come back and start their work in factories and farms and construction, whatever it is. So I thought I will just decode this particular news item. I'd like to know what is your thoughts, I'd like to know your comments, and I will meet you tomorrow with some more interesting subject. Until then,
Hello, friends. I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you're welcome to our show Roundtable, and where we have eminent panelists today. Let me introduce all of them to you. Ritu Gupta, who is a CEO of one of the PR agency, Four Seasons. A part of that, she's also teaching media relations and public relations to eminent university in Delhi. We have Sitesh Srivastava, who is closely associated with radio broadcasting. He has a deep interest in corporate training. So welcome both of you on roundtable discussion today.
Thank
How
you.
are you? How are you, Ritu?
Absolutely fine, thank you.
How are you, Sitesh?
I'm well, Kanchan. It is always great to talk to you all the time. So I thought it's an interesting discussion that between, we always discuss. So today we have a third panel with us, Ritu. So it would be more interesting.
Today's topic is how important is hobbies in the development of children, and can these hobby can be converted into bread earning uh, skill for individuals. So what is your opinion, Ritu, on this?
I feel hobbies are very important for any child and every child to go for, because hobby develop them as a person, which is very important in today's world. And hobbies can be, you can do your hobby in group, you can do your hobby all alone also. So in both the cases, it increases your confidence, and it also allows a child to de-stress himself or herself, which is very important. When the child learns to socialize, and it also enhances your creativity, which is very important, that any person, whether you are going to do some kind of a job, you're going to work in corporate, or going to be some kind of an entrepreneur, you need to be creative, because creativity helps you think out of the box. That's what I feel.
Yes, true. You have mentioned valid point, because I also feel that hobby benefit children in many ways. It gives child an opportunity to express themselves. It allows them to discover themselves and build self-esteem. And also, I think in a process or in a way, we achieve goals like problem solving and make decision by this hobby practicing. So what are your ideas on this subject, Sitesh?
Well, Kanchan, I think that we should all have some hobby to pursue, because that is what satisfies our heart. Everything else is used to bring food to the table. And therefore, hobby is something that makes us what we are in the core. Many times, the hobby needs to be asked or developed, that we try to do with our children, because so many distractions in our life today. It is important for today's children to know what they can pursue as a hobby. But at the same time, some many years back, one of my former boss asked me this question: what is your hobby? And I told him, and this discussion was happening between the transit time at Tokyo Narita International Airport for a few hours. And I said, my hobby is writing. And he asked me, when did you write last? I said, I wrote some 1 month back, and he said, no, that's not a hobby. Hobby is that you do every day, even if it is 10 minutes.
Yes, definitely. So, hobby is a very essential part of today's children's development, actually, because that also reduce risk of depression, which I think most of the children are highly exposed to because they are at home, they are watching television, and they are doing online studies. So, I think that some kind of break, which is very, very essential for children, and I think parents should also get indulge in these kind of activity because that they will again enhance the happiness. Somehow over the period of time, I think parents are also just doing their professional corporate jobs rather than really getting free time. And I think hobbies can bring a self development also. But now the question is, the big question for both of you: what are your hobbies? Ritu?
Okay. So I'll tell you, uh, my hobbies. I love reading. I love reading a lot, and I love traveling, and I love cooking. So I have of late started thinking that why not? I mean, why not open a cafe or be a halwai, be a very modern halwai? Why not? So this is what I have of late started thinking about, get into cooking as a profession.
Yes, and what about you, Sitesh?
By hearing Ritu now, I have more inclination to visit Delhi. Uh, and apart from the Bengali market and Parathe Wali Gali, I have one more place to have food. Well, for me, the hobby always has been, since the day I realized what is the meaning of hobby, it was always something which is related to expressing myself in terms of the writing. The true, real hobby that I developed somewhere around when I was in the high school timings. And it was always remained that, and writing, and then it moved from writing to theater to a little bit of vision, and now for many years it has started with radio, and it is continuing with radio. Kanchan, you know about it. So I think that it is important to explore something which is called hobby, and there are many more ways of doing it today. In our times, Kanchan, if you remember, pen pal was one of it. Philately was another of it, and few more. But today there are so many ways of doing it. But somehow I always feel the youngsters, the kids, the children, when I ask them what is your hobby, and they have nothing to say, or they suddenly get perplexed because nobody has asked them this question. So it's important to pursue it for ourselves, and it is also important to inculcate. And the interesting part about hobby is that there is no age for it. There's no retirement from it, isn't
Yes,
it?
definitely. The hobby brings a sense of fun and freedom of life that can help minimize the impact of chronic stress. Now, the big question is again is that many parents don't encourage because there's academic pressure on children. So, and there are many schools. If you really go counting the schools, there are many schools who have cut down the hobbies in terms of the painting is there, and acrylic painting, or water painting, or sometimes making paper craft, and everything is there. But I think a hobby has to be turned into a skill. Now it is an era of a skill, like you said that writing, Sitesh said that you like writing. So now when we are talking about writing hobby, is there any way in schools from very early age when children can be taught in marketing writing or in copywriting or is news writing? So that is very important aspect because it is a hobby, but it should not go waste. There is a probability that a child can pick up that particular hobby and turn into a career or a breadwinner aspect of his life. What do you say,
Exactly.
Ritu?
Yes, you can, and it's very important to do what you love. So basically, most of the people, they love their hobbies. And yes, people are making their hobby their profession. And I've seen some schools in Delhi, and I think the government is also doing, they're changing their syllabus. But I've seen in some schools in Delhi that nowadays they're teaching journalism in 9th, 10th, and 11th, 12th classes also. There is fashion designing, interior designing, and also like I don't know about in Bangalore or like you're in Hyderabad, but in Delhi we have a zero period in school where kids, they do what they like doing. You have various kind of uh, courses, you short term courses which you can take up in the school, and that is the time when you get to learn about those things, like storytelling. Then theaters are being doing pretty famous in Delhi schools. So you tell kids about various other options and let the child choose what he or she wants to do, but you have to give them the taste of all those things, and then it's a very good option that the kid decides what he or she wants to do later on in life. And every child is not good in academics. You can't expect every child to be getting 90%, 95%. I don't know how every second child is getting 95% these days. But what about those kids who get 80%? What about those kids who get 60%? They're also pretty good people. They also have brains. It's just that they cannot mug up physics, chemistry, maths. So there has to be some option for those kids also, which many of the schools are now thinking on.
Yes, because I also in new education policy, I think government has stressed on teaching academic with creativity. That the aspect which I've seen in our children currently. In fact, in my children also going through that phase. But again, the question is that are we exposing our children at school level like a carpentry or like something animal and wildlife? Because there is a social studies as a subject where, or for say astronomy, the space we have, like children read that these are planets and these are asteroid and all routine education. But if somebody wants to learn beyond that, so then if we are doing this, that means we are making a base for our children to find out to become a veterinary technician or animal consultant, which is very much required for say, because we live among the animals, but we hardly know about the characters of the animal. So I think time has come to really generate these ideas, and children and decision makers should take up this as a discussion, or as some to introduce it into the education curriculum. So what do you think, Sitesh, about this particular aspect?
Well, Kanchan, you certainly sound like an activist when you say that there needs to be more that needs to be done. Well, Ritu, this is a welcome to hear that Delhi schools have a zero period. In fact, that's a very interesting thing, and I would take this up in the next PTM, which I love to talk to the children.
Yes.
In fact, my children don't like me talking to their teachers for so long. So I think this hobby, as per se, as we have seen in the rest of the world, from far east, in what I have seen in Japan, what I have seen in Africa, and for what we know in the Western world, our curriculum, whether it is a state board or it is a CBSE, it is still far in terms of extracurricular as compared to the international baccalaureate, which is IB. So I think when you talk, Kanchan, in terms of carpentry and all those stuff, I think that is still we have a far long way to go. I'm sure it is happening in the international schools, but if this has to enter into our mainstream hobby as a subject, and that needs to be seen getting into the government schools as well as the private schools as well as the funded schools together. At the same time, it is important that we also sensitize the not only our children but also the teachers about teaching the same subject. Why mathematics cannot be a hobby of someone? why physics, chemistry cannot be a hobby of someone, right? So it depends on the teacher, a creative teacher, to get that kind of an interest. At the same time, when it comes to DIY stuff, which is carpentry or electricians or something like that, folk art, calligraphy, all of that. So we all need to create that kind of a curriculum for the teachers training also. Our country has been more about the rote learning to create, white collar or blue collar workers, and it has to change. I hope it will change with the kind of data that we have, internet, easy internet that we have, and I think only pandemic is stopping us.
Yes, actually, you mentioned maths. Actually, so it's a very good point that children can have a hobby as a math. But what we
Yes.
are studying, but what we are giving our children is a NCRT curriculum for maths. Why not a Vedic math? Why not abacus? So these kind of things are missing in school curriculum. Now, when we are talking
Yes.
about, everything has to be there intact in the school curriculum. Now children have, they according to their interest, they can choose what they want to choose as a hobby, or maybe extension of that subject. If you recall, I don't know, there used to be SUPW period in our
Yes,
curriculum long back,
yes,
and then we were
yes,
allowed, as you mentioned, Ritu, that it should
yes.
be zero period. So we were allowed to do things. So all like knitting, making pottery, everything used to be there, and we learn many things. Like I tell
Learned
you,
many
I
things.
learned knitting from that particular period only. So all things has to be there, and it has to be available for children to choose. So that is very, very important. And though things are starting, but they are very maybe not as per the speed is very low. Actually, the few schools are opting, few schools say no, like international schools, they say no, we will be doing something which is world standard. And I think they are leaving behind something which is very crucial for Indian children's development. What your idea on this,
Kanchan,
Ritu?
I want to say something. Yeah, I want to say, because what you say, I do completely agree with you. But the parents have to be made aware about it also, because I am middle class parents, middle class family people, they feel that their kid should be getting above 90%, should be taking up some good career, and settle down somewhere. I mean, doing something very great in life, getting good salary. This is all they dream for. But then you have to make parents aware about that. The things are changing, and post pandemic things have changed a lot. People have lost their jobs, and they have started something new. Many of the people, they have become entrepreneur. What they are doing, like I know a lady in my building. Now what she does is, she's created a cloud kitchen. She's lost her job, she's created a cloud kitchen, and now she's doing pretty fine. So why not? So the awareness has to be created among parents, among students also themselves, that there is a life beyond their academics life also, and then they can take it up professionally also. But then for that, you have to really, have a roadmap in your life, a proper roadmap, that how you want to do it. And parents and kids and the teacher, all three are very important in it.
Yes, I also want to add one thing, because if you are not sound, uh, if you're not happy, and hobbies gives you happiness. So if you're not happy, if child is not happy, I doubt that they will not be able to excel in the academics also. Now when we are discussing a hobby, there's a greater part of
Kanchan, I
skill.
really, just one thing I want to say. Yeah, since you said happy, I have met someone, a teacher who is conducting happiness classes in school. It's a
Yes,
course of happiness course, and it's
yes,
very important, happiness classes.
right,
Yeah.
right.
So
So
this is
actually,
what I want.
yes,
Sorry.
actually, I think we are just pursuing the same path, but little slow. Now, Sitesh, you know that skill development is coming up in India, and NCRT and our Prime Minister also stress on skill development. But then, when we talk about skill development, the crucial aspect of development comes of soft skill development. So are we really taking this again? It's a part of hobby because we do a lot of activities when we do software development as a practical, like time management or listen and recap. So all these the activities. So are we also taking seriously soft skill hobbies along with the hard skills and academics?
So, Kanchan, all through my IT life of more than 2 decades, I have always uh, spoken about the soft skills as comparable to the hard skills. And all the time, corporate life has told me that hard skills gets you the money, the soft skills gets you the happiness. And they don't understand that these are not interchangeable. They are exclusively together complementary and supplementary. And therefore, we also have an IT company, interestingly, in India called Happiest Minds, which is founded by a former Wipro chairman, Ashok Soota. And it is important for to corporates to understand that a person who joins the company after the college from the campus, his longevity into the company is not only dependent on the hard skills, but also on the platform of the soft skills that is given by the company to the employee. We all know Google gives 20% of its time to its engineers to pursue their own projects. And some of the greatest tools have come from those projects. In India, HCL had got this name of asking, finding out great managers amongst themselves and make them intrapreneurs. And that was a great thing to find out some great companies coming out of the HCL fold. So I think this is very important, not only in the school level, but also in the college level and in the corporate. But I think in today's, especially in the IT world where I work, I see that there's a lot of such things are happening because we invariably get to know what is happening in California.
Right.
Probably in other industries, it may come a little late. But in the middle age, when the students are in college life after the 12th, and those 4 or 5 years, I have realized, I see that they all are trying to get into those CAT and GMAT and SAT and TOEFL and GRE and those IITs and IIMs. Whereas the same student in other part of the world, which is the developed world, is trying to pursue something else. And this side, the student says, why I have to pursue all that, what someone else is telling me? So there has to be a lot of balance around it. I think what we need to tell ourselves as well as our youngsters, when I say youngsters, I don't not only mean our children, I also mean our college going students, that today internet is something which has given us a medium to create something. So television was called an idiot box because it was just one way. But internet is not one way, it's two way. So we should enjoy internet by entertaining ourselves into all those OTT platforms and binge watching. But how much are we creating on that? Are we creating something out of that? If we are not creating, there is a way to find out some knowledge. Let us say calligraphy. Many people don't know what calligraphy could be until unless they visit a textile museum in Ahmedabad. So I think it is important for all of us to, when we go to hiring in the colleges, I ask this question, what is your hobby? That's a very important piece of my judgment of picking up someone, because the person who comes with a hobby, he knows the love of the work that he does. And as we all know, if you love the work, you will never get tired. You will never need a holiday.
Right. Yes. So I will summarize, like Ritu has mentioned that she loves cooking and you mentioned writing. So all these hobbies should be having a department. in the school, maybe very early. Like somebody who wants to really know about astronomy or something, somebody wants to know, become a diver, so he must have knowledge of how deep he can go, the knowledge of sea, which Sitesh, we know only very limited, maybe 10% of our own seas and
But
oceans.
what is your hobby, Kanchan? We never asked this question.
Okay, my hobby is talking, and that's what I'm doing actually. Okay, jokes apart, I like painting, and I have excelled in painting because I do different type of paintings, like acrylic. I also do Tanjavur and some folk painting. So I've developed it over the period of time. So I enjoy it, and I really appreciate somebody who is into these kind of painting, because that is a very good painting and a very good hobby, I mean, and it gives you it de-stress you, and lovely actually. So
So you can make a caricature of my face.
yes, I can.
Great.
I am, yes. So as usual, it's lovely to talk to you, both of you, Ritu and Sitesh. And I was summarizing that schools and parents should understand, because it's high time that they should collaborate academics and hobbies and soft skills, because that will result into overall development of a child. So what I really foresee, or I recommend, that every school should have all these hobby departments, and where children can pick, choose, and develop their hobbies along with the academics. It was so lovely talk to you, Ritu, and it was so lovely talk to you, Sitesh. We'll meet again
Thank you.
in a different interesting topic. Till then, bye bye.
Yeah, yeah. I will now go and listen to that song,
Bye-bye.
"Man Ke Sache."
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, bye bye.
Yeah.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And without further ado, let me welcome our guest for today, Mr. Nagesh Sood, who is a well-known human rights activist in India and also a practicing very senior advocate in Ahmedabad High Court. Nagesh, welcome to Top Brass.
Hi, Sitesh. Thank you very much. And it's indeed my pleasure to be back with another session with you.
Nagesh, for last couple of months, the entire world is under lockdown. People are finding new ways to work, and in such a situation, it is becoming important for people to know what are their various human rights. So today, I would like to ask your opinion about what are the human rights, right to health, while you are under lockdown. So, what is your opinion about this?
Well, Chandrakant, see, we all know that World Health Organization, way back on 11th of March 2020, declared the outbreak of viral disease COVID-19 and had reached the level of a global pandemic. The governments had taken several steps because of the alarming levels of spread and severity, and they had taken some urgent and aggressive action to spread of this virus. And because of that, this has been chilling effect on the global economy as well. The governments and the executive have taken administrative actions in parts of the world by imposition of complete shutdown. And why? Because government felt that the movement of people is not essential because they wanted to reduce personal contact. So, in all, we have seen that uh, the movement have been stopped, the local transport has been stopped, there have been shutting of schools, staggering working hours, strictly limiting movement out of homes, and also that there is prohibition of cross-border movement across states. So there has what we see is lockdowns, curfews, quarantines, travel bans have been imposed. So all over the world, the people are subjected to these kind of lockdowns to enforce quarantine or self quarantine by limiting their freedom of movement. So naturally, when there is a limitation in the movement, the human rights guaranteed to the people have been subjected to restrictions with these impositions. Now, what do we understand by human rights? I'll just briefly tell you about the human rights. We have a declaration which is Universal Declaration of Human Rights that contains civil, political, economic, social and cultural rights. In India, especially these human rights are contained in part 3 and part 4 of the Constitution of India. And very important right which I would like to address today during this ongoing pandemic is right to health. Now, international human right law guarantees the right to highest attainable standard of health, physical as well as mental, under the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. This right under the International Covenant obligates governments to take steps to prevent threats to public health and to provide medical care to those who need it. So, uh, government at the same time have imposed the restrictions, but these restrictions have to firstly be justified that whether these restrictions have any legal basis, whether they are strictly necessary, whether there are scientific evidence, whether any action by the authorities, by the police is arbitrary, discriminatory, whether there is a fixed duration. You see, if your rights are restricted, whether it is for a fixed duration or it is endlessly imposed, or whether they are respectful to human dignity. Human dignity is what is important for everybody to live, uh, to live, and that is what is very important. That these restrictions have to undergo these tests. Now, if we talk of right to health, right to health is closely related to and dependent upon the realization of other human rights. That is, right to food. We need, for maintaining our health, we need food. So it depends on right to food, housing, work, education, human dignity, life, non-discrimination, equality, the prohibition against torture, privacy, access to information, and the freedom of association, assembly, and movement. Now, I have explained a couple of rights which are attached to right to health.
I have a question at this point, Nagesh.
Yes.
You know that while right to health is one of the fundamental right for everybody who is a citizen of India. So let's discuss about the India as a country. Um, so in this case, what was happening is that we have been hearing on the news that one chief minister said that I will give health services only to certain type of citizens and not the other types of citizens. And fortunately, that order was later modified. At the same time, when there were issues related to migrant workers, they were moving around without any health facilities. So, in such events, when the government of a particular state says, "Hey, I will not give you health services," what are the laws they are violating by saying that? And the second part two of my question is, what are the laws that migrant workers had when they are actually migrating on foot or by any other means to their states?
Yes. Chandrakant, you have asked me two questions. One is the imposition of restriction by the chief minister of a particular state to give medical facilities to any other person who does not belong to that particular state. Now, as we all know, that for an Indian citizen, he has a right to have movement and can settle down in any part of this country. There is no restriction on any citizen of India to move around and settle down in any part of this country. And therefore, people have right to movement, and people can come to a particular state or particular city, and for their livelihood and for their personal reasons, they can settle down in that state. So when a person has a right to settle down in anywhere, at any place in this country, he definitely must be provided with everything. Everything means right to health, which includes right to food, right to housing, right to uh, live with dignity, right to education, work, etc. So, any kind of restriction of not giving health facilities to a citizen of this country who has come and has a will to stay and choose his residence in this country definitely affects his right, fundamental right to life under Article 21 of the Constitution of India. So there are other rights which are attached, and therefore such kind of restrictions cannot be imposed, and they are absolutely illegal. The second question, what you mentioned about the migrant workers. Now, migrant workers, when there was an imposition of lockdown by which was announced by the Honorable Prime Minister on 24th of March, the imposition was a sudden stoppage of everything. There was a stoppage of transport, there was stoppage of uh, kind of movement. People were not allowed to move out of their homes. And therefore, while it was necessary for protecting the health and life of the citizen, such a lockdown, strict restrictions were imposed. Now, at that time, when such a restriction was imposed, there was all other activities which is connected to the work of those migrant workers also was stopped. And therefore, when there was no work, mostly migrant workers have earned daily wages when they are employed in any industry or in hotels or in any kind of job they are doing. Most of them are paid on daily basis. And even otherwise, if they are paid on monthly basis, for a considerable time, the work was stopped because nobody was allowed to move. And therefore, under those circumstances, the way the work, the industry had to stop, and therefore there was no job. Secondly, for migrant workers, they are mostly staying on rented premises. They have been living in rented premises for which they have to regularly pay their rents to the landlords. And when the money was not coming, the landlords, in anticipation somewhere, sometime, or otherwise when they were not able to pay their rent, asked them to vacate the premises. Now, it was well within the right of the landlords also, because there is a clause which is introduced in contracts like force majeure. Force majeure is whenever a natural calamity comes, then a certain part of the contract, uh, it becomes not an obligation for the parties of the contract to follow that. But here, when the sudden lockdown came, uh, that force majeure cannot be imposed or cannot be activated in favor of the landlord or the tenant. So that was the situation which constrained migrants to move out of their house. And when there was no
Again, sorry to interrupt. My question was related to right to health. Say, for example, whatever happens with migrant workers, they lose their job, they don't get the money, they don't have money to feed themselves, or even travel, or to stay. So, in such a situation, when the Pandemic Act is applicable, it is whose responsibility to take care of the migrant workers, especially when they are working in upliftment of the economy in that particular state? Why they were left on the street without any food, shelter, and health services?
Yes. See, what is essential here to understand is it is always the government's responsibility to look after the rights of the citizens of a particular state or the country. Now, it was the responsibility of the government when the lockdown was introduced that certain rights of these migrant workers or any citizen, so to say, their rights have to be protected. Now, uh, whatever happened at that particular time, there was no arrangement, there was no facility, there was no connection of the government with those people. And although government tried to help them financially by putting some money into their accounts or providing some facilities, but since this happened in a large scale, there were so many migrant workers and there were no facilities and infrastructure available. The government could not reach out to people to give the help or protect their rights, what are enshrined in the Constitution. So it was basically the management failure which constrained the government to reach out to the citizen and protect their rights.
So, in such a
And
situation,
therefore, yes.
in such a situation, when the lawmakers of certain states, because all these news of migrant labor issue was coming from not everywhere, but it is coming from few states. So when the lawmaker in the states are violating the law and not providing basic fundamental rights to their citizens, to Indian citizens, how this should be treated from a legal standpoint? What is your opinion?
Definitely, whenever there is a violation of rights, there are courts to protect your rights. The courts are the ultimate protectors of your rights. And whenever there is a violation by the government, the citizens can very well approach the Supreme Court or the High Court whenever there is a legal violation of their fundamental rights under Article 32 and under Article 226 of the Constitution of India. There is a provision of writ where as any citizen of this country can approach the court and ask the court to protect their rights, which includes human rights, fundamental rights, we call it in Indian perspective. And that is how a lot of citizens and a lot of people, NGOs approached the Honorable Apex Court when there was a lot of migration of these workers. And the Supreme Court, after getting the reports from the government, because you understand one thing that even the Supreme Court was shut down. There was so much of difficulty to understand what was happening around us. And yet the Honorable Supreme Court was moved, and the government was instructed to look after the welfare of the migrant citizens, and gradually the support from the government has been given to the citizens who are migrant. It was gradual because suddenly a lot of things happened at a time, and therefore, as I said, because of lack of infrastructure, lack of a lot of things, the health could not reach the citizen as fast as it was required to have been reached.
So in such a situation, the citizens rely on the government because we in India have a federal system. So if somebody is in some other state and he belongs to some other state, he would assume that I would have the same rights as I was having in my own state. So if we travel on work or some deputation, and suddenly the state government says that, hey, I will not treat you. I think that gives a very bad impact on the citizens of India. And, the government themselves are announcing such things like, hey, I will not treat you because you are from a different state. And similarly, migrant workers who have been working and they are actually contributing to the baseline economy. And now everybody knows that if the migrant workers are not there, the baseline will not be there. And if baseline is not there, nothing will work. So now, the government should have thought about the importance of 30 million migrant workers in India, and they should have done proper arrangement for that. And being a federal country, the responsibility lies more on the local governments because they are on the ground and they have the infrastructure. So what went wrong in this, Nagesh? How we should treat it? Like you said, Supreme Court, Honorable Supreme Court was also moved, but by the time there were few, bad news that we had to hear by the time the Supreme Court intervened. But in such a situation, how the lawmaker do not know or lack of knowledge why they acted like this, like a layman, I'm saying.
Well, Chandrakant, I kind of, agree with your sentiments about how the governments failed actually in providing and protecting the rights of the citizens, more particularly of migrant workers who contribute to the economy. Now, first of all, I would like to uh, convey that when the lockdown occurred on 24th of March, it was such a sudden thing to have been announced, and at that particular time, what facilities were available with the government was not as much as we ought to have had with the government in order to see so much of pandemic, the effect of pandemic which could have gone or which could have affected the people of India. Now, if you understand one thing, that the lockdown was ordered in March, and in very initial stages, the pandemic could have been controlled, could be controlled, because at that point of time, everybody was restricted to their homes, the industry was shut, everything was shut. Now, at that time, the effect of that pandemic was so low, and therefore, the government, despite not having the infrastructure facility, started working towards it, because there were no beds in the hospital. There were different facilities available. It was very costly affair to have, get yourself treated in a private hospital. Then there was lack of facility in the government hospital. So I think the effect and the lockdown was so sudden that everybody was kind of surprised and were not aware of what was happening. And to move the government machinery, as you know, is a bit difficult. Though we have a disaster management committee, though we have a force which is available to us, but we definitely lacked warriors like doctors coming forward, cleanliness staff, and other people who were to be put at place so that, the facilities could have been provided. So that took, I think, a lot of time. And now when the lockdown have started being lifted by the government, we see that quite a few arrangements have been made for protecting the health of the citizens, providing, basic facilities like food and basic amenities to the citizen. And also, uh, now there are jobs which are being provided by the government and the private sectors which are being made available to the people. It has to have a gradual thing, but I think it has made everybody now aware that one should be prepared with these kind of situations so that, the way we have suffered all along during this lockdown should not happen again.
Uh, yes, Nagesh, I think you're also talking about certain learnings, and this is a very huge subject. And so, one thing is very clear and very sure that the Indian Constitution gave the right to health to every citizen of India, and nobody can take away that right. So, thank you very much for bringing that point up. And it was a pleasure talking to you, Nagesh. We will catch up again tomorrow, and we will discuss one other human right uh, which is available to citizens of India.
Thank you very much, CK. It was a pleasure being with you. Thanks a lot. Have a good day.
See you tomorrow, Nagesh.
Bye-bye. Take care.
Hello, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Let me also welcome my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gant. Naval, how was the morning today?
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everyone else. And morning from London. It's an absolutely beautiful day, as you can see here in the background. Sun shining, it's 27 degrees, and I'm going to be in shorts and t-shirts for the rest of the day while I do lots of online video working. So how about you, CK? How's the weather there?
Well, we are in a hot country, so 27 degrees is just like a piece of cake for us. So while it is 27 degrees in your city, you enjoy, and I'm sure you will be moving around in t-shirts, so you enjoy the summers. But 27 degrees is not that hot for us. So, but one thing I like to say that, I can hear you, but I'm not able to see you. Where are you, Naval?
I'm in London, CK, where I always am.
But I'm not able to see you, and it's getting very difficult to communicate with you without seeing your face.
Now we're hitting the rub here, aren't we? And listen in, folks, this was particularly staged this morning because the power of video, the power of seeing the other person, the power of listening and watching their lips, seeing their eyes move, seeing their head nod, the power of video. So CK, I'm not going to turn my video on because we're going to run this experiment right the way through. So why don't you just give everyone a very brief explanation why this is having video on is so important, especially today.
In fact, viewers, what we wanted to demonstrate the power of video and why the video is such a powerful tool where you see the other person in your screen and you communicate. So it is pretty much like you're doing a physical conversation. So we wanted to demonstrate in this particular session why it is so important to have the other person also visible and in a nice way and also having a nice camera webcam setup properly. And now you can see here that you can see only my picture and my video, but my colleague's video is not visible. Yet I can hear him, but the impact of this is far less than what you would see if there are two people talking to each other. So this is a little experiment to demonstrate the power of video.
And I think everyone has got the message because they're seeing you and your beautiful smiley face, and all they're seeing is a blank screen with my name on it. And no matter how big, small letters my name's put there, you can't see me. You can hear me, and I'm still the same person, but you can't see me. So that's just a little demonstration today. Hope you've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed it as ever, CK. So everyone needs to recognize that the digital experiment that you're going to be going on needs to extend into the video arena, because if you've got something to say, put your face behind it, because then people will believe you. Enjoy the rest of your day, CK. I'm going to have a fun day today as ever, and I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, Neville. But before you go, I would like to say that today is Tuesday, but tomorrow is Wednesday, and we come out with Sortie Wednesday, and tomorrow we will talk about the presentation skills on a digital platform. So this video of today, where the power of video is demonstrated, will continue in tomorrow's session. So folks, see you tomorrow again. Neville, have a nice day and catch up with you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Top Brass. Today we will talk about coronavirus, and today I would like to talk about how do you prevent all these virus outbreaks in the first place itself. And if you go back in history, you would know that the migration of humanity from jungle dwellers, forest dwellers, cavemen happened to a civilized world because of cultivation. And when humans move out of the caves and started cultivating their crop, they also started living along with the animals. So those animals we call them domesticated. But before we domesticated these animals, they were living in the wild. So what we did as humans, we got these animals, we breeded them, and we have all these different animals today that are known as domestic animal. But what for? Why we are domesticating these animals? For the benefit, for our own benefit, for different consumption purposes. Now we all know that like we have diseases, all animals may have also diseases. In fact, as a matter of fact, they have all the diseases. So when you are living with the animals, that opened up the Pandora's box, and all the diseases which infects animals started infecting us as humans. So the biggest example is chickenpox. Why we call this disease as chickenpox? Because obviously it originated from chickens. So there are diseases like mad cow, bird flu, now the coronavirus, which some says that it has come from eating different kind of reptiles and different kind of animals which people in China were consuming. And I'm not sure whether how far it is true, but if it is not cooked properly, also some of the diseases, viruses remain in your food, and if you consume, it will infect you. So I think this is the background of my conversation today, and what I feel that some of these things which are coming out is because of the lifestyle issue. I think the Indian civilization realized this eons back, and they became vegetarian. And almost 50 to 60% of the Indians are vegetarian, and some of them are vegan also. So I think that is the prevention that we are talking about. What I want to basically say, some of the people, some of my viewers may not like what I'm saying, but it's okay. I will have to speak, and I will wait for your comments to say whether I'm making logical sense or not. But I think if you start eating animals, there is a big chance that the animal, if it is infected, you will also get those diseases. So I think the best way to not get into all these different kinds of diseases which are erupting in last decade or so, things like mad cow, bird flu, swine flu, now coronavirus, the simple solution is stop eating animals, start eating vegetarian food, and that could solve some of these big issue. And you don't have to also kill animals for your consumption, and you can prevent diseases to become an outbreak like this has happened. It's such a serious situation which is now the world is facing. You can say that it is happening out of China, but the world is a vastly connected place. It's a global village, as we say it. So if it erupts in one corner of the earth, the chances are it will spread into the entire globe. So I think we need to be cautious about it. I mean, let's go back in history and see what has happened to the uh, bubonic plague. It affected the entire earth. Spanish flu, it affected the entire earth, and so on. So there are so many millions of people died during Spanish flu, which we have sort of forgotten. So, I think the solution is prevention, and if you stop eating non-vegetarian food, I think half of these issues which are related to such outbreaks can be resolved. So I just wanted to make these points today. I will speak to you again tomorrow as usual. Till then, bye bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach, and I'm very honored to have Mr. Nebel Gund on our show today. Nebel is chairman of Mindfit Limited UK, and we have tied up with him to bring the world best leadership program. And today he will tell us about how to come up in life while working under pressure. So, Nebel, welcome to the show.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. And we've all had pressure on us at one time of our life. Students have pressure all the time. Students are under pressure at the moment because most are working from home. They're not seeing their teachers on a regular basis. It's all digital. They may be in a household where there are two or three young people around them and they all want to use that PC at the same time because we're not all inundated with a PC per person, especially in large families. So the pressure's on, the pressure's always on. So, working under pressure, CK, have you ever worked under pressure?
Well, I got used to this pressure, Neville, maybe, but I think there could be more pressure on me. I'm not having so much pressure.
Well, I think the interesting thing is, and a lot of people are now going to say, I don't believe that. Okay, so I'm going to tell you what people will say when I say the next thing. You actually create your own pressure. You put yourself in a pressurized position because we're not very good at managing time. So here's, for instance, okay? You've got young children and they've got homework to do. Do they diligently go away and do their homework? Or are they on the PC, on the Game Boy, playing their games, watching Netflix, pushing homework off to one side until you turn around and say, you've got homework to do, television off, go to your room and do your homework. So what happens? Are they brilliant students and go and do the homework without you telling them?
Not at all, Neville. In fact, they're not doing their homework. And the
You
teachers.
kept a straight face there, CK, and I was actually wondering what you were going to say, but no, they don't. And the thing is, they're making their own pressure. They know that they've got homework to do, And we all know what we've got to do. And in business, there's this, you can even buy these pads, and at the top it says to-do list. And the list goes on and on and on and on. I'm sure you've had this from time to time, maybe in your career. And you keep writing things down. Then you flip the page and you write a few more things down. And then you think, well, I'm getting to the third page now. I'm not going to do that anymore. And you put it to one side. And that to-do list ends up being a to-do list. But when are you going to do it? And the thing is, the longer you put it off, the more pressure you're going to be under. Here's a classic example. I mean, I know most people are in lockdown currently, but if you've got a Zoom meeting, okay, do you expect your clients to turn up slightly ahead of time or on time or late?
Well, my expectation is to all the people to turn up on time and not definitely late. They should be on time.
Okay, so we're even in this digital world, okay, and we're in Zoom, and we've not had this discussion before, so this is an interesting one. Do people turn up late?
About 50% people turn up late.
So even when it's Zoom and they haven't had traffic and they haven't had to negotiate, other people on the road, and they haven't had to time their train journey or get the flight or check in or leave their hotel on time, 50% don't turn up to a Zoom conference, digital conference on time. Interesting, isn't it? And I would think that's probably the same for most people. But immediately you put yourself under pressure because now you're late for that Zoom meeting. The likelihood is, if you're a busy person like me and like you, you've allowed a certain amount of time. And if you're smart, you've allowed more time than you think it might need. But if you literally have got your appointments back to back, you're going to be under pressure because it's going to be coming up to the last 10 minutes of the conversation and you've got to go in 10 minutes. But the thing is, it's really interesting where you are and you haven't given yourself enough time to make that communication, that conversation count. So what happens? The likelihood is you run over. So you've run over the first, you've got late there, you've now run over this one, and let's say you run over this one by half an hour, and all of a sudden you're putting yourself under more pressure. Now, I don't believe anyone listening here is going to disagree with me, because most people are going to say, yeah, you're right, yeah, I do that all the time. So the point is, now what we need to do is to work out how not to work under pressure. In other words, don't put yourself under pressure. But when you are under pressure, how to cope with the pressure. So there's two different things we need to be working on. And if you're like a lot of people out there, when you get under pressure, your work declines. The quality of your work declines. Therefore, you're not putting in your best effort. There are a few people, and I'm one of them, that actually love working under pressure. I love working to tight deadlines. Not that I'm lazy, not that it's the only time I do my best work, but I can feel the adrenaline moving, And you and I have been working on a few things over the last couple of years, CK, and you know that when we get to that final point, we've given it our best. Despite the fact we've worked right up to the last minute. But the majority of people will not be able to give their best because the pressure will take over. You will feed the pressure, and you're constantly looking up at the clock. Am I running out of time? And while you're doing that, the brain's not being the best it is on the project you're currently working on. These are quite simple things, and I can see you smiling, and you're probably thinking of times when you did that, CK. But we all do it, don't we? We all time watch, oh, have I run out of time yet?
Yes, it's very funny that you mentioned to-do list, Neval, because this is exactly what happens to me, where you make a list and then you throw it out after a week because that to-do list is now stale. There are other things on the plate, including those which were listed on the to-do list. So now the list is much bigger, the pressure is mounting on. I think we all deal with that, and year on year, day by day, month on month, we actually handle this. So I think the important thing is your program, leadership program, has worked out a method of training people like us, whether you are a student or a chief executive, to help your brain fine tune so that you can handle the pressure. I think we would like to know more about that.
Well, the interesting thing is that the handling pressure is different for everybody. And we've all got our own mechanisms. And it's a question of, do we know that we've got our own mechanisms? So if you actually say to someone, can you handle pressure? And they're in a real, what you perceive as a pressurized job, yes, they're obviously handling pressure, but they may not feel that way. They may be in this imposter syndrome arena where they don't believe they're handling pressure very well. The reality is they probably are, but they don't feel it because they're feeling under pressure. So this feeling you need to evaporate. You actually say, I've got this task. I'm going to spend this amount of time on it because that's what the budget says, basically. Well, that's what I can afford to spend on it. And I'm going to make the most of it in that particular time. That's being focused, being determined. And what that means is you need to take away all of the other distractions. And one of those could be that your mobile phone. You leave it, you leave the volume off, you switch the volume off, but actually you see it flash, And if you're a really busy person, it flashes quite a lot, actually. A WhatsApp message comes in, a Twitter feed comes in, an email comes in, a person's trying to contact you, that comes in, it will flash on your phone. That's what they're designed to do. It's supposed to help you manage your day. What it's actually doing, if you're in this pressure syndrome, is it's adding to your pressure. Because it's immediately saying, I've got this and I've got this and I've got this to do. And what that means is, while you're thinking about I've got this and this and this to do, you're not actually focused on what you're doing. Now, it's common sense, really. And the thing is, people don't know how to focus. But they do when you explain to them, what do you do? How do you do this? Where do you do it? How good are you at doing it here and there? And the whole purpose of a program is to help you explore who you are. Not who I am and not who you are, CK, but it's the individual going through the process. So they literally look in the mirror and say, who am I? And once they then literally create their own prescription as who they are. And the nice thing is, there's for every identification of your weaknesses, there's always a solution to improve a weakness. And that's the purpose of a coach, of a good program, as you call it. And that's what we do.
Fantastic, Neval. In fact, people who are watching this video, we just want to inform that this is a very ingenious way of handling things. And there are many aspects of leadership, and working under pressure is one of the key aspects, because every leader, every person who's actually working on a project need to have these qualities. So the MindFit, which is a world-renowned program for leadership, has this subject of how to work under pressure as one of the key areas of improvement included. So you can write to us. This is just a precursor. Please come and join the program. Write to me or write to Neval directly. and know more about it. So, Neville, you have anything else to add before we end?
Well, the world needs leaders, CK, as we've said many times before. We need people that can lead others, can get the best out of other people. And to do that, you've really got to get the best out of yourself first. So that's where we start. You know, we look in the mirror, and if you really want to go and motivate yourself today, just type into Google or YouTube, you know, one of your favorite songs about reflection. I love Michael Jackson's The Man in the Mirror. I think it's brilliant. I love the tone, I love the music, more importantly I love the lyrics. Because it says, if you want to make a change, take a look at yourself and change. So that's the whole purpose of being MindFit. Do it yourself first, and then you have the rite of passage, the operating license to go and help others. So it's pretty simple stuff, but it is for a lot of people, it's going to be going back to basics because we don't learn this at school. We don't learn this in the education arena. We make an assumption we learn it. When we network with other people, there is an assumption that we know how to communicate with other people. And if you notice when you go to a networking meeting, some people are really good at networking. And then you put yourself under pressure because you say, well, they're really good at it and I'm not. It's this self-imposition, you know, I'm no good. Well, yes, you are actually. Everyone's a genius. It's just that they haven't found it yet. So it's a fascinating arena. And the more we can do with people around the world, the better the place will be. Simple as that.
Yes, Neville. In fact, MindFit program is a need of the hour, especially now, and especially in India. I think all of us and most of us who are in profession, in teaching, education, they should actually look at this program and join in. So, thank you very much, Neville, for joining us today. We will catch up with you again tomorrow with something more interesting.
See you tomorrow, CK. Good luck, everybody. Enjoy the day.
Bye-bye.
Good morning, friends. This is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. This week we will talk about the events which unfolded in our legal system within 14 hours, 14 to 15 hours, during the mayhem and the rioting that was happening in the northeast part of Delhi, soon after Trump left. So this issue is not related to the writing itself. It is related to transfer of Justice Muralidharan. Now let me give a little bit background about this particular judge. He has, or rather Judge Muralidharan has given some of the remarkable judgments which has profound effect on the Indian legal system and Indian society by and large. He is the perfect judge. He has thorough knowledge of the law and he is also implementing it thoroughly. He is one of the top luminary as far as legal systems are concerned. Justice Muralidharan was transferred after giving a verdict against the Delhi police, and which was then utilized by a lot of political parties, and it was all in the media and so on. So I just want to dissect this particular event so that and give my own analytics on how it happened and what happened during that 14 hours. So when the rioting was going on in northeast part of Delhi, there is a lawyer. In fact, there are activists. I don't want to tell their complete name. I just use their last name only, surnames, which is father and daughter Mandars. Their surname is Mandars. So the daughter Mandar gave a petition related to the law and order situation in northeast part of Delhi, and there was writing, and petition is about safety security of people. Ideally, this such a petition should have gone to Chief Justice of Delhi High Court, but on that day Justice Patel was on vacation, and then through the legal process of how the cases are distributed in Delhi High Court, it landed in the court of Justice Muralidharan. So he listened to this argument, and there was, since it was a grave situation in north east part of Delhi, he decided to hear the case in the middle of the night at his residence. So, which is also a normal practice, that in case of emergencies, the judges open cases in their residence, and they call the staff and also sometimes other judges just in case. So Justice Muralidharan heard the case, opened the case, and gave judgment at 1:30 in the middle of the night. And the judgment is about instructing Delhi police to provide protection to people, which is fair. As far as legal system is concerned, this is absolutely fair. And the follow-up date was given on the same day, which is like 1:30 in the night, at around 12 o'clock, 11:30, 12, when the next hearing was set up. And while this case was being heard, just before that, the father advocate Mandar gave another petition related to the same event. So now there are two petitions related to the arson, mayhem, and rioting which is happening in northeast part of Delhi. And hearing all this from the legal standpoint, the justice gave a order or his verdict, saying that Delhi police responsibility is to provide protection to people and ensure that these things are calmed down. While giving these things, this kind of a judgment, the judge also used words like unprofessionalism on account of Delhi police, etc., etc., which is also fair. And from legal standpoint, this is what judge felt at that point in time based on hearing both the parties. And the next date was set up, and that means the judge gave 24 hours to Delhi police, since the situation was so grave at that point in time, that within 24 hours you should submit your response saying that why you have done the work professionally and what is the situation. Now at that point in time, we all know, we have heard the news that Delhi police was really having a lot of tough time. They were losing their officers, police officers. In fact, there was so much news about this attack on police officers with acids and stuff like that. So I don't want to talk too much about the mayhem part of it, but nutshell, I want to say that Delhi police was having a really tough time at that point in time, and on top of it, the legal system is basically sort of putting a lot of pressure on Delhi police to give an appropriate response when they are fighting for their lives, and they have so much pressure that they have to bring the calmness. They were basically announcing in that area that announcing and asking people to calm down and go back to their home. At the same time, they were trying to not use lethal options like firing and stuff like that. They didn't do it, and they were losing their officers. So in such a situation, I think Delhi police really played a very vital role in controlling the whole thing, and they didn't want the morale of their officers come down, because if that would have come down, then situation would have become very, very grave at that point in time. So ensuring that the morale of Delhi police is always kept up, the government of India transferred this judge. Now let me take you back a little bit in time. This judge, Justice Muralidharan, was actually transferred on February 12th, much before all this happened, much before Trump came to India, much before the mayhem started and blah blah. It's like 2 weeks back he was transferred. The process is that the collegium, which is the group of judges in Supreme Court, they decide which judge will work where, and this collegium had decided based on their pressures and what is needed where. Um, the collegium decided that along with three other judges, Justice Muralidharan will also be transferred. So Justice Muralidharan was transferred to Punjab and Haryana High Court in Chandigarh on February 12th. But in order to exercise this transfer, the government had to notify, and they were taking it easy and so on and so forth. And the consent of judge was also taken before the transfer. So it happened as per the book, as per the legal system, as per the consent given by everyone, which is all the senior judges, the collegium, which is a collective of judges, and also the judge who were transferred. So in this case, there are 4 judges who are transferred, including Justice Muralidharan. All of them have given their consent to get transferred. Now, having said that, uh, when this judgment came where Delhi police was pulled up, the government notified the transfer. That means, as per the process, whatever judgment any judge gives on that day, if he is transferred on that same day, all the judgments are null and void. So I think it was on the part very important activity that government of India had to do in order to keep the morale of Delhi police high, is to just make sure that the judgment which is sort of negative in favor of Delhi police does not affect their morale. So they transferred the judge, because anyway the judge is transferred. All they had to do is basically notify this order. They notified, and consequently all the judgments given by in the middle of the night at 1:30 and also in the afternoon at 2:30 on the same day are null and void. Basically, there is no follow up. This particular judge cannot make a follow up. Hence, the Delhi police now get at least 6 weeks to respond, not one day. So now everything is fallen in place. Delhi police has enough time. Delhi police has filed a lot of FIRs. They are investigating, and they can submit a proper response. So, that is what they needed also. So this is what has happened last week with regard to transfer of Justice Muralidharan. Even though it has been politicized, but I don't think the political parties have any legal standpoint. They can just make noise and they can probably fool some people. But as far as legal system is concerned, as far as the process is concerned, there's nothing wrong in doing this. And Government of India ensured that the morale of police, which was very important at that point in time, is also kept high. So this is my analysis on this issue. I will meet you again tomorrow with some more analytics. Till then, bye bye. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we have a very distinguished guest on our show. Her name is Leslie Rubin. She is very well known in the startup, in the CXO fraternity, and she joins us from San Francisco today. Welcome to the show, Leslie.
Hi, CK. Thank you so much for having me on here. I'm pleased to be here.
Yeah, it is our pleasure, and I think it's a few years that we have spoken. But I think, look, what the lockdown has done, and we are talking to each other after a few years.
I love it. I love being able to reconnect with people during this time. Great opportunity to do so.
Right. So we are on day 14 today, and India is under total lockdown. And as you know, India is a big population, so there are some issues going on with the control and supply chain, etc. How does that look like in San Francisco?
Sure. So we're in day, I don't know by day, but this is our third week in this shelter in place in California. People are pretty good as far as adhering to it. I think most of us are trying to get outside and exercise when we can, maintaining our physical and social distance as required. It's been difficult, but I will say from a business perspective, it's really been a great opportunity, and happy to share more on that.
This is perfect. I think the more important aspect in order to control the pandemic is to follow the law, follow the process. Tell me, Leslie, you have been in the industry for almost 2 decades. You had vast experience working with very large corporations and also with some of the very popular names in the industry. Do you see any downturn in the business sentiments?
Well, I would say more than anything, CK, that businesses are trying to adjust day to day. So I am following the stock market. I do listen to a couple of different market watch podcast or listen to podcasts, as well as watch some live videos that are coming through on LinkedIn. I would say that the companies that I've worked really closely with, SAP, Cisco, Oracle, are all trying to shift and do business in this new business climate. I'm not going with a new business, this is new normal, because this is the new right now. Our business climate is going through a universal shift. Our planet is going through a universal shift. So we're all trying to adjust to what it's like day to day. We've all got strategic visions within the corporations, within our own businesses, and we're trying to keep that as a North Star, but we're needing to adjust to what that might look like day to day. The better part of it, and the guidance that I think I'm sticking to and that I'm seeing most of my clients adhere to, is really checking in with their clients, checking in with people on their teams, and really trying to maintain that connection while still trying to do sales and adhere to what the investors are looking for. But I think the market right now is giving a little bit of leeway to those companies that are pretty high profile, because they see them as bellwether and being able to set the pace for what this might look like when we come out of it. So people are really just, what are we doing day to day, but still trying to maintain that North Star and their vision and strategy. So continuing to look forward as much as they can.
So this lockdown has given a new opportunity for your business in particular, I guess?
It has. And I would say that I authored a book a couple of years ago let me grab that. I authored a book called Meaning. And this was a book written, focused on how leaders communicate during opportunity and crisis. So we interviewed 10 to 12 different really amazing executives and leaders, and they were able to share what it was like for them on introducing new things into their business, letting people know that, yeah, we're in a situation right now, but how to maintain focus. And it was a pleasure to do it, but it was my business as a whole, as far as strategic and executive communications, has been busy because people are trying to figure out, how do we maintain our message? How do we put out a different message? How do we keep our teams calm and focused?
Great. I think this situation that the world is dealing with right now will open up the new avenues. It will open up the new ways of doing things. I think you are doing a great job. Your company is leading from the front.
Yeah, I hope so. I do think this is a new opportunity for everyone. Some of the core things that I'm giving to my clients, as well as to people that I'm mentoring, excuse me, are being able to be comfortable with ambiguity. We don't have all the information right now. Every day is different, and day to day, we just have to deal with what we have. The second point is, people will really remember what we're like as leaders in this time. So if we're maintaining our calm, if we're maintaining our focus, people will remember that. And then third, this is an opportunity for all of us to look at this as maybe a growth phase. and developmental phase. So what are we doing differently? Having some fun in this? Are we taking a different type of an online class, a master's class on learning to cook? Are we doing something different to enhance our brand? Are we taking a brand, personal brand building class? So really looking at this as a different opportunity and knowing that we will come out of it. We will be different as people. We'll be different as a world.
I think I get a very profound message of what you're talking. I think it's a time for all of us to look back and recollect ourselves and see where we are going, re-strategize ourselves, re-strategize our team. I think your message is very profound. Now, having said this, I have one more question.
Sure.
The question is regarding the non-virtual world. Some of the business can transition to the virtual platforms, but then there are many businesses like manufacturing, farming, and likes of those which cannot become virtual. So, do you see or you have an opinion on what the governments of various countries should do after this pandemic is in control to revive the business sentiments?
Well, I can't speak for what the governments might do, but I do have clients that I speak to. I'll use a company like John Deere. There are clients like Genentech, there are others like Bayer, and currently they are essential businesses. So they're going to be the examples of what companies should do coming out of this. So the examples might be fewer people are going into the workplace right now, but they're still keeping the processes rolling because they have to, and we rely on those businesses. I talked a little bit earlier about opportunity. Companies may need to shift their business strategy. Look at a company like Gap or Banana Republic or other designers. They're needing to look at how they can supply for the medical industry when there's shortages of masks. So I kind of shift that question back to there are companies that will maintain what they're doing now, and they'll have to change some of the processes to continue to be successful, continue to have people come into the office and work. And then there are other companies who will need to look at what is our business approach? How can we be significant in this current climate? And maybe supply things differently. Instead of making denim jeans, I may be able to have to make surgical clothing or surgical masks. So, there's the companies that are keep on moving and doing their thing because they're essential businesses, and then there are those that will have to shift their business strategy to help now and potentially into the future to maintain relevance.
I think your words of wisdom are very important. And I think there are a lot of people who are trying to do this, what you're saying. And in fact, your company, which is called Image Matters, is also working with some of these leaders and some of these large organizations to steer in the right direction. But then I see every day there are a lot of other people who are finding it tough to adjust. And I think there will be a huge learning curve for them. So I personally believe that your company and yourself as a leader can bring a lot of difference.
Thank you on that. I really appreciate the recognition. And my company, Image Matters Advisors, we do work with C-level executives as well as companies to help them with their strategic communication platforms. And right now is the best time to readjust or to develop new messaging and helping those people that are having difficulty with the work from home or the shelter in place. And it is difficult for people who aren't used to being separate from their office and not just walking down the hall and having that water cooler conversation. So every company is needing to readjust how they're effectively talking to their employees, be it video, be it virtual cocktail sessions or virtual check-ins and parties. I know a couple of different companies that are doing weekly themed parties. So having some fun with this, as well as business is not as usual right now, and really recognizing that and checking in with your employees is truly important. Maintaining that connection in a different way.
Leslie, it has been my greatest pleasure talking to you, even though it was few years of gap, because I think we were doing different things in different part of the world. But I really feel happy to reconnect with you, and I wish you all the best. Uh, have success in life, work, recreate the history as you're doing it already, and we will find another opportunity very soon to talk to you.
We will. CK, thank you so much for having me on, and all the best to you, and be safe and healthy, and I know we'll connect again. It's like we hadn't spoken in years but picked up where we left off, so I appreciate that. And thank you to all the people who are listening to this, and please feel free to connect with me via my website. Information at Image Matters Advisors is an email address you can use. Matters, MATTERZ. So I welcome the questions and inquiries. So thank you again, CK.
Thank you, Leslie. Bye-bye for today.
All the best. All the best to you. Thank you.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. So today, as you know, we have Sitesh Srivastava from Johannesburg, South Africa, and he has a deep interest in corporate training, and he has been training a lot of professionals, marketing professionals, IT professionals, and he is a very good orator. He has been doing some radio shows, they are wonderful. So without wasting any time, I would like to welcome Sitesh Srivastava. Welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Kanchan, namaste, welcome. Good to talk to you every day. Look forward for it. Let's start.
Yes, as you know, we had been discussing about communication, and due to this pandemic, there's a lot of communication barrier which has come across because there's social distancing, and we are stick to technology like phones, and we have to talk through phones only. And I have also heard many incidents like depression and concerning all diseases. So what I feel is that communication is very, very essential, and we should try to speak straight from heart rather than hiding it or not speaking correctly or not speaking honestly. So I think everybody should have a habit of communicating from heart and come out with the ideas and desires, isn't it?
Kanchan, you mentioned about speaking from the heart, and I must tell you, the best kind of communication, the best speeches, the best communication comes from the non-verbal part of it, which adds to the glory and the glamour of what is being said by the mouth, by the words. So, as we were discussing yesterday, non-verbal communication across the communities, across cultures, across countries, it is a wonderful part of the communication which generally is missed by when we trying to connect with some people who are outside our cultural boundaries. Within our own cultural boundaries in India, as we know, there are every 500 kilometers the culture changes in India, and therefore the communication becomes not just the words, not just the grammar, not just the spoken sentences, but it also becomes the non-verbal part of it. And to tell you the fact, there are so many connotations, so many contextual, so many non-verbal eye contact, facial expressions, standing close to each other, and making the different kind of use of face muscles. So non-verbal communication holds a very, very important weight on what is being said. And I always try to give it by examples. As you know, in Japan, where I have worked for a long time, we have seen they do bow in front of someone. And bowing in Japanese culture is showing a mark of respect. In India, we do this, which is namaste, which is, we don't even say, but this means a communication has been done. In Japanese, if someone has to say, don't do it, they do it like this. This is called don't do it. They call it dame. Then if something is okay, this is the way they say it in Japanese, okay. They don't say anything about it. If this is like this is more about like money. I don't have it, or I have it, money. I do it for a money. So these are this is just a small sample of non-verbal communication. And all the great speakers, all the great communicators that we have known in the recorded history, they had this gift of gab, non-verbal communication techniques, because like a poet would say, Kanchan, the heart speaks better not in terms of words, but in terms of expressions. And most of those expressions are non-verbal.
Yes.
What do you say?
Yes, very well defined. And I think that if it is a good communication, then it's like a therapy, and people enjoy listening again and again. And if it's a bad communication, then it leaves a bad taste. So communication is very powerful, and when we are discussing about gestures and the body language, which is an internal part of doing a good communication. So when we are yes, when we are talking about gestures, would you like to say we had been discussing gesture, but in the Indian context, how we can improve, and what is the best age to put children in doing a good communication, and they should enhance their communication better.
So Kanchan, we teach our children, our youngsters about communicating more in terms of words, more in terms of sentences, more in terms about spoken language part of it. What we really want to do is that we must actually inculcate the gesture part of it in any communication, the gesture, the non-verbal part of it, and trying to bring a balance between the spoken word and the non-verbal part. That is what we need to bring into a daily practice with our children, with our students, with our youngsters. More so in this today's highly addictive digital world, the interpersonal skills, I see there a drop because of the not a single spoken word being used, rather than a written word is more commonplace. Now in written word, someone writes it and someone reads it. And when someone reads, there is no control over the mental image that the reader makes after reading that. So that means the spoken word has taken a back seat in today's too much of digital world. And therefore, the youngsters, we call them millennials or Gen X, Gen Z, it is important for them to learn the language as it is spoken, and a clear distinction has to be made between the written word and the spoken word. And these two are two different realms, and both of them need to be supported with the non-verbal part equally. And that is something which comes with a time, and gesture as part of a curriculum would be definitely an interesting subject and interesting curriculum that needs to be brought into the schools. Probably in the schools, in the colleges, in the universities, I see students getting into this through the performing arts, the theater, sometimes in elocution, which was a debate some time back. But I think that can become a formal subject. Why not?
Okay, so it was a quite interesting suggestion you have put forward. Does culture also play an important role in developing a communication skill?
Yes, yes, Kanchan. I can tell you with my experience from the Indian part, definitely we have so much to basically learn from. As I told you that every 500 kilometers in India, the culture changes. Um, in Japan, shaking a hand is not a commonplace, and therefore a bow, which takes an important part of the Japanese culture. And to tell the viewers and the listeners, uh, it depends on how much do you bow. Whether it is a 90-degree or even lesser or even more. The depending on the bow in front of the person shows the respect. If two people are bowing both on the 90 degrees, it shows some kind of a very, very close trust. And I have been told, Kanchan, when somebody bows in front of another person in a Japanese culture, that says that I trust you with so much of integrity that even if you take down my neck, it will be okay for me. I trust you so much. Similarly, in South Africa, where I work, in South Africa, there are non-verbal communication, and one interesting part that I have noticed, they stand very close. And sometimes from the Westerner side, people who come from the West, I come from East, but sometimes that standing too close can become uncomfortable. But that is the part of the non-verbal communication that we pick up as we work nationally in India as well as internationally. And I'm telling you, there are orientation classes by the HRs of the companies, but there needs to be an orientation classes for the students, for the children, for the college going students everywhere, and not just in India. So even some South African people, when they come to work in India, they need to understand the non-verbal communication part in India. Now in India, this means something interesting. I like it. But for a South African guy, this would be different. For a Japanese guy, they definitely don't understand the shake hand part, which is so common to the Indians as well as the other Western countries, even in South Africa for that matter. So non-verbal communication, Kanchan, is actually an unexplored area, I must tell you. And more, as you said, I work with the radio also and talk to the guests on radio. I realize that in his speaking, there are some non-verbal clues that we give in his speaking by taking a long pause, a small pause, changing our tones, making it much bigger, making it far. So there are so many things which may be put into some kind of a curriculum. And if that happens, I would be a happy man, Kanchan.
Yes, it's wonderful talking to you, and it was so good to take the inputs, which is very, very crucial. We'll extend this topic further tomorrow. Till then, take care. Bye-bye.
Namaste as another non-verbal communication, and I want to end the note with this part. Non-verbal communication is the authenticity of the personality who can showcase it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and I welcome you all on this edition of CEO Roundtable. So, let me quickly introduce our panelists. First, Mr. Naval Gund, who is the chairman of Mindfit Limited, and he joins us from UK.
Good morning, everybody.
Second, Ms. Farida Charania, she is the CEO of Career Zone. She joins us from Singapore.
Hello, everyone.
And third, Ms. Kanchan Verma, she is the CEO of Akulmach Technologies, and she joins us from India.
Hello, everybody.
So I welcome you all, and the topic for discussion for today is really the work of the future, which is going to be digital. That's the topic for today, and what it takes to get on the digital bandwagon. Because I think it's clear to everyone, all professionals, that digital is the way to go forward. But what it takes and what are the pitfalls, I think that is what we will discuss in this discussion today. So, Naval, you have an opinion on this subject.
I do have an opinion, but I'm going to let ladies go first here because we're trying to get more women back into the workplace because we've been sadly lacking that over the years, and their views and ideas I think should be aired first. So over to you, ladies. You can fight over who's going to go first, but over to you.
Okay, I'll take this.
Good.
Future of work has been discussed so much in the recent years, and in fact, I've had a 3-week discussion on future of work because we had a Thai Singapore event for 2 weeks, and now we have Singapore FinTech Festival. We have the Switch Festival. So, future of work has been discussed very extensively. In fact, the Singapore government has made an official statement saying that future of work is digital. And we are seeing that. Now, work is central to human experience because it provides income, identity, and meaning, right, to people's lives. And trauma of a job loss is second only to death of a loved one because it impacts a person really, really in a tough manner. There are a lot of things which are happening, but one of the things that kind of comes very starkly out of all of this is that globalization has happened at a very fast speed. And the COVID situation has accelerated this behavior by sudden shock, sudden action, because everyone was trying to grapple with the situation. So today we sit 1 year down into the pandemic by looking at our globalization, comfortable working from homes, comfortable working on projects in any part of the world. And then we also have our 3 A's of technology because automation, algorithms, and artificial intelligence. So that convergence has made it even easier. So people who can actually deliver their services online are finding new ways to do it. So I think future of work is going to be very gig based. It's no longer going to be a job. It's mostly going to be completion of task. And then most organizations have come to believe that strengthen the core and flex the non-core. So there are certain workers that you would kind of need on a regular basis, and those jobs probably are middle-level jobs. But if you look at the very low-level jobs or you look at the very high-end management level jobs, those are not a full-time requisition. So for instance, if you take like a finance department, the CFO is probably someone who's a permanent fixture because they are required through the companies whenever the company actually needs them, so they need to be there. But then there are projects within that, audit projects which are again cyclical, or financial control activities which are again cyclical, and those might not be something that you need permanently or regularly. So these kind of jobs, they are high end but not permanent. Those would be divided as well. That's a trend that I'm seeing because this is my business. I talk to a lot of people who are hiring authorities, and this is what I hear from them. So I think future of work is going to look very different. It will create more jobs because artificial intelligence is not here to take away people's jobs. It's here to augment their experience. It will get them to do more work, but then whatever is repetitive will get replaced. Anything that can be a process that will get replaced. So when we talk about future of work, there are a lot of question marks, but the trend shows that, in fact, I read a research report very recently which says that in the US, 55% of senior management will actually be part of the gig economy. So they would be paid for completion of what has been assigned to them rather than just being there as a part of the company. So that's kind of my take on it. I'm open to discussion because this is an interesting topic, and I'm sure it's close to many people's heart and to mind as well, because people would be tracking it.
So I feel that New Year is round the corner, and now we have lot of jobs and lot of educational platform, and many people have understood and they are coming on digital platform. Now, what I feel is the high demand job in 2021 will be accountant, HR professional, operations professionals, IT professionals, or web designer. Now, the need of the hour is people should be open to take up not one skill, but multiple skills. So I put it like maybe a hybrid role is what we are looking at. Somebody who's interested in doing administrative work, he should be open to do operational work also. And I also feel that jobs like designer, graphic designers, creatives, digital marketing specialists, these jobs will be in high demand. So last time we have done a discussion that is there any scarcity in job market? But what I feel is that no, we have to update our skills, and we should be ready to do hybrid roles.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and it's good that we're listening to, because Farida has had literally weeks of focused energy in a small country about a very important subject. What's going to happen to the future of our economy? Because this is where we are. This is not just about businesses, small, medium, and large. This is about the future of the economy. It's about the future of young people. Tomorrow's leaders. It's the future of our education systems. So this is such a big topic that we really need to get a grasp of. And I'd like to sort of throw two pennies in here with regards to looking at the global economy, and if you like, the way that corporates have been developing over the last few years. And it's worth looking at how they've been developing, because when I had a proper job last century, sort of in the 1980s and 90s, I was working in the oil industry. And one thing about the oil industry is that we collaborate with every other oil manufacturer, every other oil developer or oil investor. There's no other market, there's no other industry that collaborates like the oil and gas industry. So I would suggest that people just have a look at how the oil industry works, because I have a feeling that this is now going to set the trend for every other industry. And let me explain a little bit more. In the 1980s and 90s, the oil industry was suffering of oil prices. So the oil price was around about $18 a barrel. You had no say of what that value per barrel was, because it was a commodity on the international market. And in many respects, it was set by OPEC. So all you had was control of your intellectual property, in other words, your people, your expertise, and that's it. That's all you had control over. And this became very important to the way you now design your company going forward. And very simply, you decide what's core and what's non-core. You have to do both. Both are important to do. But what's core, you keep in-house. What's non-core, you outsource. And we are seeing, I think we're seeing, and I hope everyone agrees with me here, I think we're seeing more and more of the gig economy evolving from this non-core arena. So let's just take a very simple exercise for a small business. Unless you're a printer, you don't actually, as a small business, print your own business cards. You go to a printer, you have a discussion with the printer, and you say, this is my logo, or can you help me design a logo? And typically a printer is a designer as well. So you design a logo, how it looks on the card. The printer will give you lots of examples of what it could look like, and then they go and do the job. That's a classic example of outsourcing. It's important to your business, but it's non-core. You're not going to go and buy a printing press. You're not going to buy the ink and buy the paper and buy the card just to print 500 or 5,000 business cards. You're going to outsource that project. And in today's language, that's a classic example of the gig economy. It's project-based. It's defined. It has a start and an end. And most of it is done outside of your eyesight. And I think this is the bit that companies are going to struggle with. It's going to have to be done outside of their eyesight. And this is where COVID has really brought the issue to home, is that some managers are in this FOMO arena where they have to be looking over the shoulder of everybody else. So that isn't the way to go. So we need to, as organizations, I think we need to take a step back, look at what we have to do, decide what's core and non-core, and outsource the non-core. Because you're never going to outsource your intellectual property, because that's yours. You know, and for people that don't understand what intellectual property is, it's things that make you tick, that gives you the competitive advantage. So it makes you win the project against somebody else winning the project. So I think if we help organizations think a little bit more, so rather than talk about artificial intelligence and the impact on jobs, etc., just look at your business, decide what's core to you. What do you need to keep in-house that no one else can do? And then the rest is non-core. Outsource it. And as Farida said, you know, there's thousands of people in that gig economy already. You know, freelancers is a word that we're going to be more and more used to as this gig economy starts to evolve. And this is where I think women have got a great opportunity, because you can choose the time you work. So that what that means is you can do all of your other, you know, chores at home. You know, whether you're a man or a woman, you choose your time to work. And there's nothing wrong with that, as long as it works for you. And this is the thing, we're going through a big transition here, and COVID has accelerated the transition, and it's a bit fearful for lots of people. But you need to just go with the flow and try and get ahead of that trend. As I say, this is a huge, huge subject, but I'm a bit more concerned about the 13 and 14-year-olds at school today that really aren't looking for their jobs. They're not looking into the workplace yet. But even if they did, it wouldn't look anything like it's going to be in 7 or 8 years when they join it.
So, Naval, what I will address this in a way is that I will break it down into two segments, broad segment. One is the public segment, which is the government-owned enterprises, and other is the private segment. The use of AI is very, very relevant when it comes to the government or public offices. And I will just quote few examples of the Indian government. They have been adapting very rapidly the use of AI when it comes to large applications like revenue collection, because in a country like India, it's a humongous task. Income tax filing. So a few months back, Indian government announced that for all individuals, 1.3 billion people, or roughly about 1.2 taxable people, there will be a faceless tax calculation. So the faceless basically means that you have a file, you will have a number, but who actually compute your tax in the back end is not in your control. So there is a very heavy deployment of AI because the assessment officer can be from anywhere in India. You can be located in Mumbai. Your assessment can happen out of Calcutta. So, and next time, after a few months, the same person's assessment can happen out of Chennai. So I think there is a very heavy deployment of AI in the government sector. But when it comes to private sector and especially the mid segment and the startup community, uh, the gig economy is really shaping up. In fact, it is already there in a very big way. And all the marketing gurus are saying that almost 50% of the workforce for the private consumption would be contract labor. So whether you are senior or whether you are a junior guy, almost 50% of those workforce will come on contract. So as Farida said, if you are a CFO material, you will be part of gig economy, and your deliverables will be dependent on your experience and what value you bring. As Naval also said, value proposition, IPR, and those kind of things. So all these concepts are very relevant, and people have to learn to use these these techniques to drive their paychecks when it comes to gig economy. It cannot happen that a person with 20 years experience in finance go for a go at the same price as a 2 years experience person. But the price, the valuation, the equity will be driven by the person himself, what he can bring on the table as a gig employee. So I think that I would like to address it this way so that we can focus on only 50% of the market, which is the private sector. And of that, 50% is going to be gig, and rest of this will be managed um, by the virtual office. So since I'm making the comment about virtual office, the uh, age of brick and mortar establishment is slowly going away. Google has already announced that for 3 years they will not call their employees back to work, and that means they're allowing their employees to work from home, and that brings a peculiar situation because now the managers will have to live with the personal life of the employee while they are delivering work. So I think the challenge in terms of adapting gig economy is there, but at the same time there is also a social angle which is coming up and becoming very relevant. So Kanchan, what do you have to say about that?
What I feel, I just want to tell our panelists that by 2022, we are coming up with a new parliament with the paperless function. So what I have, I'm quite optimistic when it comes to digital platform because there are some addition and there are some usual practices which you have to lead as a professional. So when I suppose if I am a company owner and I have to hire, so I have to hire people with a different skill set, and at the same time I have to take care about the employee wellness and satisfaction. So that is where I feel we are moving towards that. And apart for generation of revenue, I think there's no initially in 2020 there was a little dip, but now it's accelerating, and people are finding out small opportunities and big opportunities, and they are ready to cope up with this new change, and they are also very easygoing when it comes to digital platform. They are learning new skill in digital arena. So what I feel, though Chanka had explained the economy aspect, but what I feel maybe in coming years, like Singapore, they've already announced there will be all digital working platforms for everything. So I'm quite optimistic, and I feel that yes, we have to hire, we have to take up different skill set. Company owners have to hire maybe more contingent of workforce, and they have to be flexibility in their investment. And yes, employees should be ready to work double roles.
I like to pick up here. So, Kanchan just mentioned that employees should be happy at work. And yesterday I was part of a HR roundtable, a CXO roundtable, and there was a poll which was conducted. And out of the 5 or 6 things that CHROs are looking for, the most important thing was that they are finding it extremely difficult to keep the employees engaged in isolation, because there are new joiners who have joined, and we are all social animals, so it's very difficult to keep employees engaged. But having said that, I think there will be a solution. It's a drivable behavior and people will get used to it over a period of time, and it could be taken care of. But I think the good part which is coming out of this is that it makes the cost variable. So you have the same amount of money to spend in your resources, but you have flexibility, fluidity, and optionality, as I would put it, because you are able to choose where you want to invest that money or where you want to spend that money. And also, we are looking at re-aggregated organizations, because now everyone is looking at a flexible. So, like I said in the beginning, that strengthen the core and flex the non-core, right? So it's, so that's what I see. Like the stomach muscles are tightened, and the arm muscles are being flexed, because you want to make sure that it's movable. It can be, money could be put where you actually need it to work. So it's not all that bad, but at any point in time when there is a change, it's never sudden, because it comes over a period of time. This is a very, very different situation, because COVID response actually, accelerated everything. But any which ways, this is nothing new, because people were going towards that way. And gig economy, because there were so many platforms which came up providing opportunities for gig workers. There are so many freelancers now who basically work for 6 months a year and take the next 6 months off, because that's the lifestyle that they choose. So it's not all that bad, but it's not all that hunky-dory, because at any point in time, any change takes time, and change is always difficult. So it's going to be a lot of moving pieces, but when you are mid-air, you don't have the option to land and fix something if something is broken. So there is no hard reset. We all need to, move with the times and get used to it and try to fix things mid-air. So I think the only way forward is adapt and move on.
That's a really good way to be. Adapt and move on. I mean, we are built to be adaptable, by the way. We are physically born to be adaptable, to think differently. Now is the time when it's going to come up to use it. I think I'd just like to throw in a bit of a wild card here, in that in the UK, we also rely, despite the fact that this gig economy has been around for some time, we have something called IR35, which I wouldn't worry about, but basically it's easier for the government to deal with a PAYE, in other words, an employee of an organization, because you're taxed at source. It's not so easy, actually, to deal with contractors, because you have to rely upon them supplying their information. Taxi drivers, chefs, I mean, all of this gig economy arena that we've been used to for so long. And interestingly enough, in the last 2 years, the tax authorities in the UK, I was talking to a senior tax inspector literally earlier this week, and I just said to her that the tax arena in the UK is going against the trends of work. So the trends of work are gig economy. So you've got lots and lots of projects that you're going to be working on, which means you are an independent. You're a consultant. You are no longer an employee of an organization. And yet all the tax implications over the last 2 years have tightened up, actually, to stop the gig economy growing. So although, Chandra, you say about we need to think of the public sector and the private sector from an employee point of view, which is slightly different, we need to remember that the private sector is dictated to by the public sector tax regime, the environment that we are allowed to operate within. So what it means is, for a lot of people out there, they need to think about looking after their own taxes. Now, this is a huge issue, to be honest with you, Because if you're an employee, you leave school at 16, 18 or 21 and you go and work for a company, they just take care of all of your taxes. No matter where you are in the world, you know, they pay your taxes for you. They take it out of your salary and you don't have to worry about it until the year end. But then you know that you've probably paid just about the right amount of tax. When you move into the gig economy, you're now responsible. So you now become an entrepreneur. You really do need to think differently. And this is what we're not getting people ready for, to be part of the gig economy. But there's going to be loads of work out there. I have no doubt in my mind whatsoever that if you want to work, there'll be work there. AI will create more work than actually taking jobs away. And I think Farida said that already. So, the biggest issue here is we need to be preparing people for the future. So part of this round table here, I think, hopefully, is not just telling people what to expect next year, but for those younger people, what to expect in 7 or 8 years' time. Because now you need to get yourself ready for this. It's coming. Please don't think it's not coming. It will be different in 7 or 8 years' time than it is today. But get yourself ready for that change. Find out what's going on out there currently. You know, if you're not in full-time work and you're in full-time education, now's the time to find out what's happening in the world. And you could actually be part of that gig economy tomorrow, because there's lots of opportunities for you to put what you've got out there, whether you're a designer, any type of practitioner, whether you do art or anything like that, something that's of interest to you, you can actually start to put yourself out there. One thing I would say is the work trends of the future will be the same as today. Your network will be your most valuable asset. So network with as many people as you can, which will make you a better person anyway, but it will give you options for the future. So go and join Facebook, go and join LinkedIn, join the groups, get that experience. So no matter what age group, you can start doing something for yourself. We've covered a huge amount of ground here today, Chandra. I'm not too sure quite where we were going to go with this, because it's never scripted. People just say what they feel. But for me, it's been enlightening, because we are talking globally here, and people can be listening from a global perspective.
So,
I like to just add, I like to add something to this. So one way is basically, preparing people for the future. But I also feel that the younger generation is getting prepared without any, special effort. The reason is that people like me, we have never used a typewriter, because by the time we grew up and started working, you were already computerized and, you were trending towards that. So I didn't need special training to move from typewriter to the computer. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I think nowadays the kids, they actually, hardly use a laptop or a desktop, because they have their smart tabs or smartphones and they use everything on that. So they are getting prepared. So, in a way that if you look at it, one way is, people who are probably, in the mid of their career, they need preparation more than the younger kids, because we will have to adapt. But them, they are already adapted and they are moving forward because they don't know anything else. This is the way that they've been growing up. If my child tomorrow is kind of referred to as a gig worker, my child is going to give like a look, what? Because everyone is going to be a gig worker in some form or the other. So yes, I think the preparation is more for us who still have a few more years to go in our career, but not so much for the younger people.
So I think all the panelists have made very good point, and I would like to summarize by giving information to our viewers. And some of these points are related to the taxation, as Neville said, and also about preparation, as Farida said, and also Kanchan talked about multitasking, ability to do multiple jobs to stay relevant. So I would like to I would like to provide two information to the viewers which are very relevant, because if people are preparing for the future, the Indian government, and India is a very large country with a lot of people. India has already moved ahead, and today in the digital payment area is number one, and that is sheer because of the number of citizens we have here. And by no means I'm saying that we are covering the entire India. The people who are using the online tax platform or online tax payment platform are not more than 20%, but that 20% takes you ahead globally because the sheer numbers are very large. So the government of India realized that the Indian workforce has to be ready for gig economy for next 5 years, and that is why they have introduced something called GST, which is a very big project. And for last 2 years, all businessmen are filing their returns online every month. So we are moving away from the traditional method of filing tax returns every year. We are making money, depositing tax every month, and moving on. And for doing that, certain businesses are also getting incentives, because if you are doing that on time, then the government of India will calculate incentives and return some of these tax to you after a quarter or so. So I think that the activity is stabilizing. It is not completely stable. It is stabilizing, but people have got used to this GST formula, where when you receive a payment, the GST is automatically calculated and paid to the government. So it is no longer a difficult situation for anyone to remember what expenses they incurred at the end of the year, how much money they made, and accordingly, they should not be worried about that they have not paid the taxes. So I think that portion of problem has been taken care largely. The second one, in order to support all these people, 1.3 billion people, or maybe half of that, you need a very strong network. When I say network, is basically the physical network which will allow bandwidth, and that has been a big problem, and not for India, but I think for it's a global problem. That is why we're talking about 5G, or Elon Musk is talking about Starlink. But 2 days back, a very ingenious plan has been introduced in India. It is called PM Vani. So, for the benefit of Neville, let me translate Vani. It is an abbreviation of Wide Area Network of India, but Vani actually in our local language means voice. So PM is Prime Minister. So it is a program which has been launched just 2 days back, and what that will enable is everyone in their household without any licensing will be able to share their Wi-Fi. So for example, if we have a Wi-Fi, I can share it, and if somebody is walking by outside the house, and if they are hooked on to that Wi-Fi, they can use my Wi-Fi. Basically, every individual with Wi-Fi can create a Wi-Fi network within his home or office or shop, and that will increase the bandwidth. Like it will solve the bandwidth problem. The Wi-Fi will be available across length and breadth, and that will solve a lot of these problems of reaching out, launching new applications like virtual office, tax filing on the move, and things like that. So I think, as you said, Neville, this is a very large subject. We are just giving information and asking our viewers to get ready. And if they are not ready yet, I think it's high time to get ready with the gig economy, because 40 to 50% of the people will be contract employees, whatever it takes.
Very true.
So if there are no comments, I would like to close the discussion for today. And we will catch up next week. And thank you for finding time to join us this week. And really pleasure talking to you to discuss this very important subject, which affects all of us.
Thanks,
Thank you
CK.
very much.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, bye-bye. Thank you for sharing your time with us. Thank you, and have a good weekend, everyone. Bye for now.
Cheerio.
Bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. And this Friday, I would like to welcome all viewers on the edition of CEO Roundtable. And we have very distinguished panel today. I will introduce our first panelist, Mr. Satya Madala. He is a CEO of a very emerging and pioneering company, which is known as Single Point Solution. Welcome to CEO Roundtable, Satya.
Thank you very much, CK. So thank you very much for introducing me to this panel.
Most welcome. Now, our second panelist is Mr. Neval Gund. He is the chairman of Mindfit Limited from UK, and he has a vast experience of working with global organizations. And now he is helping young population of the world, works with many companies across the world, and he also works with us. Welcome to CEO Roundtable, Neval.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Looking forward to an interesting discussion. I'm sure it'll get heated because it's about the future of the world, not just individual countries.
Certainly, Neval. Our next guest is Ms. Farida Charania. She is joining us from Singapore, and she is the CEO of HR organization known as Career Zoom. So welcome to the panel, Farida.
Thank you, CK. Lovely to meet all of you again, and hello to all our viewers.
And our last panelist is Ms. Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmach Technologies and she's from India. Welcome, Kanchan.
Hello, thank you, CK, and good morning, good afternoon to everybody. How are you doing?
Great. So now, after the brief introduction, let me start the discussion. So today's discussion is about the skills gap. And let me explain what is skill gap. See, we are all talking about India in particular, and we can discuss the global influence on India or versa. The industry was moving very fast, and there was always a gap in the skills which are being churned out from the industry or from the universities. So that gap was existing in our industry across all multiple segments of business. After the pandemic, the skills gap has even broadened. So we thought that today is a very special day when Prime Minister of India came on TV and he announced the new education policy changing from the year-old 10 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5, whatever it was, to 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 5. So this roll out in India, and it will have unprecedented, I would like to use this word, what Neville used, changes in the next generation, which is going to come out from India. In terms of the skills, because the skills will be imparted early on. So the point of discussion today is the skills gap that exists in India, and I would like to invite Satya and ask this question because he is day in day out grappling with this situation because he is a CEO of multiple companies, and across all tech work that his companies does, he faced this issue. So Satya, what is your opinion on this discussion point that we are talking about?
Yeah, CK, like coming, when we are entering into this topic, actually, I wanted to address it.
So Kanchan, I think we have lost line with Satya. Would you like to take this question?
Yes, I feel the skill gap is real, and there are so many problems employer are facing due to skill gap, and this leads to unemployment. And with this pandemic, it's on. So the new digitization is done, and due to this digitization, also many people, many professionals are not comfortable because they are not one to one. They are not talking one to one. They're not able to do that, and that's why they feel that they are not having a real time interaction with the people. Now when we talk about skill gap, there are people are professional, they really have the knowledge, but then there are few things which are missing out. Like, for example, if we take a technology person was not able to put forward his ideas and how he want to convince people when it comes to taking up the business. So this is a very real thing, and it's very painful also, because people have the ability, but there's something which is missing and they are not able to put forward and take up the decision and do a productive contribution.
Okay, so Farida, I think you have also worked in India, and then although you have moved out of India for many years, but you have a lot of connections with the industry here, and also in Singapore and also in UK. And I'm sure this is a common subject across all countries. There is always a skills gap. In India, obviously, there is a skill gap, but I'm sure there is skill gap everywhere. So, what is your opinion about whether this situation is real or it's just a myth?
I think there are no myths, because this is real, and we feel the pain, because we feel the pain when suddenly because some geographies are very good in certain skills, and some geographies are not that advanced in those skills. They still have developmental areas. And today, when the easy travel is being, kind of completely controlled, or it's almost shut down for so many months, we feel the pain. So I think, firstly, my humble opinion is that it's not a myth; it's a real problem. Secondly, if you speak about India in particular, there are a lot of skills in terms of execution skills. So there are a lot of ideas. There are skills to execute that, but I think the gap which I see, and this has been my experience speaking to my peers in the industry across border, that the most strategic middle layer, so it's not the top layer, but the most strategic middle layer is really missing. Because I think either there are people who are very probably would like to take a lead, and they can actually formulate an idea, have a vision, and then there are people who will probably do those things. But the key component where I see a gap is that skill to bring all of that together. The curator of results, basically somebody who will speak the lingo on both sides, is missing. So and that's a real problem. That's a real gap that I see.
So let me ask this question from Naval, because Naval is the most experienced among the panelists today. He has a lot of experience working with multiple global organizations. So Naval, what do you think, right from beginning when you started your career many years back till today or till yesterday, did you feel any skill gap while working with your colleagues?
Well, it's a fascinating question, and both Farida and Kenshin mentioned the pain. This isn't a myth; it's a reality. There is pain in what organisations are doing. We feel it throughout the organisations. People, even if they've got a fantastic idea, they can't get that message over. They can't explain themselves to get other people enthused about it. I mean, it's quite clear. It's quite clear that they're enthused and excited, but other people aren't. And we've only got to look at, you asked me, go back all those years. Let's all go back all those years. Let's all go back to the classroom. When we were sort of 5, maybe 6 years old, and we're sitting in the classroom, and the teacher asked for a volunteer. Did you volunteer? I did. I was always volunteering for everything. No, well, there you go. You see, we've got one honest member of the panel this morning, and it starts then, because if you volunteer, you've got something different. It's nothing about this isn't about academics. The skills gap isn't about being academic. It's about having those soft skills and the other things that underpin those soft skills, like volunteering. What makes you volunteer? Well, I was excited. I wanted to learn things. So I would always be first. My hand would always go up. You know, you end up being the teacher's pet if you're not careful. But that's up to the teacher to say, no, you've had your chance, Neville. You know, let someone else have a go. But the point is, you've only got to walk into a classroom today and walk into a. Doesn't matter what classroom you walk into, and I recommend anyone does this actually. Go into a classroom, ask permission, walk into a classroom, and be introduced and ask a question, and just see the spark in their eyes, because they'll all have a spark, but some will have a bigger spark than others, and they're the ones with the right attitude. They're the ones with the confidence, with that resilience. They don't have a fear of failure, as we might call it these days. They don't even know what failure is, frankly, because they couldn't explain it, even if they saw it. But just look at it, and you'll find about 10% will volunteer. Now, that's not good enough, frankly. That is really not good enough for the future of organisations, for the future of the country. So although India has gone through this massive restructuring in the education arena, my guess is it's still academically focused. But the question for the panel is, we're talking about skills gap here. Is it an academic skills gap, or is it something else?
So I think Satya is back online. Satya, we lost you at a very important juncture where we were asking about what challenges you face because of the skill gaps across your multiple companies that you have. Would you like to take that question?
Looks like we're having a few problems. Maybe the monsoon has hit.
So I think we will ask this question from Satya once his voice is enabled. So we are trying to get this voice patched up. In the meanwhile, to answer your question, Neville, I saw the entire news today, and what the Indian government is trying to do is bridge a gap between academics and the extra skills that people are required to lead their life. So what was happening all these days is that there was a stigma which was created for last 70 years after we got independence, that if you're not doing this, then you're nothing, you're not good enough. And that stigma was created by everyone in the society, by the society itself. We can't blame anyone. It is how the society evolved. And now we have realized this. I think it's not today's realization. It was realized 30 to 40 years back. But the government of the day today had guts to change it. And I think we discussed some time back that because the students are not in school, there is nobody in colleges. So I think this is the right time to make the change. So that is why the government is making all the changes here. And the streams of the students based on their skill sets will be decided early on in their life. And they don't have to wait till they become adolescent or go to college to determine what they want to do in life. Like for all of us, it was like that. We study because we will get a job. But now in the new system, it will not be entirely academic. So I think that is what I'm gathering from reading and also watching the news.
Just I wanted to add one more point, CK here. The thing is, like the institutions, actually, the universities or colleges, just they need to take a rapid step to improve the skills. Actually, they are more concentrating on academics. I don't think they are concentrating more on improving the skills. So simply, actually, just even as you said, like the society, and they are looking at actually what is the rank the candidate is getting, and what the marks they are getting, and what is the percentage. So they're concentrating much on it, but they're not concentrating on communication skills and technology skills, and they are not trying to improve practical skills, wherein actually you see, if you take Hyderabad, so people actually, there was so many institutions who is training on this IT skills, but they are not just they're training them and sending them out, but actually they are not looking at how the candidate is coming out with a some sort of experience. So they are not looking at, so people actually, even society or parents or the institutions or government, everybody, they need to take a rapid step to improve the skills. So practical skills, actually it requires some infrastructure also. Not only from these institutions, even from a government side also, they need to provide some sort of. If you take a China, actually, I have some Chinese friends are there. So just they created infrastructure, and if the candidate wanted to go into some sort of sector, so they can go and train in the labs, and they can apply their mind and improve their skills. But when it comes to India, to improve their skills, so colleges or government or society, they required to provide some sort of infrastructure to improve their skills. So that's what I found in Indian market, wherein actually it is possible. It is possible, and wherein actually it won't take much. Like financials are. It won't take much time also, but they need to provide some sort of infrastructure towards to that that candidate, practical, what you call, like a practical things required to improve their skills from the candidate side. So my observation is, wherein actually when I call somebody, we are maintaining some domestic placements also, domestic resource placement. But when it comes to candidate, actually candidates are quite well, and so they are able to just pass their some sort of levels, but very less people, say almost 60%, 60 to 65%, they're failing at practicals. So if they can concentrate on that area, so you can close the gap. So the skill gap can be closed in that way.
So, Satya, let me ask you this question. You have raised a very important point that the source. So, there is always a demand and supply. So, in case of human resources, also there is a demand and supply.
Yes.
And obviously, supply is coming from the colleges and universities.
Yes.
And our experience is that they are not doing enough. So, I think
Yes.
one of the point which has been highlighted today is that the universities have to change their curriculum. I think with the new education policy, I think that will fall in place. But today we do not have a solution. So let's discuss about today. Satya, your organization, yourself, you are well known globally. You are among the top 30 recognized technical person globally. Your
Yeah.
companies are doing pioneering job. You
Yeah.
have realized the opportunity at early stage, and you're trying to bring the change to the people for India as well as around the globe. So, what you need as a company to succeed, because obviously you need people, you need skills, you need infrastructure, you need government. So, what is that you need from the skills perspective to make your company successful?
See, here again, coming to this point, actually we required some sort of experienced guys in the market to come up with the new products. But the problem here is, everybody is concentrating on particular sector. Not that it is not enough for from the candidate side. Candidates should be trained on known technologies and different technologies, and we require a multi-talented people. So the institutions are actually the colleges or universities, just they're particularly concentrating on particular technology. Not that it is not enough at all. So nowadays actually in IT, if you take IT, um, actually the technologies are overlapping. So the plugins, whatever the companies, Microsoft or other companies, they are coming. Actually, they are coming up with the overlap plugins. So to manage that, the particular skill set is not enough. So people, actually candidates required to train on multi skills, multi technologies. So that's what we require for the companies, and particularly for a product-based company. So product-based company, what they do is when they architect the product, actually they bring a multi-technology into the product. So when we require actually a particular technology, so we cannot hire a multi-technology people. Actually, we can hire multi-technical people. So multi-talented people and multi-technology people we require as a company. So we are feeling the gap in the market. At the same time, we are wasting our time by training them in the particular technology, and in a particular the plugin or whatever the technology they are coming up with. So we are training them. We are wasting our time. Even if I keep my 90 days time on the particular training, so we are losing our time. So it is costing us a lot, and at the same time, particularly it's a time. So it is impacting our deliveries, product deliveries. So I require a people who can work on a multi technology, wherein actually that is lacking in the market right now. So government or universities or private bodies who are training on this. So if they can concentrate on that area, so they can fill up the gap. That's what my view.
I think it's a fair demand from the education industry, since you're an entrepreneur. So I would like to now invite Kanchan to the discussion here, because Kanchan works with a lot of education institutes and universities. So Kanchan, you have heard other panelists saying that there is always a gap between the skills which are required and what business needs. So what would be your advice to the universities in India specifically, what they should do? Because you've heard Satya as well. He is looking for specific trained person, and he doesn't want to waste time in training him, basically hiring him, then training him, and then making him productive.
Before I come to the point which you are asking, I would like to add 2 points that every individual should be taught a kind of have growth outcome. He should be able to see that I have to grow, and then he has the ability to take up the feedback also. And this kind of soft skills start only at a very early age in the schools. And what I feel is, nowadays soft skills are not should be treated lightly. They have, few of them have become a hard skill, and they should be taught properly in the academics. It should be, it's not like a recess period or like a game period, where the children chill out and they don't take things very seriously. So I feel that time has come that people should know the growth potential. They should understand how to grow, and this kind of feeling, its kind of attitude should be inculcated when they are very young. Not, it should not start at the colleges only, it should start in the school only. So by the time they are out from their education, they know the adaptability skill, they know how to take up feedback positively. So all these things will add to this skill gap, and they can decrease it. And here the hard skill and soft skill, they should go hand in hand. And I can very well understand the pain of Mr. Satya, because he is running companies, and then he is not able to find out the exact skill set for the service or the product he want to have. So I feel that time has come. Universities and all schools should take up these things very, very seriously. Now, I have come across in one place in Hyderabad that one school is started in sixth standard animation. So animation they can start, but they can't. Why can't they start the courses like communication, listening, which is very essential part of developing a skill. If you are not able to listen, then you are not able to be productive later on. So I feel that time has come, and all depends on the universities to take up these studies. I genuinely feel that all soft skill, leaving couple of them, they should come into the hard skill parameter, not just soft skill, and it is not like a free period in a school and just chilling out time. No, it is a very serious uh, subject, and it's very it should be taken seriously, not in India but in other countries also. We require these kind of subjects and seriousness.
So, as per Kanchan, the soft skills are no longer called soft skills. These are all hard skills. But to address what Satya is talking about, his pain point, I think there has to be a forum where the new skill sets should be given like a list from the business, and universities should pick up those skills which are 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, and then churn out these trained people, so that people like Satya, and there are so many other companies across India, across the world, can leverage this new trained resource skill pool. So, Farida, we are discussing mostly in India, and you are a very your personality is very unique because you work with Indians and you work with Singaporeans, and you also work with people from England. So, what do you think we should do to resolve this issue? There are some certain solutions coming out from this panel, but from your point of view, what we should do?
Sure, I think this is an interesting discussion. Couple of things here. One, I am delighted with the changes in education system in India because it is now aligned to how the rest of the world and the most successful education systems like Finland, England, Singapore, these are the most successful systems which are exactly in this manner. So I think it is one. This is the first step in getting Indians ready towards globalization. Also, another thing is that the scaling is required to where the puck is going, not where the puck already is. So I feel that, well, I mean, there are a lot of solutions, but my opinion is that at this point in time, I would add to what Kanchan is saying that soft skills are no longer, something that can just be left. And if somebody is really smart and, like Neville said, volunteers in class to sing the national anthem, you just kind of go with them. There has to be a conscious effort to start developing these skills because yes, listening is very important. Again, that's a skill which people underestimate. But if you don't listen, you will not understand, and if you don't understand, you will not be productive. So there are a lot of with this education change, there will be some time of adjustment, and then eventually things will start falling in place. And I'm actually quite optimistic that it would fall in place. But for parents also, it's important that don't just kind of think that once we send them for an IT course, they'll find a job and that's it, because there is a serious gap between the people who have the vision and the people who execute. There is a serious gap of somebody who can project manage all of this. And if we actually kind of address that question of soft skills, then this is something which will get aligned to quite an extent. And then ideas are cheap, execution is everything. So let's see how this goes forward and how this gets executed.
In fact, the Prime Minister Modi said exactly the same thing. He said, coming out with a plan on a paper is one thing, but executing it is another thing. So I think he's working with the ministers today. He's having a very big press conference along with all the ministers and asking them to implement, roll out this policy, because I think this is the right time to roll out the new, we call it NEP, National Education Policy. So with this, let me go back to Satya, because Satya is running a company. One of his companies called Single Point Solution. which is all about the EV vehicles. EV stands for electric vehicles, and also the EV charge solution. So he's pioneering in this area. He has got the whole setup. Uh, but I think his problems, I believe as a professional myself, that his problems are multiplied simply because, uh, even the government has announced certain curbs on applications from China, but still a lot of stuff is available. In Satya's space, there is a competition. So while he has got a situation where there are not enough skills people available, at the same time, he has got a competition from China. So I would like to know his opinion. What his suggestion to the government of India would be.
Yes, okay. Now, actually, my suggestion not only to government, actually, my suggestion I wanted to bring forward to parents. That means actually, society and educational institutions, wherein actually, they are. You see, the candidates, students, they are more with the college or university. Almost 70 to 80% of their life they spend with the college or a school or something, and they spend some little time with the parent, because when they come back to house, actually they'll spend some time with the parent. When it comes to candidate, actually, so they need to motivate in a certain level. Actually, everybody needs to take their time. It's a parent or the teacher who is leading the class, or the university, whoever is taking that take lead. So, and at the same time, government. Now, first comes to actually parent. Parents required to motivate them to go in certain direction. Then after that, actually, they need to take a suggestion from class teacher or whoever is leading the. And the third one needs to take care by government. Now, when it comes to, say, for example, if the parent, taking them to some direction, wherein actually teacher or lecturer, professor will take care of them to, grow them in that particular area, and government requires to provide some sort of infrastructure. So, with the combination of these three, like we can get a good skilled people in India. So this is what my brief suggestion to everybody to fill the gap in the skill sets. So actually, first required, as Kanchan said, like the student or the candidate required to motivate them in what direction they wanted to go. So nowadays, actually, they can go in any direction and they can and they can get the job. No, there is no limitation. So there is no limitation for the skills. There is no limitation for the opportunities. So just motivate them what direction they can go on to take the opportunity. So that's what we require to send the message to society as well as the colleges and government. That's what my opinion on this skill gap.
Excellent, Satya. So I think let us ask the last opinion from Neville, because Neville is a very senior person recognized in the industry, is also well known globally in the change management arena. So Neville, I think we will leave the stage to you for making the last comments.
Thanks, CK. I'm not too sure about the prominence of my experience here, but however, Satya mentions motivation. And he mentioned it so many times, you would think that we all know how to motivate people, because he says it with a passion. And the reality of life is we do not know how to motivate people. Parents don't know how to motivate themselves, let alone motivate their children. And this is where we start with a problem. And it was the reason that I started Your Passport to Grow, because there's a massive gap in the marketplace. It's not that education doesn't value these soft skills. They do value them. They believe that it is a byproduct of being in school. So just like you would do in a network, everyone gets together and they start communicating and things happen. Well, the school has that same type of theory. It is a theory, because for some people, that's all you need. As I said, walk into a school and look at 6, 7, 8-year-olds and go in and ask for a volunteer. You won't get many. And that's the issue. If you don't get many at that time, as they go further and further in their life, the numbers reduce. They don't increase, they reduce. So the satyrs of this world, the real go-getters, the entrepreneurs, the ones that are basically saying, I'm an engineer, I've got an idea, I'm going to go and make it happen, is diminishing just because of actually the education system. It's not a fault of the education system, it just happens because that's what happens. So as I say, education values these, but they don't know how to deliver it. And we don't deliver soft skills, we don't get better at soft skills in an hour's discussion, you know, once or twice a term or twice a year in your discussion groups at school. You do not learn to be a good communicator in a couple of hours. It takes a lot of practice, as we've seen with people expressing their views on here. You know, the more practice you do, the better you get at it. But who knows what's the right practice? And the thing is, a lot of these knowledge transfer, which education is, it's a knowledge transfer. There's a bit of knowledge going in, the learning happens, you do your homework, you get a result, you do your exam, and you find out how good you are. That's knowledge transfer. They call that the Kirkpatrick method. But it doesn't actually work in the world of soft skills, because knowledge actually is only gained by doing it. And our problem is we don't know how to do it. And as I'll go back to my example, going into a classroom of 6 or 7-year-olds, the ones that have got really good attitude are the ones that volunteer. That's what we need to be motivating. How do we keep that level of volunteering up all the way through their life? How do we change the ones that are shy or reserved to say, do you know what, if I don't volunteer, I'm not going to learn anything? So it's changing that attitude, really, of fear to excitement. And going back to what Satya said about motivation, the ones that are really motivated are excited. The ones that aren't motivated are fearful. It's as simple as that. And the nice thing about the vocabulary and the English dictionary and the English alphabet is that E comes before F. So get excited and forget about the fear. So stay with E, excited, be excited. And if you can't be excited, find out how to get excited. And this is where I think parents have got a huge job here. From the day we're born, our parents really should be saying, go and explore, go and be excited. And again, letter E, stay on the letter E, forget the F. Stay with the letter E, be excited, go and explore. Go and have fun. That's the only letter F you really should be worried about. It's a really difficult arena, and I'm not belittling it by any stretch of the imaginations, but it's so important that we start to get this better. Some people are getting it right, and as we see, otherwise we wouldn't have those volunteers. We wouldn't have the satyrs of this world, the evangelists that are out there. So somewhere along the line, we're getting it right. All we need to do is find out that chemical reaction that's happened and do more of it. Sounds simple, but actually when you start to do it, it really is. So that's why, you know, we created Your Passport to Grow, simply because we take people on that experience that other people don't get. And at the end of the day, what is the bottom line here? And the bottom line is self-leadership. So that's what we're developing in everybody. The ability to be a leader in any circumstance. So that's the big picture, if you like, CK. Been a pleasure to see everyone today, every smiley faces, everyone changing the world. So we need to go and do more of it.
Absolutely. In fact, I like the example that you mentioned about E and F, which is like excitement and fun. I don't know about other things. So, excitement and fun. I think that is a point in our panel discussion today. Let me summarize. I think one of the need of the hour for India specifically is that the government is also already working on changing the education system. I think that will be for good. But I think uh, the universities and education institutes have a huge responsibility to make sure that for next couple of years, next 3 to 5 years, they actually change their attitude towards education. They start looking at what is needed by the industrialists so that the India story can propel forward. And I think, as Kanchan mentioned and Farida also, that uh, the summary of the entire discussion today is that the soft skill is no longer a soft skill and it's a hard skill. So I think at that point we can end, and that is the message we want to give to our viewers, that make sure that you have all the soft skill and think it is not a soft skill, it's really required, necessary for you to succeed. So with this, I'd like to thank all the panelists today, Neville, Satya, Farida, and Kanchan, for joining us today. And we will catch up in the next CEO Roundtable again.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show, The Great Kings of India. And today we'll be discussing about Bindisar and Ajatashatru, the great kings of Magadha. And to discuss about these wonderful kings, we have uh, uh, Shrimati Meeta Joshi, who is the head of the department at St. Anne's College in Hyderabad. So welcome to the show, Meeta ji. How are you today?
Sure, Kanchan, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. So yet again, we are discussing the great king, Ajatashatru and Bimbisar. So I'm eager to really listen to you and what is in store about these great kings.
Okay. I will give you a little political backdrop before I start about Bimbisar and Ajatashatru. If you see in the 6th century BC, it saw the rise of Mahajanpads, districts. 16 Mahajanpads came into existence and some republics also. And this all happened in the 6th century BC, in which these Mahajanpads were fighting with each other for power. Okay, and this time the Magadha Empire, it rose. And that's why they say rise of Magadha. And we don't know about the previous rulers because there is no mention in the accounts, but we get a mention about Bimbisar and Ajatashatru. So Bimbisar was the fourth successor. He was the fourth king of the Pradyota dynasty or Haramkya dynasty, and he was a contemporary of Lord Buddha. So these two things are going parallelly, okay? Buddhism and rise of Magadha. Now, Bimbisar, when he came into power, he wanted to expand his empire. He wanted to expand his Magadha empire, and for that, he waged wars with some kingdoms, with some Mahajanpads, with some he entered matrimonial alliances. So that peace be there and they accept his suzerainty also. In this, imperialist policy which Bimbisar followed, he set up a very good administration in which he appointed some officers which were known as Rajbhatas. And if you see broadly, they were divided into four categories, like someone for justice, someone for administration, someone for army. So like that, the categorization was done. Apart from having a set of officers, what Bimbisar did was he gave autonomy to all his small kingdoms which were under him. So they were like Bimbisar was the head. Then there were these Mahajanpads and republics, but they enjoyed their autonomy. They were free to take their own decisions with the consent of the king. So this was the
So something like
setup.
it's like a separate state, I mean, small state, and something like today when we have a federal system, small state, they are reporting to central. I think something like that.
Yes.
Okay.
So this type of setup was there, and because Bimbisar was a contemporary of Buddha, so he some texts they tell that he followed Buddhism. Some texts tell that he followed Jainism, but the Brahmin accounts tell that he was the follower of Brahmanism. After Bimbisar, his son Ajatashatru came to power, but to come into power, Ajatashatru killed his own father. He killed Bimbisar according to the Buddhist tradition. But if you see the Jain philosophy, in the Jain text, it is mentioned that he poisoned himself, he committed suicide because Ajatashatru had imprisoned him. So different theories are there about Bimbisar's death. Now, Ajatashatru, when he came to power, he came to power around 492 BC and he ruled up till 460 BC. And he followed the same imperialist policy which his father followed. He tried to expand his empire. In order to do this, the first war he had with Prasenjit, the king of Kosala kingdom. And after this war, Prasenjit offered the hand of his daughter to Ajatashatru, and Ajatashatru married him. So again, matrimonial alliance. After this Kosala kingdom, he had to wage a war against Lichavis because that time two republics were very powerful. They were Lichavis and the Sakyas. So with Lichavis, he had a long war, Ajatashatru, and probably it was the time when he established this city, Patliputra. He laid the foundations of Patliputra at that time when he had a war with the Lichavis. After Lichavis, he again had to wage wars with the ruler of Avanti because see all these small kingdoms which were there that time, they were powerful in their own territories. So with Prasenjit, why Ajatashatru fought was because he stopped giving revenues to Ajatashatru. So one by one, he waged wars, either by war, either by treaties, either by matrimonial alliances. He tried to expand his empire. And before his death, he was able to make Magadha a very, very powerful empire. Before his death, he had extended the boundaries of Magadha empire far and wide. And one more thing because of which Ajatashatru is known in the pages of history is that he was the king who convened the first Buddhist council um, at that time. He patronized the Buddhist council that time, and Buddhist council was nothing, they were meetings. That was a huge meeting in which the monks, nuns, and either kings were invited, and they sat together and discussed how to compile the teachings of Buddha and how to propagate the good things about Buddhism, far and wide. So this was the main what what shall I coin the word, main purpose of the Buddhist council. So it happened under Ajatashatru, okay, after the death of Buddha at Rajgriha. Rajgriha was the place, and this council was presided over by Mahakassapa, and they decided that how to give a shape to the teachings of Buddha so that it reaches more and more people. So Ajatashatru, he patronized Buddhism, and with this first Buddhist council which he convened at Rajgriha, he became very, very popular. But only one drawback which you will see in the personality of Ajatashatru was that he killed his father to come to the throne. And not only Ajatashatru, all the rulers of this Pradyota dynasty, they killed their fathers to come to the throne. After Ajatashatru, his successor Darsaka, he also did the same thing. Then Shishuna did the same thing. So I don't know why this trait was there in these people, but the truth is that they did that. Killing their own fathers and coming to the throne. That's why this dynasty is little infamous because of this trait of killing their own fathers. And after this fall of Shishuna, then came in being the Nanda dynasty. Nanda dynasty, which was very, very brutal because they were not pro people. They only wanted to take more and more revenues for their own selfish motives. This is all about Bimbisar and Ajatashatru Kanchan.
Okay, so I've heard that this Ajatashatru was a very great general, and he's invented few weapons, and one of them is a rod caterpillar, I guess, catapult, I guess. So apart of that, one weapon was also there. Later on, it was used very much by other kings.
It was a unique device in which it was a wooden thing in which they used to put the rock and throw the rock to the enemies. If you have watched the film Bahubali, Bahubali has used the same weapon in it.
Yes.
So this see the war techniques which they had, the weapons, they were very advanced. That's why they were able to conquer more territories. That was one of the major reasons.
So apart of his impact on the Buddhist, the recognition of a Buddhist council, and he was a great general. Yes, that the trait of killing his father and coming on the throne, this is not known as far as I know, and as far as I have read that any king has done in the past. So I think
No.
that is something which is really bad when we talk about Ajatashatru. But we have other a very great and profound trait of Ajatashatru. So what is the impact of Ajatashatru the period politically on India?
See, politically, as I told you at that time, these 16 Mahajanpads came into being, and then republics also came into being. So, Ajatashatru, he tried to expand the Magadhan Empire. Okay, he wanted to establish his supremacy, and he did that with his imperialist policy number one, with the wars which he waged, and with the matrimonial alliances. And you know, when you are powerful, and then he, with this Buddhist council, became more influential because he was the first person who convened the Buddhist council at Rajgriha.
Okay.
So, because of all these things, he became very strong politically. That's why Magadha was, and then he laid the foundations of Patliputra, which has a huge history. As a city, Patliputra has a huge history. Not only with the Magadhan kings, but later when you will, we will discuss about other dynasties, then also you will find the mention of Patliputra.
Yes. So I think contribution of Ajatashatru is immense because he has laid the foundation of Patliputra, who is in our history page, attained at greater heights. And apart of this, he was a great general. He has invented a weapon which we generally don't know. Most of people don't know and they don't discuss. So I think I can safely say that Ajatashatru as a great general, and we should be discussing about this his profile in schools, and people should know about this great king. It was so lovely to talk to you, Meeta ji. We'll meet again in next episode and discuss another great king of India. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And I have a very good news. But before I tell the good news, let me welcome my friend and my mentor from UK, Mr. Neville Gone.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. My goodness, it feels like winter here. We've dropped, the barometer's dropped, the temperature's dropped. But let's raise the temperature today. Let's hear that good news.
The good news is IBM has decided to back the Top Brass SOTI Awards 2020.
Fantastic news. Fantastic news. And we've even got a chief penguin involved, I believe. Is that right?
That's right. Melissa Sessi, she is the chief penguin and also the official spokesperson of IBM. She herself is quite impressed with what we are talking about, and she wants to be associated with us, and that's why IBM have decided to sponsor the program for us.
Fantastic news. Fantastic news. Well, calling all young Indians out there, now you've got IBM watching you. So you don't have to have your IBM Lite or your your IBM interviews going on. They're now actively watching, and there's a reason why they're watching as well, and they're interested in sponsoring and promoting what we're doing here because it's common sense. IBM do wonderful things in the digital arena, but they also know that without soft skills, without being able to communicate, talk with people, have clarity of thought and clarity of explanation, doesn't matter how good your technical skills are, you're never going to go anywhere. Is that right, CK?
Absolutely. In fact, IBM is not only sponsoring the Top Prize SOTI Awards, they're also recently tied up with a government agency called National Skill Development Corporation. It's a government of India parastatal, and they are coming out with a lot of skill development program for young Indians. And this is a government initiative started by the Modi government, started few years back. They came out with a lot of different skill development programs. And now, 3 years back, IBM has tied up with National Skill Development Corporation, and they will be providing digital skills training to young Indians.
That's fantastic, because as we know, digital is the age we're living in. So at the very earliest age, you just need to be conversant with the digital arena. That doesn't mean to say you need to be able to put a PC together, or how to unravel a mobile phone. But you certainly need to be in tune with these digital concepts. Maybe you might even be a coder that goes in creating your own apps. Apps are relatively easy to develop these days. So yeah, it's a great initiative, and it's something that's really useful for life. We talk about education for life, having digital skills, having soft skills, be able to speak clearly with other people. Those are skills for life, and we need to be developing all of those along the way. So well done, IBM. Thank you for coming to the table. I'm sure a lot of people will now start to listen in the fact that this is a really national event. So calling all you Indians, wherever you are in the world, if you're under 40, get on board with our speaking award. Oh, get on board with our speaking award. I've become a poet again overnight. There you go. Yeah, I'll go back into my box now. It's okay, CK.
Right. So I think the most important aspect of IBM backing us is that, I think it's evident the world oldest information technology organization is convinced that we are entering a new digital age. And that is why, they are partnering with Indian government agency to provide digital skill development to Indians. And this also proves that Indian population, Indian citizens, wherever they are in the world, are going to play a major role. So I think it validates our point, Neville, that SOTI Awards is just one of the medium of enhancing the digital skills that people have. So now the IBM is also watching us. So I expect the Indians to come and compete it out with each other and come victorious in the end.
Absolutely. So listening in, everyone, we've now got IBM on board. They're going to be watching you. I mean, who knows? They've probably got jobs around the world as well, and they want really good speakers. So wouldn't be too surprised if they'll be watching each of your presentations of where you are and where you're going. So it's a great way to start Tuesday off. CK, I hope you have a great rest of the day. I'm going to be as busy as ever, as usual, on webinars and interviews. So good luck for the rest of the day. Good luck, everybody. And we'll see you tomorrow with a real SOTI award. Flamingo Wednesday, probably.
Yes, certainly, Neville. And thank you very much for all the support and being with us all the time and providing your management inputs, which are very, very important for us. We really appreciate it. Catch you tomorrow in SOTI Awards.
Catch you tomorrow, CK. Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. I'm also one of the co-founders of this company, and today I would like to talk to my fellow citizens, Indians, and convey a message. As we all know that India as a country is a large country. It has a more than 1.3 billion people as a population, which is almost like 25% of the global population. So it has a huge impact on the world economy. And the Indian government has also set up a target that, rather two targets. One is Make in India. That means more and more work has to come into India. And the second large target for Indian citizens is to reach a $5 trillion economy. Now, as you can see that while we can continue to make our own plans individually and as organizations, the 5 trillion economy dream that we need to achieve as far as our government is concerned, they have set up a target for all of us. The issue there is there is a skill which are required. So there are certain skills which are being taught in the colleges and universities, and then certain skills may not be relevant for the future. For example, if there are skills which are related to something which is repeatable, those kind of skills may not have too much value in time to come, simply because those skills may be taken over by the artificial intelligence uh, and automation. So, what we need as Indians for getting more and more work coming back to India from the globe is these skills. So, we all know that we need various skills, and we need a lot of people being trained into different kind of skills, and that is when the $5 trillion economy dream will be fulfilled. Now, it has a very strong relationship. If there are no skills, there are no work, and there is no work, there is no 5 trillion economy. Having made this point, I'm sure most of you agree that success in life or achieving a target has nothing to do with your money or uh, the backing or whatever you can do for your company and for yourself. The two major qualities which are required in order to be successful and in order to achieve your dream is the leadership. Second is the teamwork. So these are the two qualities which are definitely required in addition to the skills that we need to develop. Because if there's no leadership and there is no um, attitude to work as a team, then it will be difficult to execute global contracts and generate revenue for the country. So I think these are the two skills which are very important, which is leadership and the ability to work as a team. So team player. These are the two major qualities which are required and which are very very critical for India to develop. In addition to create new job opportunities and also create new skills which will bring a lot of projects back into India. So as a professional um, and as an organization, as a professional, I would like to help my fellow citizens and impart these leadership skills for whoever wants our help. We will make you better leader, better team player. And the why I'm saying this is important, uh, because nobody is training leadership. Even if you want to be trained in leadership, it is very difficult to learn the leadership skills in a classroom. It has to be learned by doing things. And that is why people like me can impart our life journey and our experience with new budding skilled people and help them to be a better leader. And most important is to be able to work together as a team, and that is when the India will excel, and that is when we will basically achieve the dream of becoming a $5 trillion economy. So with this small message, um, you can write to me. My website details are given below here. uh, you can reach out to me, and I will be more than willing to help and share my experience, and make sure that if you approach me, I will create a leader out of you. So with this, I like to say goodbye to you until next time. Bye bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and we would like to discuss about something which happened last week. Some of the state governments in India allowed the senior students to return to school based on certain algorithms. Certain states have allowed students to come on a odd even formula. That means the roll number in the class is odd. They can come one day, and the others can come on the other day. And then different states have different formula, and this is allowed only for students which are 10th class onwards. And it has started a big debate in India, especially among the parents. To discuss on this subject further, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gund.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yes, children returning to school. It's a massive issue. And I'm sure the Indian government, just like every other government around the world, is debating how to do it, knowing at the same time that children probably are not as affected by this virus. That doesn't mean to say they can't get it or they can't carry it, but the effects don't seem to be as bad as in the adult population. So, in some respects, um, certain leaders around the world are saying schools are, very safe places. But it's all, of course, schools have got adults in, i.e., the teachers, support staff, etc., etc. So it's a big topic, actually, and it's an interesting one to cover today, especially as CK. You've got young children, so you're going through this as we speak. When are they going to go back to school?
Well, they are in the junior school, so I think we are safe for now. The schools are not open. Only the senior schools are open. Middle and junior schools are still shut. There is no ruling on those. So I think we are feeling safe and we are at home.
And fortunately, you're in a situation where you run the company, so you can dictate in many respects where people work, how people work, what their time frame is, um, knowing that you've got parental duties during the day that you wouldn't necessarily have if the children were at school, and you've had to deal with that for some time. But imagine now the situation where the schools say, yes, okay, we're going to open up, and they go back to school. What would be going through your mind as a parent, as an adult, of a certain age that is moving towards that susceptibility arena of if you catch COVID, you know, you're in that higher age group bracket where you're going to be exposed to it. You haven't had the vaccine yet. You've got elderly parents in the same house. So, what would be going through your mind? Because I think this is where people are currently, and you're a logical individual, and you recognise that you can only control what's in your control. But if the government said tomorrow your kids can go back to school, what would be the thought processes going through your mind?
We will not react on such a decision. We will wait and watch. Very frankly, Neville, because as you said, there are elders at home which are at risk, and also the elderlies who are at extreme risk. So while the younger students are not at that much of a risk, they have better immunity, as it has been also announced by the doctors. As far as vaccination is concerned, below 12 years, anyway, they are not getting vaccinated. So I think they are in a safer group, but the people who are elders and elderly are very high risk, especially people who are diabetic and heart patient. So I think considering these risks, we would not consider this as a ultimatum from the government. We'll wait and watch and send the kids to school only when we feel it is safe for all of us as a family.
And I'm sure you're no different from many other households in India and across the world agonizing with that issue. Um, and the fact that the governments are now saying, yes, I mean, in India, some areas can come back, other areas can't. The age groups in certain areas are now being encouraged to come back to school, but the same age group in another area isn't being encouraged. And it looks like this is a bit of a hodgepodge of a decision-making arena. But we have to tell people today, this isn't hodgepodge at all. This is very calculated risk that each of these areas are looking at. So I think my first word of caution, advice, thought process is they're trying to do their best. These are unprecedented arena. As we keep talking about this, we've been talking about it for nearly a year now. It's not going away that quickly. Even with the vaccine, it's not going to, rapidly diminish. You've got millions of people that still need to be vaccinated. Even if young people aren't going to be vaccinated, we've still got lots of others that need to be vaccinated before we can say that this virus is under control. So let's think about the teachers, because most teachers are going to be over the age of 18. Teaching assistants may be around about 18, quite young, but most teachers are going to be over the 18. In other words, in many respects, they're going to be in one of those critical arenas where they're at risk. And of course, as you mentioned, the fact you're a teacher doesn't mean you're immune to having any other ailment. You may have diabetes. You may have other health issues, asthmatic, maybe. All of these things that you deal with in the normal day of life. But now there's this big C that's coming through, this COVID thing that attacks people with poor health. How do you think they're feeling about all this?
Well, I think they must be feeling in the same way as normal human being is feeling. I think they are definitely at risk because they are elder. They don't have, they are not in queue for getting vaccination right now. The queue is only for the healthcare workers, uh, the municipal corporation workers, and also the law enforcement. The teachers are not there. So I think it is quite risky for them also to come to school.
I think the point is, as you mentioned, they're just people. They're just like you and me, and they're in a frontline job. For whatever reason, it's been chosen that they're not going to get vaccinated early. In other parts of the world, teachers are on the list to be vaccinated early. In the UK, they're not on the list to be vaccinated early. So again, this is decision making that must be really tough for governments to do. But the bottom line here is, this is about children's education. So let's go back to, where the big impact is here. What can we do as adults at home, parents at home, with kids that might actually be concerned with going to school? Because, I know your children are quite young, but let's say they're a little bit older. Let's say they were 14, 15 years old and they'd read everything about this COVID virus and about how it affects the elderly. And they just happen to have grandparents and elderly parents living in the same house. How would they feel about going to school, even though their school's been opened?
So, considering my family and whatever I've seen around me, the kids are more close to the grandparents, and they, spend more time with them. So, I think if elderly adolescent um, are getting together, I think they should be worried about each other's health. My presumption is a teenager would be very concerned about this decision, where he or she will be asked to attend the school, considering they have their loving grandparents. They don't want to put their grandparents at risk.
Yeah, because they've got to an age where they can rationalize these things. So I'm not saying that this is easy for anybody, but just like parents have probably got their focus on, do I want my child to go to school and be exposed to it? Very, one track thinking. It's the knock on effect. What about your child? Have you asked your child? I mean, let's face it, 16, they're still a child. In the UK, you can't vote until you're 18. So I suppose that's the coming of age, if you like. You're pretty well advanced educationally. Your thought processes are quite well advanced at 16. So you can rationalize these things, but just being told go to school because now the government have been allowed it. Let's just think about what's the thought process going through some of those young people's minds. Some will just, like water off a duck's back, they'll basically say, thank goodness I'm getting out of my bedroom. I'm getting back to a bit of normality. And that'll be the only thing on their mind, because they may not have the environment that you and I have been talking about. There may just be, a couple of parents, couple of children at home, pulling each other's hair out, bashing around four walls and desperate to go to school. And there could be the others that have got elderly grandparents, elderly parents, maybe a sibling that's got a health issue. Remember, they're going through it just as much as you're going through it. So this is a really big, important time now to talk to each other. Just make sure you got that communication level going.
Certainly, Neville, I think that's key to all of this issue. But I must update you about the type of professionals we are in India. There are primarily two types of professionals. One which work for the government service, and as a rule, the government service servants don't serve in one place for more than 3 years. So they get transferred out to a different city, and many times into different states. And if they are within the state government service, then they get transferred from district to district. The ruling is like this, and hence the schooling system is also designed like that. You're transferring with bag and baggages. Your kids will get automatic transition to a new government school in that new district where you're going, or new state where you're going. Then there are other types of professionals who never ship, like people, business people, who do not transit. So their kids study in the same school. They start at kindergarten and they pass out and they go to college in the same city. So they will have a very cohesive one city, one district friend circle. So I'm of the first category. My dad was a government servant, and every 3 years we used to change our school, and the things would change drastically. You're in a different place, you see different people, different language, different color. Everything changes. People in India, so diversified. You see people of different color also, skin color. So so this kind of situation sort of normalize you. You start accepting people because you work with different variety of languages, people, religion, and all that. So those kind of people are also there. So if we talk about this aspect, then there are two kinds of people, clearly. One, which may be very fine-tuned to this change because the change is the normal for them. And then the other who never change. And that could be a real problem for those kind of people, because Now, when they go back to school, they will feel like as if they are the children of government servant. After a gap of 1 year or 1.5 years, when they attend the school, everything will be different. Teachers will be different. Maybe they will have to go to a different schooling system. We don't know. So I think we are getting into that level of normalization now.
Well, it's interesting, as you say. I'm aware that people move around quite quickly, and it's a large section of the economy. It's just not a small number of people. But just imagine now, you've had your child during one of those moves. So in your next move, the child's really not had a connectivity to a school, but it may have occurred over the last year or so. So you've had that first move, and the child now becomes of school age, and now they're going into school, but then they're not, and then they're going back into school, and then they're not. So although you might have, people that have moved around once or twice with young children, so the child has already got that mechanism in their own mind to say, yes, we're moving, it's going to be new over here. You've actually got those that are just moving into that have never done this before, and other people that are moving into the public sector that now have come in with older children, because maybe they've moved from the private sector to the public sector. So all I'm saying is change is ever change. It's never ever going to be the same thing. So, but going back to the thought process, actually, and you said it to yourself in a private conversation you and I have had, you're playing cards with the children. They're coming off the video games, the digital games, the binging of Netflix, cartoons, etc., and you're playing cards with the kids. That's a form of communication that they will remember for the rest of their lives, because this is real family time. And I think this is where the family oriented people around the world, I think that's where we're going to get the benefit from.
Well, actually, that was becoming a big issue for us. How do we bond? Because all of us are here. My parents are also with us. Our kids are there. The entire family is there. 7, 8 people in one house. How do we do bonding? Because we are doing our different things. During the work time, all the adults are employed in their activities online. So they have a lot of, home office type of scenario. Then the grandparents are busy watching news or something that they like, and the kids are also doing online courses, online schooling, and they have their cartoon time. Then they have to sleep. So what is the time that we as a family do bonding? There is absolutely zero time. It is actually worse than what we were doing earlier, when we had an office and we had time for everything. This has become a worse situation. So we had to bond with our, not only with kids but also with parents. Where is the time to catch up? So we decided that, hey, we will switch off the TV and everything, all external elements, and after dinner, every night we will play a game of cards. And we've did research online. We found the game of cards that you can play with many people, like 6 7 people. So we decided to play those games, and those are very, very engaging. And kids are picking up very fast. Within one day they became pro. They start cheating. They start peeking into other people's cards.
Oh yeah, they'll start cheating. They'll start manipulating the game because they want to win. Kids want to win. Playing the game's one thing. No matter how much we put it into them, it's the playing of the game that's important. Rubbish. I want to win. Don't take that fighting spirit out of them, because that's really important. And playing cards. I remember as a kid many years ago, playing cards with my mum, and we had a button jar. So we weren't playing for real money. It was imaginary, and it was buttons. And all the buttons had the same value, despite the fact some were bright and shiny and some were pretty dull, and the odd old penny farthing might be in there, slipped in there because we just gathered everything up. But the point is, we had a lot of fun. And it's amazing the type of games you play, what the logical process goes through in your brain. It really is an interpersonal skill you're developing here. You're developing mathematical skills, you're developing picture skills. Eventually, your child will be able to know, just exactly what card's coming, because they bent the corner on it and they put the little finger there and they say, "Ooh, four of spades is coming up. I don't want that one. I'm going to keep with what I've got here." And we all play those silly little games, right the way through our lives in many respects. So, playing cards, a Monopoly, Mousetrap, all those sort of things, have a bit of fun. It is bonding. I think it's a really good word you use. It's bonding. Um, my wife and I constantly think every time we see all of these issues come up on the TV, we're probably two of the luckiest people in the world, but because all of our children are adults, they've fled the nest, they've got their own pads, houses, flats, apartments, call them what you may. So they're past the education, the formal education arena. But we often think what would be the case today if all of those 5 kids were still living at home. They would have all been, as far as they're concerned, adults. As far as we're concerned, adolescents. In a particular age range, all requiring broadband. 4 of the 5, or 3 of the 5, would have their own bedrooms. The 2 boys would be together. We've got a big property. We're lucky. We've got lots of rooms that they could have gone to. Each of them would have had a PC, so we wouldn't have had the issue of fighting over PC time. They would have all been in their rooms, because kids come back from school and they just go to their rooms because that's what happens. I think we'd have struggled, frankly, if everyone had been forced to stay at home, not allowed to go to school. And then the agonizing moment would be because they were all at different schools. So the odds would have been that one school would have said, yes, we're open for business, and the other 4 would say no. What pressure would be on one of the 5? Not just to go to school, the relief of going to school and seeing their mates and working in their own community, but the chance that they could bring the infection home. I mean, I'm diabetic. Would we have had a long discussion over that? And the answer is yes, because I've had long discussions over that with them currently, because of social distancing, etc. So it's a real difficult time for everybody, and we're in that time where things are opening up a bit more, and there's the excitement, the adrenaline, the relief of going back to some form of normality. But at the same time, we need to be respectful of what people are thinking about. So the bonding bit, as you say, I think is important. Talk to your own children, talk to parents around your children, get the bonding level back together again, and together we can fight this coming out the other side, because it's going to take us all to work together to get this right.
Naval, I think you raised points, and for those exact points, we are contemplating to not send kids to the school for next 1 or 2 years, and because the risks are too high, and we have to take the right decision, because whatever decision we take will have the implications. So we are right now evaluating the online study platforms. Probably take out the kids, put them in online platform, and for extracurricular activities, put them in different clubs. So that way we will have better control on their life rather than sending them to school. Once the life return to normal after a couple of years, probably we can put them back into school. So I think this is what is running in our mind. We had few discussions within the family. I think this session is going to end in month of February, March, around that time. So I think that would be the time to look for alternatives.
And I don't think you're alone in that thought process. I know many people around the world are thinking, very, very similar. The thing we do know is that children grow by being part of a team. So the issue is trying to replicate that teaminess in today's environment, which is not going to be easy, but it's certainly doable. Um, but we wish everyone, the best of luck in getting through their own maze in front of them. But like anything else, we only get through the maze if we talk with each other. So by sharing things like this, by being open and honest about what the difficulties are and what your thought processes are, because many people are going to be in exactly the same situation. Although it's not it's not by stretch of the imagination close to the same issue, but men of a certain age, and you're certainly in that age group that would be talked about in the sort of European arena, they do not share their issues with other men, despite the fact how close they are bonded with them. As we've seen in the past couple of years, the Invictus Games, etc., if you've been following Prince Harry's route, you will see that the royals have all been talking about opening up, talking with other people, getting things off your chest before they actually become far too difficult. We'll mention the word depression, anxiety, and it's all these things that really do hit us if we go insular and we don't talk about it. Now's the time not to talk. Now's the time not to not talk about it. Now's the time to talk about it. And you'll be amazed at how many people would love to talk but don't, because they just well up. They feel as though it's the weakness. They should be better. It's not what people should be doing at their age. Frankly, that's a load of rubbish. If it's going through your ears, you need to address it. If it rushes through your ears and out the other side, that you've addressed it already. All right, it's not important. Clearly, it's cleared off. But if it stays between the ears, if you start to think about it internally, it's an issue. Therefore, talk with others about it. And there are plenty of people out there, your friends, your relations, even your kids, where you can talk through these subjects, because believe it or not, they're going through those same issues too. They not be seeing your world, they're seeing their world. Now's the time to understand that their world is not scary, but you need to make sure it's not scary. Otherwise, their learning level will drastically reduce.
Yes, Naval, I think thanks very much for your good advice. I think this is a global phenomena. Everybody is passing through that. And if somebody wants to share any other solution that we have discussed in this video, they are most welcome. We will bring you online in the next episode with Mr. Naval Gund. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye to you, Naval. Thank you very much for finding suitable time to talk to us today on Monday morning. We'll catch up again on something very interesting.
My pleasure, CK. And good luck, everybody. It's Monday. There's 5 working days of the week. Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you are welcome to our show Roundtable, which is a weekly show. Today, we are discussing very interesting topic about the well-being of our children, and we have a distinguished guest today. We have Indra Sharma, who is a senior teacher, PGT, and senior DAV Public School, Dayanand Vihar, Delhi. Welcome to the show, Indraji. How are you today?
Yeah, good. Nice.
और इसके अलावा हमारे पास हैं जागृति सूद, जो कि बहुत ही अच्छी म्यूजिक टीचर हैं, म्यूजिशियन हैं, गायक हैं, और वो विद्या भवन पंचकुला में म्यूजिक पढ़ाती हैं। तो इस शो में आपका स्वागत है जागृति।
थैंक यू।
कैसी हैं आप?
थैंक यू सो मच। मैं बहुत बढ़िया हूँ मैम, बहुत बढ़िया। भवन विद्यालय पंचकुला में पढ़ाती हूँ मैं।
अच्छा। तो और
हाँ
बहुत मैंने आपकी कई सारी गाने भी सुने हैं। आप नॉर्मली फेसबुक पे कई सारे गाने गाती हैं और उसका जो जादू है वो रिक्रिएट करती हैं। सो इट इज सो गुड टू हैव यू इन आवर शो। तो जैसे कि एवरीबडी नोज दैट टुडे वी आर डिस्कसिंग अबाउट चिल्ड्रन who are supposed to go, maybe they have started going to the school, and a few of the states have also asked declaring that they will be opening their schools for children. So the big question is कि क्या ये सेफ है हमारे बच्चों के लिए अभी एट द मोमेंट स्कूल जाना और रेगुलर स्कूल अटेंड करना, जैसे कि वो पहले बिफोर पैंडेमिक किया करते थे, कि क्योंकि अभी कोई वैक्सीनेशन भी नहीं है, लगी नहीं है। तो आपके क्या ओपिनियन है इस बारे में, इंदिरा जी?
But what time? At some point we have to open the school. Gradually we have to open the school. All the children, I think it's 10 months like they are studying at home. And many students are there, those who are not getting, they are not able to study online also. So we are very excited. The government has taken the decision to open the schools, but we are also a bit nervous. But with all the guidelines, if we follow all the guidelines, I think we can open the schools. Gradually start opening. In phases, we can open the schools. In phases.
Yes, and one fine day, all children, they're supposed to go to school because a school environment provide a regular growth. But क्या हम इस तरह के चैलेंज लेने के लिए तैयार है जागृति जी? When there's COVID and in some part of India there's a bird flu also. तो अभी तो हमारे बच्चे घर के एनवायरनमेंट में हैं, सेफ हैं, पढ़ाई भी चल रही है। तो क्या ये एक सेफ और एक नेसेसरी कदम होगा एट दिस मोमेंट?
मैम देखिए, मेरे विचार से जैसे अभी स्कूल हमारे भी स्कूल खुल गए हैं 9 to 12, ऑब्वियसली 9, 10, 11, 12 जैसे कि बोर्ड्स भी हैं, सबको पता है। तो ऑनलाइन और ऑफलाइन क्लासेस के ब्लेंड में हम लोग जो है टीचिंग कर रहे हैं। देखिए, छोटे बच्चों के साथ थोड़ा मुश्किल है, क्योंकि आप कहाँ तक बच्चों को रोक पाएंगे। जहां तक मैं समझती हूँ, मुझे लगता है कि देखिए स्कूल तो ओपन हो रहे हैं, नो डाउट, क्योंकि एक नीड भी है। 10th को भी, 10th और 12th के जैसे कि बोर्ड के पेपर्स हैं, तो ऑब्वियसली ऑफलाइन क्लासेस तो बहुत ज्यादा रिक्वायर्ड है। मगर आप देखिए, स्कूल विद इन द स्कूल प्रेमिसेस तो बच्चों के ऊपर हम कंट्रोल रख पाते हैं। जैसे ही वो स्कूल के गेट से बाहर होते हैं, वहां पर आप उन पे कोई रिस्ट्रिक्शन नहीं लगा सकते हैं, जो कि मैंने देखा है अपनी आंखों से। आप जितने मर्जी प्रिकॉशनरी मेथड्स आप मेजर्स ले लीजिए स्कूल में, सैनिटाइजेशन, एवरीथिंग, जो भी सब कुछ है वहां पे बच्चों के लिए। इवन हमारे जैसे गेट्स पे हमारे स्पोर्ट्स टीचर्स हैं, अपनी पूरी टीम के साथ खड़े होते हैं, पोस्टर्स हैं, क्या कुछ नहीं स्कूल वाले जो है साथ में हेल्थ अथॉरिटीज के साथ मिलकर कर रहे हैं। मगर फिर भी कुछ हद तक आप बच्चों पे नहीं कंट्रोल कर सकेंगे। अगर आप छोटे बच्चों को अगर आप स्कूल में बुलाते हैं, तो आप उनको ना वो शेयरिंग केयरिंग हम इतना कुछ सिखाते हैं स्कूल में, है ना, कि आपको लंच शेयर करना है। बच्चे वॉशरूम भी जाते हैं तो उनको होता है कि हाथ जाते आते कोई बच्चा मिल गया तो वह जरूर उससे बात करेंगे। अब आप कितनी बार उनको मास्क, इतना हमने एक तरीके से तपस्या की है ये 10 महीने और 11 महीने की। तो वो सब कुछ जहां तक मैं समझती हूँ, मतलब कुछ महीनों की बात और है या कुछ समय की बात और है। तो अगर हम थोड़ा और वेट कर ले पेशेंटली, आई नो, क्योंकि 9, 10, 11, 12 तो चलो है ही, जरूरी है उनका स्कूल अटेंड करना, पर वो भी बहुत ज्यादा प्रिकॉशनरी मेजर्स जो हैं वो दिमाग में रखकर और स्कूल में अप्लाई करके ही उनको बुलाया जा रहा है। ऐसे नहीं कि सभी बच्चे इकट्ठे आ रहे हैं। इवन टीचर्स के लिए भी बहुत रिस्ट्रिक्शंस हैं। तो वहां तक तो ठीक है, पर जो इतनी तपस्या 10-11 महीने की हुई है, जो सबने ही सफर किया है, मेरे ख्याल से थोड़ी पेशेंस और रख लें तो ठीक होगा ये, जहां तक मैं समझती हूँ।
हाँ बिल्कुल, मैं आपके इस पॉइंट
की
से
जरूरत नहीं है।
आपके इस पॉइंट से मैं पर्सनली तो सहमत हूँ, लेकिन जो मैं पेरेंट्स से मिलती हूँ उनका भी नजरिया है कि बच्चे बहुत दिन हो गए, क्योंकि ऑनलाइन क्लास में सेल्फ डिसिप्लिन जो होता है बच्चों का वो हो नहीं पाता है। जहाँ तक देखा गया, पेरेंट्स भी यही कंप्लेंट कर रहे हैं। तो जैसे कि आपने कहा कि बड़े बच्चों के लिए तो ठीक है कि भाई 10th में है, दे हैव अंडरस्टैंडिंग दैट व्हाट टू डू एंड व्हाट नॉट टू डू, बट छोटे बच्चों
नो
के लिए
मैम, ऐसा नहीं है, अंडरस्टैंडिंग वहां पर भी कम ही है। आप देखिए कि खासकर ये जो टीनेजर्स हैं, यंगस्टर्स हैं, छोटे बच्चों को तो आप डांट डपट के फिर भी थोड़ा कंट्रोल कर लेंगे कि नहीं बेटा, उनको समझाएंगे, वो ओबीडियंट होते हैं। बड़े बच्चे, वो आजकल का आप देखिए उनका तरीका कैसा है, वो गले मिलके तो मिलते हैं आपस में। आप गेट से उनको बाहर देखिए, वो आपको बेकरी शॉप्स पे मिलेंगे, वो आपको कोल्ड ड्रिंक पीते हुए मिलेंगे, वो जैसे ही टीचर की नजरों से दूर होते हैं और वो आपस में हक करके मिलते हैं, बच्चे आपस में हैंडशेक करते हैं। तो आप कुछ हद तक, अगर पेरेंट्स भी आप लेने आ रहे हैं, जितनी मर्जी आप कोशिश कर लीजिए, लेकिन कुछ ना कुछ तो ऐसा होता ही है कि जो इतनी महीनों की तपस्या है, वो उसमें कुछ हो सकती है कमी। तो बाकी ऑनलाइन क्लासेस में नो डिसिप्लिन की जहां तक बात आप कह रहे हैं, ऑनलाइन क्लासेस में इट डिपेंड्स कि आपके घर का, आप घर में किस तरीके से सिस्टम चला रहे हैं ऑनलाइन क्लासेस लेने का। कुछ वर्किंग पेरेंट्स होते हैं, ऑब्वियसली वो अपने बच्चों पे चेक नहीं कर रख पाते, क्योंकि घर में अवेलेबल ही नहीं है, तो बच्चा पीछे से अटेंड करेगा कि नहीं करेगा आपको नहीं पता चल रहा। और डिपेंड करता है बच्चों की नेचर पर भी। कुछ बच्चे बहुत सीरियसली अपनी स्टडीज को लेके होते हैं, कुछ है कि सामने कैमरा के बैठे भी ऑफ कर देंगे, खाते रहेंगे या कुछ गाना गाते रहेंगे, कुछ भी करते रहेंगे। मतलब ये जनरल चीजें हैं जो हम देखते हैं जनरली एज ए टीचर।
तो इंदिरा जी, what do you think about this crucial decision?
At this time, classes for class 11, 12 is very important, because they are already having their practicals, board practicals from 1st March. So if they don't come back to the labs, they don't do the practicals, how they are going to do their board exam? So that is very necessary. But with all due precautions, like in the labs also, like with limited number of students, they come to the grounds, limited number of students if they come. That is required actually. That is very much required for 11, 12 students. Initially, I think now only the senior classes are coming, middle and juniors haven't started coming yet. But gradually, as things move on, let's see how it opens. But at present, for 12th, it is very important for
I
12th
also
class.
heard in the
And
news that
for they are having their board exam also. They have been studying online. So once they are back and they brush up their last with their teachers, if they talk to their teachers personally, they'll get motivated. Otherwise, like they are going to sit for the board exam also, not practicals, then board exam also. Then they'll gain confidence and they'll get motivated and they'll do better. And but with all due precautions, and they will understand, because children also, they are very serious about their careers. 12th class children, 11th, they will take. They'll listen to the. I feel.
Okay. So
They
actually,
will.
I've heard, whether I'm wrong or right, I don't know, because I think government has announced that these board exam will not be conducted this year. So that is one. Okay.
No,
Okay.
they've already given the dates.
Oh,
Dates,
I.
so they
May
have.
month is for yes, for board exams. I think May month is decided.
May to June.
May to June, yes.
May, June. June 10th, up till 10th June. 3rd May to 10th June.
Yes, so
Because
that
my
means we
daughter
have
is
a
in
lot of.
+2 and she's having her exams in May month.
Okay. So actually, now we have discussed that we should be taking precautions, and we should let go our children to the school. But as Jakriti has mentioned, that it is difficult to really control the big
Ma'am, for
classes,
junior
children of
classes,
big
I'm
classes.
saying. I'm talking about the junior students.
Yes,
Junior
Like
junior.
kids.
those
Yeah.
junior, yes.
So I mean,
And for board exams, they have to come to, attend the
yes,
school. They need to attend the school
yes.
for
So
practicals and
I know. So, what are the precautions at parents' side parents should take? What they should really take care when they are sending their children to the school?
ma'am, you are asking me?
Yes.
Okay. See, I take junior section, right? I
Hmm.
take third, fourth, fifth, sixth. सो जहाँ तक बड़े बच्चों की अगर आप बात कर रहे हैं, तो जैसे हमारी स्कूल में भी बुलाने से पहले कंसेंट मांगी जाती है पेरेंट्स से। तो हम लोगों ने प्रॉपर एक पेरेंट्स के साथ हमारा सेशन हुआ था। एज ए पेरेंट मैंने वो अटेंड किया था, तो वहाँ का मैं आपको जरूर बताऊंगी। कुछ पेरेंट्स तो बहुत ज्यादा चाहते थे कि हमारे बच्चों को बुलाया जाए स्कूल, और कुछ पेरेंट्स जो थे वो बहुत ज्यादा अगेंस्ट थे कि नो, अ बिग नो फ्रॉम देयर साइड, कि नहीं, हमको तो नहीं भेजना है कि जब तक वैक्सीन नहीं आएगी। पर मैंने ये देखा है कि देखिए, अब हम रोजमर्रा के काम तो कर ही रहे हैं ना। बच्चे मार्केट भी जाते हैं हमारे साथ, घूमने भी चले जाते हैं, क्योंकि बहुत ज्यादा टाइम अब हो चुका है और बच्चे भी फ्रस्ट्रेटेड हो चुके हैं। तो एज पेरेंट्स की तरफ से हमने उनको जो जो सजेशन हमारे स्कूल अथॉरिटीज की तरफ से दी गई थी, वो यही दी गई थी कि आप उनको खुद छोड़ने आए, खुद लेने के लिए आए, गेट पे आप अवेलेबल होने चाहिए उनकी क्लास ओवर होने के बाद। और स्कूल की तरफ से था कि जब स्कूल ओवर हो जाता है तो हमारी पूरी जो टीम है वो अपॉइंटेड होती है अलग अलग पॉइंट्स पर, ये मेन गेट से लेके पूरे रास्ते तक, वहां पर उनको कैसे उनको भेजना है, सोशल डिस्टेंसिंग उनकी पूरी ध्यान रखना है, मास्क होने चाहिए, सैनिटाइज होने चाहिए उनके हाथ बार बार। फिर उनके हर बच्चे के साथ कोई भी बच्चा अगर आपको बात करता आपस में दिखता है तो अलग अलग वहां पे अपॉइंट किए हुए थे। तो ये चीजें हम स्कूल की तरफ से तो ये सब हो ही रहा था। पेरेंट्स से अथॉरिटीज ने ये उम्मीद की थी कि वो गेट पे अवेलेबल होने चाहिए जब स्कूल ओवर होता है, बच्चा निकलता है, क्योंकि बाहर आपको नहीं पता क्या करेगा बच्चा। तो आप टाइम से आइए और टाइम से बच्चे को लेके चले जाइए। और इससे ज्यादा तो मेरे ख्याल से क्या कर पाएंगे। और यही पेरेंट्स की साइड से तो यही उम्मीद की जा सकती थी। बाकी जब तक बच्चा स्कूल में है तब तक स्कूल की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बनती है, वो पूरा ध्यान रखा जा रहा है।
So,
और
Indraji,
वैसे भी
what
फेजेस
is yeah? So, Indraji, what is
नहीं नहीं
your advice for the parents who are willing to send their children to the school?
I think just 11, 12, I think they will drop their children by themselves. They should come and leave their children at the gate so that they are not exposed to like local transport. So they may they may get any attacked by the virus. So they should leave the children at the school. And at the school, the teachers, they are very methodical and they are very like, they do take care. They follow all the guidelines which are provided, all the like masks, sanitizers, whatever at the gate, everything. They'll have all the system in the classroom, less number of students. There also, like after they can call only 10 to 12 students, and then there is enough. They can leave one desk and then sit, because they are not going to call the whole group. Whole group they won't call. They can leave one desk and they can sit. So and there'll be there is those who are not coming to the school, the parents, those who are not willing to send their children, they have webcam in the classes. So those who are studying online, they can study online also. In school also, many arrangements they do make. They have medical room. They have mostly all the schools. They have doctor. They have nurse. They have doctor. And once the child is not well, they can send the child there, and they have everything. They have, like for precautionary, they should have one oxygen cylinder. And one thing, they should not be exposed to school for, like earlier we used to have 5 hours, 6 hours school, but 2 hours coming to school for 1 hour, 2 hour, it should not more than that, because otherwise it becomes too late, and they'll be wearing mask and in school they get bit suffocated. They can't wear the mask. So 2 hours, 1 or 2 hours is sufficient. I think,
Okay. Okay. So Jagriti, I have understood the points and what Indra is mentioning, and you also mentioned that school authorities are very cautious and they are taking a lot of care when they are calling children in the school. But see, today is the era of internet. Today everything is on internet, and we think that everything will be on net. And we also think, because now the coaching of IAS is also being done on net. There's so many things which has come on online platform. So do you feel that going to the school will benefit, and not studying
Sorry,
at home?
ma'am. There is some call, so I was disconnected for a moment.
Okay, no problem.
Can
What
you
I am
please repeat
saying,
the question?
yes, मैं आपसे ये बोल रही थी कि अभी तो आप जानती कि सारा ऑनलाइन ही जा रहा है, प्लेटफॉर्म ऑनलाइन
हाँ,
प्लेटफॉर्म
इंटरनेट
पे
पे
सब कुछ
आप
शिफ्ट
मिस
हो
हो
गया है.
गई थी। हाँ जी।
हाँ, even government, even Modi is also saying that you should come on online platform, use more and more online platform. Now, when we are saying that children should go and especially for 10th board, but what is your advice to the parents, Jagriti, जो नहीं चाहते अपने बच्चों को भेजना, वो एक एक्स्ट्रा रिस्क अपने बच्चों की लाइफ के लिए नहीं लेना चाहते कि वो जाएं स्कूल, सो दे आर द चिल्ड्रन आर स्टेड बैक. तो उन बच्चों में और जो बच्चे जो स्कूल जा रहे हैं, उन बच्चों में क्या डिफरेंस आप सोचती हैं एज ए टीचर? क्या बेनिफिट होगा बच्चों को जो स्कूल जा रहे हैं, और क्या कोई नेगेटिव इम्पैक्ट है उन बच्चों के लिए जो ऑनलाइन क्लासेस ही कर रहे हैं, स्पेशली दोज
देखिए
10th एंड 11th वाले?
देखिए अभी तक तो पूरी तरीके से स्कूल खुले ही नहीं है, फॉर जो है ये सीनियर सेक्शंस के लिए ही खुले हैं, 10th 11th 12th 9th 10th 11th 12th, जहां तक मुझे पता है और जहां तक मेरी नॉलेज है सभी स्कूल्स नहीं खुल रहे हैं. जूनियर सेक्शंस के लिए तो बिल्कुल भी ओपन अभी नहीं किए हैं, जहां हमारे एरिया में तो अभी नहीं हुआ है. जैसे कि मैं पंचकुला रहती हूँ, तो जहां तक मुझे पता है ऐसा कोई स्कूल अभी तक तो नहीं सुना है मैंने जहां पे छोटे बच्चों को बुलाया जा रहा है. बाकी रही बात 9th 10th 11th 12th की, वहां पर भी कुछ बच्चों को फ्री, देखिए 3 तरीके से कैटेगराइज किए हैं बच्चे उन्होंने. एक जो बच्चे जिनको बहुत ज्यादा नीड है या जो नहीं, जो बहुत वीक है, कुछ उन बच्चों को एक्स्ट्रा क्लासेस दी जा रही हैं, तो उनको भी 4-4 5-5 के ग्रुप में ही बुलाया जाता है, इससे ज्यादा बच्चे नहीं बुलाए जा रहे हैं. बाकी ब्लेंड के साथ क्लासेस चल रही हैं, ऑनलाइन एंड ऑफलाइन. और 11th 12th जैसे कि मैम ने ही, इंदिरा मैम ने बताया अभी की प्रैक्टिकल्स के, तो ऑब्वियसली दे हैव टू कम टू द स्कूल, दे हैव टू अटेंड द स्कूल. लेकिन वहां पर भी ग्रुप्स में ही बच्चों को बुलाया जा रहा है. ऑल्टरनेट डेज पे बुलाया जाता है 10 to 20 के ग्रुप्स में, जिसमें रूम्स का भी ध्यान रखा जाता है कि एक क्लास अगर यहाँ है तो दूसरी क्लास 3-4 क्लासेस छोड़ने के बाद ही वहां पे बिठाते हैं. टीचर्स के भी इवन कैमरास लगे हुए हैं, टीचर्स के लिए बार बार उनको सैनिटाइज उनके हैंड्स करवाते हैं. तो ऐसा सब जगह स्कूल खुल चुके हैं, क्योंकि जैसे ही बच्चे स्कूल आते हैं कोई ना कोई, अगर आप न्यूज कोई ना ही जाता है जिसमें कि कोई कोरोना केस आ गया जी, स्कूल फिर से क्लोज हो गया. तो जहां तक मेरी नॉलेज, तो मैंने जूनियर सेक्शन के तो पूरी तरीके से स्कूल ओपन हुए ही नहीं है. गवर्नमेंट का भी ऐसा, जहां तक मेरी नॉलेज है और जहां तक मैंने सुना है, भी समर्स के जो हमारी समर ब्रेक होगी, शायद स्कूल खुलेंगे भी अगर जूनियर सेक्शंस के लिए, तो वो तभी खुलेंगे. गवर्नमेंट स्कूल्स में कुछ ऑर्डर आए थे, जरूर थे, वहां पर भी पूरी तरीके से स्कूल नहीं खोले गए। हाँ, बट 9, 10th, 11th, 12th के लिए तो ऑब्वियसली क्योंकि वो रिक्वायर्ड है तो बुलाना ही पड़ेगा, बट विद द ब्लेंड ऑफ ऑनलाइन एंड ऑफलाइन बोथ।
ओके, तो मैं यही जानना चाहती थी कि उन लोगों के लिए जो पेरेंट्स हैं जिन्होंने अलाउ नहीं किया है, उनके बच्चे 10th, 11th, 12th में हैं, लेकिन वो फिर भी बहुत डरते हैं, अलाउ नहीं कर रहे हैं बच्चों को जाने के लिए स्कूल, तो उनके लिए कोई डिसएडवांटेज है क्या, जो बच्चे स्कूल नहीं जा रहे हैं? तो
मैम वो भी मैं आपको इसका भी एक बड़ा मजेदार किस्सा सुनाती हूँ, अभी जो रिसेंटली मैंने खुद देखा है। अब हमारा मीटिंग चल रही थी तो उसमें एक पेरेंट कह रहा था कि हम तो बिल्कुल नहीं भेजेंगे अपने बच्चों को, हमने इतना ज्यादा हम तो वैक्सीन की वेट करेंगे और उससे पहले हम नहीं भेजेंगे, क्योंकि उसका उनके बच्चे जो उनका बच्चा था वो बहुत इंटेलिजेंट था। और वहीं पर एक हरियाणवी पेरेंट भी थे जिन्होंने बोला कि अरे मैडम जी, हम तो कह रहे हैं कि आप बच्चों को बुलाइए, और इतना बड़ा आपका स्कूल है, आप किसी भी कोने में बच्चों को बिठा दीजिए, एक को यहाँ बिठा दीजिए, एक को ग्राउंड में बिठा दीजिए। तो ये बड़ा मजेदार किस्सा था, उस टाइम पे सब बहुत हंसे भी इस बात पे, क्योंकि उनका जो बच्चा था वो बहुत वीक था स्टडीज में। और वो फिर देखिए, मतलब अगर हम इसको सीरियस नोट पे लें तो कई बार क्या होता है कि देखिए ऑनलाइन क्लासेस भी इतना इजी नहीं है अटेंड करना, ये तो है ही। किसी का घर छोटा है, किसी का घर बहुत बड़ा है, किसी के घर में फैमिली मेंबर्स ज्यादा हैं, किसी के घर में डिवाइसेस नहीं है, तो इट्स नॉट इजी टू टेक ऑनलाइन क्लासेस आल्सो। तो वो चाहते हैं कि देखिए जी, हमारा घर, उनका उनका कहना था कि हमारा तो घर भी गवर्नमेंट से मिला हुआ है, हमें 3 कमरे हैं और बच्चे मेरे 3 हैं, मैं किस किस कमरे में उनको बिठाऊंगा। सो अपनी अपनी प्रॉब्लम्स, अपनी फैमिली प्रॉब्लम्स, अपने सर्कमस्टांसेस, सिचुएशंस, इट ऑल डिपेंड्स कि तो वो लोग चाहते हैं कि जी आप ऑफलाइन ले लो उनको, अगर जिनको नहीं है खतरा। कुछ लोग हैं, कुछ पेरेंट्स बहुत ज्यादा कॉशियस रहते हैं, कुछ जो पेरेंट्स हैं वो बहुत ज्यादा अवेयर हैं, है ना। तो इट डिपेंड्स करता है एजुकेशन के ऊपर भी। तो मतलब मैं तो यही
हाँ, तो फिर इंदिरा, आपकी क्या राय होगी? व्हाट इज योर ओपिनियन फॉर पेरेंट्स ऑफ दोज पीपल हु दोज चिल्ड्रन who are not going to the school? Indra? Okay, so what I feel is that as my me as a parent, I feel that I should, as you mentioned, Jagriti, it should be blend of both online and offline. So, and if the parents are not willing to send their children to the school, I think we government and the school has already made an arrangement कि आप भाई ऑनलाइन भी आप पढ़ सकते हैं, ऐसी कोई दुविधा की बात नहीं है। तो इंदिरा जी, आई वुड लाइक टू आस्क यू कि आपके क्या ओपिनियन रहेगी उन पेरेंट्स के लिए who are not willing to send their children at the moment to the school?
Simultaneously, they are having online. They should have a choice. It should be mandatory. If they want to study online, they can study. It should not be forced. It should not be. Who knows what is their problem? Maybe at home they are having old parents or their problem, no? But choice should be given. It should be respected. Their decision should be respected. And online they can study, no problem at all.
So I just summarize today's discussion is like that though the schools are opening and school managements who are asking the children to come to the school, they are taking proper care about sanitization, about mask, and they are fully aware the danger of this disease, and they are taking care of that. And simultaneously, what I feel that the choice is given, as Indra has told, that we cannot force this decision that you have to send your student to the school, and if somebody wants to study online, तो उसके लिए हर चीज मुहैया कराई हुई है स्कूल मैनेजमेंट में भी, और वैसे भी जितनी भी एजुकेशन वो दे रहे हैं आजकल, दे आर ट्रेमेंडसली गुड, व्हाट आई हैव नोटिस्ड. So it was so lovely to talk to you, both of you. We'll meet again with some other interesting topic next time. Thank you very much for your opinion and for your time. Bye bye.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Naval Guns Live. And as the name suggests, this is a special program for Mr. Naval Gun, who's the top influencer in the world today, among the top 100. And we are very honored to have Naval Gun with us. Welcome to this series, Naval.
Good morning, CK, and good morning, everybody, and thank you. Let's get into a new series and start airing people's grievances around the world, because the last 9 months, 10 months have been COVID lockdown. Once again in the UK, we're in another month-long lockdown where I would say our human rights, actually, our right to live the way we want to live, are not surprisingly been taken away. And we should accept that, because actually we're fighting a disease that we can't see, we can't touch, we can't feel. But the point is, it's actually spread by touching and feeling. So we rely on our government, actually, from time to time, to make sure that we can live healthily. So, you know, maybe that's a good way in today, because we are on lockdown and we are being suppressed with our normal daily work. But as you've got in India, you've got some big issues that are being talked about in the High Court, haven't you?
Yes, actually, the issue is gone beyond the High Court, and it is also one of the liberty rights of people, where the liberty has been taken away of some of them. And when we take liberty of few, it affects the entire population of 1.3 billion. Because if you take liberty of few, that means tomorrow anybody's liberty can be taken away. So I think the issues are much graver, much bigger, and there is a political dispensation which is coming into the fray, and there is a long story, but you know, we don't want to talk about the political aspect. We want to talk about the attitude and why the free speech is so important. And finally, this whole incident has reached the Supreme Court of India, which is the second pillar of our democracy. The first being Parliament, second being the Supreme Court, which is not under any governance. They have an independent jurisdiction in entire India. They are deciding the rights of the few whose liberty has been very severely curtailed. And this is happening because, Neval, let me update you a little bit more, that there were people who were speaking against the government, and the government did not have the right attitude to answer them. So what they did, they went behind using their machinery around these individuals and curtailed their liberty. So I think with your experience and with your stature, you can tell us what is the importance of free speech and how it is linked to the attitude and what makes you a leader.
It's a really interesting discussion, because in certain social media arenas in the last couple of weeks, there's been this thought process or the concept of whistleblowing. Now, why do people whistleblow? I mean, what is whistleblowing? It's when something is happening in an organization, a country, a village, whatever it is, and it's not right. The consensus of everybody, people's rights are being suppressed by a few people that are powerful and know how to work the system. And that's why we have whistleblowers. You have, like WikiLeaks, the person that whistle blew on, you know, Julian Assange, that said this isn't right. This is information that everybody should know about. Well, we've all got our own opinion on that, frankly. And one thing that countries hide behind is state security. It's in the interest of national security. And I suppose I've grown up with that, and you've grown up with it, and we accept that. But sometimes you need to challenge that, and you hope that the people in those leadership positions actually challenge themselves. They don't hide behind things. As you said, it's an attitude. You know, if something is in the interest of national security, then of course you keep it that way. But if it's in the interest of national opinion, then you've got that dilemma. And we've seen over history, particularly the discussion about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Were they there? Weren't they there? Did people manipulate the evidence to build their case to go and invade? And we've seen, you know, programs made certainly in the Western world about both sides. You know, the whistleblowers, and we have this term whistleblowers. But let's look at the positive side here. In an organization that is really progressive, that listens to their employees and really wants to get the best out of everybody, in other words, you've got great leaders that get the best out of themselves and the organization. Promotion is on personal basis. It's people that have achieved or overachieved or done something, you know, beyond expectations. So it's a meritocracy. There aren't many companies in the world, by the way, that work that way. There are good pockets in some companies that work that way, but there aren't many that work that way throughout. In those companies, though, it's not called whistleblowing. It's called feedback. Because the organization wants to grow. It wants to get better. It wants to hear about all of the skeletons in the cupboard. You know, let's air them once and for all and move forward. You can't forget them, but you can forgive them. So this is another word that we need to be cognizant of. And in a religious context, you know, we're all taught by whatever religion you believe in, we're all taught to forgive. Forgive and move on. But how many people do? And this is the whole concept, really, of people that can't not say something because they believe, and this is about beliefs now, they believe everybody should know. And it's that fine line between should everybody know, or have you been put in a privileged position whereby all you're going to do is create mass panic by letting people know, whistleblowing on what you know. And the last thing any government, any organization wants is panic. You know, not just panic in the organization, but, you know, there's a run on the shares. You know, we've had in the past where companies' information have been leaked to the press, you know, prior to a big announcement, and the share price spikes and people make huge profits, or the share price dips and people still make huge profits. So we need to take this into context. You know, what is a whistleblower? Why are they there? Is it just about attitude, but not just attitude of the whistleblower, attitude of the surroundings around them? The people, you said your Supreme Court is independent. That's absolutely fantastic. And most Supreme Courts around the world are independent. They come to their own decision, not based on any governmental pressure. It's independent thought. And that's why a Supreme Court judge is the pinnacle, in my view, of service in a country. So it's a big subject, big subject, CK. What have you got to say about it, what I've said?
Well, I fully agree with you, Naval. In fact, why I picked up this subject, because the free speech is so important for the development of society, development of individual, and also development of the companies. I mean, we are not talking about the political aspect, but we are only restricting our discussion to the business aspect. So although we have picked up few leaves from the political arena which is going on in India at the Supreme Court, But the Supreme Court judges, as you mentioned, they are not elected, they are not selected by individuals. There is a collegium which selects the judges, and there are parameters defined. That means you have to have in that role for some time to become elevated to Supreme Court. So that means your track record has highly valuable to become acquire that position. So I think we leave it to that, because that is why we call them independent, because they are not governed by any government, by any minister, by parliament. They are above all. So that is why they are the custodian of the constitution. And let me go back to the free speech. India being the largest democracy, which was established, the modern India, in 1947, but the oldest democracy of the world, as we know in the modern times, is the United States. But they realized the importance of the free speech way back, 300 years back, when there was no democracy anywhere in the world. They were all monarchies. And they implemented the First Amendment in 1791. So I think we should, give credit to the founding fathers of United States of America, where they realized that the First Amendment to the Constitution will be about free speech. And here in 20th century, 21st century, we are again talking about free speech and travesty of justice. But I think we can leave that aside. This is just the data point for our discussion. In the business arena, if we don't permit our employees to speak freely, what we expect in a company, it will be we expect the company to be ruled by one man who is the owner of the company. So there are companies in the world which are called one man show, and there are companies which are governed by, or there is a forum or a management consulting chair which is directing the chairman or the CEO. So that means in those companies the liberalization is much greater than the normal companies where there is no free speech. So I would like to throw it back to you as a question: what is the difference between a person who allows freedom in his company, where his juniors can come up with any idea, and you should have patience, less ego, to listen to those ideas and take action on some of them?
It's a great question, and one that in my career I now know, having looked at many other companies around the world, how fortunate I was throughout my career of being able to comment, and for those comments to be listened to. It wasn't always, I didn't always get what I wanted, but that isn't the point. It's been, first issue is welcoming with open arms a discussion about what the team's doing, how the team's performing, and how you're performing in the team. Now, of course, in the modern day arena, certainly in the last 20 years, but even when I had a proper job in corporate life last century, we had HR reporting, and they called it performance reporting. And in many organizations, they still do. You get an annual appraisal, and then you get your annual increase, because you always expect an increase, don't you? I mean, that's what happens. The pay always goes up, never goes down. Until COVID came along, when all of a sudden all of these metrics are now being, confused in areas. But it was that you would have an annual appraisal, and then a month later, you got an announcement of your increase and your bonus, your one-off. So there was an automatic linking between the annual appraisal and your pay. And yet, if you talk to any HR director around the world, they'll say, no, there's no linkage. To which I say, well, why do you do it at the same time? Why don't you actually have it 6 months apart? And then you can actually tell people there is no linkage, because your annual appraisal is based upon the last 12 months. And then 6 months later, you get your new paycheck, your new bonus, whatever that's going to be. So do organizations, the question I ask myself all the time when I go into an organization, do you encourage people to speak out? Do you, in essence, engage, educate, and literally and listen to what's going on in the organization? Because if you don't, there's this classic phrase in leadership terms: do leaders walk the talk? And that's what it comes down to. It comes down to leadership. If you've got a boss that actually says, if you ever think we can do things better, don't rush into my office and, tell me all at once, because it'll be garbled. It won't be a very strong message. Make your case, and once a week, once a month, we'll have that discussion with the team. What that means is you're empowering your team to come up with new ideas, new ways of doing it that's going to be better for the team. Not just better for themselves, because if you make it too personal, people are only going to come in and say, me, 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 me. You don't want to do that either. What you want to do is say, look, we work as a team. You all sort of know what each other does. You see how the jigsaw is made together. Let's see what we can do to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the jigsaw. Can we do it with less people? Can we do it with less money? Can we actually take administration out of the system? We're preparing a report. Who's reading it? Why are they reading it? Do they still want it? Is the frequency of when they get it useful? We were, I was in group consolidations for several years, and the most important part of our job wasn't what we did, it was what the effect of what we did had on the business. So we were quite proud to get our monthly report, which was historical, what happened, but, and this is what we believe why it happened. We would get that out by the 5th of the following month. Now, already it's 5 days out of date. But it got into the hands of the managers so that they could make alignments so that the next month reporting, which was now 25 days later, so 5 days had already gone, could improve. They could shift and make adjustments, sometimes very marginal, sometimes quite dramatic. They could make adjustments to get back on track to what the forecast was going to be. And you're only going to do that if you've got an open discussion arena. You might call it freedom of speech. In a business, if you can say what you think based upon the evidence that you see, then your boss needs to turn around to you and say, you're right, or slight grey area here, or you're wrong. But not just say you're right, grey area, you're wrong. Give you an explanation of why you're wrong, what you've missed, so that next time you grow and don't take what we call behavioural waste further in the system. So you're improving your knowledge base by having the right discussion at the right time. They call it just in time for everything. But being recognised in the organisation that you're there to add value. And this is part of you adding value. And unless you entertain those discussions and in your own little department, walk the talk and encourage others to walk the talk and recognise, we don't want to be having fires burn high every time. We want to try and make this department, this organisation run as smoothly as possible, and at the right time, which could be daily, it could be weekly, it could be monthly, whatever the right time is, we all come together and we look for improvement. And the other thing is, not only do we look for improvement, but we celebrate the successes we've had. It's a big subject, this, you know, and I'm interrupting you a little bit here because you want to say something. So go ahead, you know, freedom of speech. You go ahead.
Neville, I think you have given a very nice explanation of why the freedom of speech in a corporate or in a company is very important. But many times it also depends on the leadership, and many times because even leadership is consisting of humans, uh, people like you and me, and they have certain egos or I will choose a better word, complex, some sort of a complex in themselves. And because of that, the leadership don't recognize the importance of free speech. So what is your message to these leaders? Because obviously we want to improve the attitude of overall leadership team through this series. What is one message or a couple of messages you want to give to not have your personal complexes come in the way and stop the freedom of speech in your company?
Great question. And the simple answer is look in the mirror to start with. You need to ask yourself a couple of questions. Do my team trust me? Am I supportive of them? Do they think that I'm a good boss? And this is where you need to be honest with yourself. And you can ask lots more questions, but start with the ones that are really simple but are really hard. You know, am I a good boss? What makes me think I'm a good boss? How do I know I'm a good boss? And the other thing is, we've all got a bias. There's been a lot of discussion in the last month or two about personal bias. You mentioned it, actually, with High Court judges. They're independent. There is no bias. They don't lean towards the government. They don't lean towards the people of the country. They should be biased towards protecting the Constitution, because a lot of effort went into developing that Constitution. And whilst it's challenged on a regular basis, if it's a robust Constitution, it never fails you. And that's the whole purpose of, or part of the purpose of the Supreme Court. But coming back to your little team, your small team, because most SMEs have a small team. How you do this is you recognize everyone has a bias, but what you want is it's service above self. There is this thought of service leadership, which works quite a lot of the time, but can be abused if you go too far. But if you think about what's best for the organization, and you always do what's best for the organization, you will gain the respect of everybody, because they'll know who you are, and they'll know that they now need to be doing what's best for the organization, not what's best for them, not allow their egos to get there, you know, so they get the pay rise and their colleagues don't get the pay rise. This is about, there's no I in team, but there's me and my mate. And if you think of me and mate, they're all in team, but there's no I, if that makes sense. So we're working for other people, not bringing apples in and saying, oh, look how good I am, here's an apple for the teacher. That isn't working for other people. You know, celebrating success of other people, that's working with other people. These things have been written for years and years and years, and you've only got to pick up a good leadership book and you will find the answer to the simple question, do leaders make all the decisions? The answer is no. They only make decisions that they're entitled to make.
Neville, let me share some experience that I had, my personal experience, having worked with few organizations, few corporates, few of them are global and few of them are small. I have never seen any company implementing a true 360-degree appraisal system. There was one company which had the courage to implement the beta, but then they also got chickened out and they did not implement 360 degrees. So I'm just talking about the global names. I don't want to mention these names, but they are present in every country and they are global powerhouses. None of these companies have courage to implement 360 degrees. Yet there are books written on them. In fact, in some sense, we are also making that discussion in this series today. Uh, but I don't think people have courage to do that. I think the first thing we need to battle is to, give them courage, because if you want to implement freedom of speech, the leadership team must have courage. So another C for you.
It's always about the C's: commitment, courage, competence, capability. The thing here is, when you start a company off, all companies are started with one person's idea. Then you bring another person in to help you grow that idea. Maybe manufacture, find a manufacturer to grow the idea. Put some design into it so that the idea grows. Talks about customer responsiveness, customer service. So actually goes and finds out whether that idea is a good enough idea for someone to buy. Like, for instance, you've got a product that could be $1 million. You only need to sell one of those to make a success. But if you've got a product that's worth $1, you need to sell 1 million. So your audience is completely different. It's highly unlikely that you've got something you're selling for $1 million and you've got a huge audience for, and when I say huge, like expansive audience for. So when you grow as an organization, you are adding in someone else's opinion. You're adding in another human being. And if you imagine in some of the largest organizations in the world, which are strategically placed around the world, they're in different countries, not all English speaking, for instance, it could be anything, but they're take Tata, for instance, it's got many companies around the world. I don't know how many people they employ totally, but it must be in the millions, probably, at least in the top hundreds of thousands. That means you've got 1 million different opinions. Now, there will be patterns in that 1 million different opinions that actually will say, well, we're going to lean to the left or lean to the right on certain things. But the key to that is just make all of your local area work with you. Understand what you're doing and why you're doing it. Because if a good leader brings the team with them, it asks the team, how do you think we're doing? You mentioned the word courage. It's almost like having as much courage on the battlefield, frankly, because you're going to get lots of people tell you, as soon as you start to open up and they trust you that you're going to do something with it. I've slipped away from the C words, right, to trust, because trust is a big thing in an organization. But if they're going to trust you, they're going to be courageous and open up. They're going to really push the boundary. Especially young people are brilliant at this because they've got no axe to grind. I remember my first job coming out of university. We were fortunate to go on a graduate training program, and it wasn't the typical program that you see today. You go into a department and you work there for 6 months, and then after 6 months they place you somewhere else in the organization. That isn't a graduate training program as far as I'm concerned. We went round the country. We went to all of the manufacturing bases around the country, and we learned the difference in manufacture. We learned about people. Now, I was on their finance graduate scheme, but I worked alongside marketing graduates and HR personnel, as we used to call it in those days, graduates. And we would work together as a team. And after each visit, we would do a short presentation to the management team. Now, believe you me, we did not pull any punches. And as we got further and further into the organization, so the first one was very raw. You know, we didn't know what they were doing was right or wrong or, you know, the best thing. You know, we just made a few comments. By the second and third, we already had 2 or 3 to relate to. So we could then say, well, this is what happens in this part of the organization. Why don't you do that? Because what you're doing seems to be a little long-winded. Now, they did this for a very good reason, because they wanted to spread best practice. And it was only about 18 months into my first job that I was told why the graduate program was designed the way it was. Because the senior management didn't want to tell the next level down how to do their job. But if it was coming from raw graduates that they could laugh at, actually, with some things, but might take on 1 or 2 nuggets where they hear it's happening like this over there, why don't you do that here? That was it was music to the chairman's ears, frankly, because we were actually sharing best practice in a very collegiate type of way. Now, I'm not professing that this is the way to do it, frankly, because it is a little underhanded. It's not quite in the freedom of speech arena that we're talking about here. But if you do have an organization that shares because they care about the organization, you'll get the best out of everybody. Because people will then say, oh, I'm here on merit. I better start performing. And they kick into their own leadership pattern. You know, their ego goes. Just because they've been there 10 years and someone's been there 5 years and that younger person is their boss, it doesn't matter. They're quite happy where they are. Now, this doesn't happen in as much as we would like to think it happens, but it's down to the attitude of the leadership where it really can make the difference.
Neville, I think this is a very vast subject, as you mentioned correctly, but I think it starts with freedom of speech. And I think the message that you have given us and other CXOs, leadership who are watching this program is very clear. The freedom of speech in your company will automatically lead to freedom of thought. So any company which is existing today must have freedom of thought among their employees, among their partners, among their investors. Because if the freedom of thought is not there, then you will not be able to diversify. You will not be able to find solution to your clients. And that is why freedom of speech is directly linked to your business and your profitability. So with this, I will end the discussion today, Neville. Thank you very much. And we will catch up in the next episode of Naval Gunt Live.
Thanks very much, CK. Enjoy yourself, everybody, and go out there and enjoy it, because business should be fun. So I keep being told.
Take care and bye-bye, Neville.
Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies, and today I would like to draw your attention to the emails that your company or organization is sending to thousands and thousands and thousands of prospective buyers, and the return on investment on sending such emails is less than 0.0001%. All these emails are getting deleted. I personally delete hundreds of emails every day. I'm sure you're also deleting hundreds of emails. Some of the companies have set up the spam engines which filter all these emails out. Yet, most of the industry feels that this is the only mechanism to grow your business by sending emails, by flooding somebody email boxes, by talking about your technology, your white paper, etc. At the same time, as a organization, we also need to understand what market needs, and it's not what we are selling. So we have to bring to certain agreement between the buyer or seller or demand or supply, where we bring these two parties together, where the demand is fulfilled by the supply. And it is not necessarily means that you keep sending emails. By sending thousands and thousands of emails every day, every week, you start generating business leads out of that. The reality is the cost of sending 5 email today, in today's money, is more than $2 to $3. And then suppose you send 50,000 emails, probably you will receive responses from only 100. So the efficiency of the system is now going down. I think the time has come for organizations to look at alternative methods of generating your sales leads. Then another thing that has happened in the field, that is the emergence of Me Too service providers, because the cost of providing different services and different sort of new generation activities, the time has come to also rethink their strategy in terms of how all different companies want to position themselves. If it is sort of a Me Too email that is going out, the chances are your email will get deleted. So the requirement of today's world is not to send emails by finding out new methods of communication with your prospects. Number two, offer something which is which is very appealing, and it is not Me Too. So you have to look at what are you doing today, and where you want to achieve, and by doing these activities that you are doing to achieve your goal. So to order to address these issues, we have created a platform which will solve many of these challenges, and it will give you a platform which will allow you to be more creative. You can reach out to your clients without spending a dime. You can reach out to your prospects without collecting the building client database, building expensive sales and marketing campaigns. You can still appeal to them. The platform website is listed here, as you can see where my finger is. So I encourage you to visit this website and explore. This is a very low cost method where you can reach out to your prospects. You can create a differential for yourself. You can be non-intrusive. You can be creative. You can come out with new methods of communication rather than sending a HTML based emails using your CRMs and so on and so forth. So with these small messages, I would like to talk few things about my platform. The platform has two main features. One is it allows you to share your success stories and your ideas of innovation and so on and so forth.
which necessarily may not be related to what you're offering. Because if you sell yourself, if you sell your idea, it will result in a business for you where you can actually pitch in what you have. So you can actually think creatively and come out with an offering which is appealing to the prospects. So this platform allows you to do that. Second thing is it also allows you to uh, your prospects to reach out to you directly without need of sending emails and building campaigns and building databases and so on and so forth. So it's a very intuitive method, low cost method to reach out to your prospects and also to your client, and it's non-intrusive, and you can come out with new methods of reaching, because you may think you would like to talk about your innovation. You may like to address your clients by way of a video. You would like to talk about your innovation in a group discussion, or you want to just write a lot of words and you distribute these documents. So all these things are available in our platform. So I um, invite you to experience this. Come to this website, explore functionality. Just in case if you have any question, reach out to me. My emails are also listed in the website, and then we can have a conversation. I will be more than happy to bring you on board. I will personally help you to get on board, how to use these functionality which are provided in the platform, and you can be more successful without spending a lot of money. So with this small message, I will look forward to you joining my platform, which will help you reduce your cost, increase your business, and it will give you avenue of reaching out to new prospects in a new way. Thank you so much, and I look forward to working with you. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Jeremy Blaine Live. As the name suggests, we have Jeremy Blaine with us, and Jeremy does not require any special introduction. He has worked as a chief executive in the leadership role across the world, and we are very honored to have Jeremy with us. Jeremy, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, CK. Great to be here.
Right, Jeremy. So I don't want to basically waste time of our viewers. I will straight away start asking you about the digital age, which has finally arrived. You know, we needed a virus to bring the digital age. So, but nevertheless, it is here. But what does it mean? I want to take your opinion on that.
Well, you've got that absolutely right. We're finally there. In fact, it's synonymous with Industry 4.0, which is defined as the digital age. So it's a natural progression of where we've come through from the different industrial revolutions. And this one is defined as the physical, the biological, and the digital all coming together. So the best example of that I can give you is kind of, let's say, a wearable. So if you've got an Apple Watch or technology in your clothes, it's starting to use things that we're having together, not just the handsets in our phone. We're at the very beginning of this now, and about so-called digital transformation actually for many years, but you're absolutely right, it took the pandemic to be the biggest accelerator of digital transformation since the iPhone in 2007.
So Jeremy, I think the subject about digital age, whether it is here or it is not here, or is it going to be status quo, I think these are all old stuff. So I think we can just move ahead from there. I want to ask you, from your network and your colleagues, what are they talking about? What are the opportunities for small businesses going forward?
Well, you heard me say so-called digital transformation because I agree with you. We talk about it so much, and it almost overwhelming for many organizations. And in fact, many organizations have failed in digital transformation, according to IBM and Forbes, 84% are failing in strategy execution as far as digital adoption goes. And one of the reasons for that was because they were focused mainly on the technology, because it was so kind of, this word digital kept coming. But also a very big key component part of this was that in a piece of research that I did last year around this state of digitalization, essentially, we found that across 3 continents, 40% of all leaders were just simply not ready. And that was not ready in their head as well as not ready in capability. But I'm happy to say, actually, I've pulled out a few things from that India was one of the top performing countries / regions in the world around that, and Asia Pacific as a whole, if I count South Asia in that as well, is really the accelerating region. So the big opportunity is actually to stop talking about it as digital transformation and start talking about it as whole business transformation. It's not about having a digital strategy. It's a strategy for a digital world, essentially. So the big opportunity for small, medium businesses, as much as large businesses who are really struggling, actually, is to start to think about what are the component parts of that journey that, yes, bring together the technology part, but most importantly, bind together the human touch and the human heart of our businesses, because that's where success will happen.
So Jeremy, as you mentioned that even the large corporations are struggling. So I think the biggest confusion today is that they allowed work from home to all their employees. And in fact, Google announced that they will have work from home for next 3 years across the world. But that is not the transformation. I think the impact of this is much profound. And there are going to be some businesses which will have to close their shops, or there are some other businesses which have to transform into something else, and there are new businesses which will come and acquire those places which are a quasi between digital and physical space. So next 1 year or 2 years, what are the opportunities for Indian companies? Why I'm asking this question, Jeremy, because let me explain, slightly longer question, but let me explain. You see, India drives the IT of the world today, as some people speak. But I think it's a collective responsibility. But there are $15 billion business, which happens usually until 2019, uh, from India to the rest of the world. And it's not a small number, $50 to $100 billion of IT projects which were happening out of India. So what will happen to that realistically? So I think I'll take, you're a best person to ask this question. What are the opportunities? Because there are a lot of confusion in the field. People are waiting for status quo.
Yes, and in fact, I strongly believe this is the coming of age of markets like India that are strongly invested in infrastructure like this, that have a workforce which is very tech savvy, very millennial driven, if you like, but perhaps hasn't realized that potential as yet. This is the coming of age. You mentioned a point about this where we are right now. If I go back when I say just 30 weeks or so to the beginning of this year, 44% of all companies in the world did not even allow remote working, let alone be geared up for it. Over 80% of them by the end of March 2020 were scrabbling to do it. This is absolutely the opportunity out there in terms of infrastructure, beyond systems and platforms. This is about, for me, firmly believe, because of where India is in this marketplace, it is about being a champion of ecosystems for me. It is around taking that out to the world to say, forget individual systems and platforms. You need everything to talk together. This is, if you like, the way that we might introduce the Internet of Things, for example. But in the business realm, we need everything to talk together. This is the opportunity for many businesses in India and outside of India to start to think differently and bind things together. And it's a very interesting point that you mentioned about this. Where do we go from here? There are too many organizations and business leaders talking about, oh, I can't wait to go back to or back to normal, whatever. I'm about going forward to possibilities. There is no greater possibility than now. And you're absolutely right, CK, is that there are companies that are going to fail. But this is a hugely transformational period that we're in, and it's not going to last very long, because this is where we are now, that those organizations that have managed to shift and change are the ones that are really accelerating, and this is where we'll see accelerated success, accelerated failure. But I have to point to some of the research that I did last year and evolved this year as well, as far as how well positioned India is. In terms of the 10 key factors that drive a high proportion of readiness and willingness to do this and capability of them, India are at the top of the list. This is being able to understand what a digital visioning is all about, a leadership commitment and capability that this is the way forward, a readiness to do this in India and outside it, the fact that progress has been made, and that things like adopting agile is there, being cyber secure is at the heart of the solutions that are coming out of India, being able to measure the more digital aspects of where we're going, because we shouldn't be looking at measuring our businesses how we used to. What are the digital measures that help us understand that we're making progress and helping big data make our decisions? If India, who are clearly at the top of the list of this, start to deliver and repeat that mantra outside it, that's where I think the growth can come from exponentially. The time's now, CK.
Yes, I think I also agree the time is now, but I see a lot of people in and around me in my office and in the neighborhood. They are still waiting for the good times to come back. They don't want to get out of this whole syndrome of not being able to meet somebody for a meeting. Like, for example, we are meeting digitally here, and that is a reality. But some of these people are very shy to meet. But let me get out of this rut and ask you a totally different question. You see, before the pandemic started, the era was fintech. We used to hear about fintech and a lot of transformation which was being brought by the tier 2 segment of the financial technology, because large banks are already transformed many years back. So they were already on the path of transforming the middle tier and the lower tier. But after the pandemic, it's the med tech and ed tech. These are the two new words which have come up. However, I must say that even these companies are only using this med tech and ed tech as a buzzword. I don't think anything is being done in that era. I mean, if you go to schools, simply using Google, technology to show your face is not teaching. So I think the time is now to create an application which will transform physical school into digital one. And similarly in medtech. So I think there are opportunities, and I'd like to take your opinion about that.
I fundamentally agree on this, and there are actually, I must say though, there are pockets of excellence, certainly within the health field. I think we see now, we heard the news last night about Pfizer, and about kind of how they're accelerating things apart as far as a vaccine goes, whatever. These are the small points that help it, but it's not, my way of looking at it, it's not joined together yet. So there are pockets of digitalized excellence, but it's not together. And I think one of the reasons why that is that we haven't got the unleashing backup technology yet in place that allows us to really drive the power behind this. So I'm talking about 5G technology, which is about 10 times as fast as 4G, microcomb technology, where by its kind of a chipset that would essentially allow you to download a terabyte of data in a few seconds, which is from then beyond that is quantum. These are the unleashing of things, smart cities, and binding a lot of these technologies together. But I think you're right, is that many industries that are talking about it, and there is far more talking about it around ed tech, learn tech, insure tech, fintech, health tech, you name it. There's lots of new vocabulary, by the way, which is being invented at the same time as well, which is also confusing. But education is a really interesting one for me, because I also have worked in the L&D industry, corporate, for corporate training and corporate consulting for a while. And there's so much talk about it, but it really hasn't driven and gone forward enough in the time. In fact, I'm going to be working with VIT quite soon in terms of consulting into them and advising them in terms of how EdTech can really start to come in to not just support what they're doing as an organization with their, with their students, with their undergraduates and postgraduate students, but also the link and the bridge to the workplace and how that is. So there's a lot of great organizations and great educational establishments, particularly in India, who are really thinking about this, but binding it together is very difficult. Another one where actually I think there is more progress, and one less obvious one is from space and the use of satellites. I think you may have heard the news about, I don't know when, it was about a few months ago, when Elon Musk launched this array of satellites that you can see sometimes going across the world, this sort of line of data. This is about to unleash the power of observational data. Now, where it was a little bit like you describe, insurance or education are talking about ed tech and what have you. Yes, Earth observation data, that's great. It's our satellites giving us data on whether it's a data source from up here, giving us some information from here. That is now being transcended by not just a better array of things up here, but actually things that are on the ground at the same time. And that's called geospatial data. And that's like between an 8 to 12 times kicker between the power of data. And what that means is it brings all different sources of data to go beyond prediction, what we call predictive data, into prescription, prescribing the best of options moving forward, because we've got enough information. So these things are starting to come together, and I anticipate them to accelerate over this year. When I say this year, this next coming year, 2021. And by 2022, if we have this same conversation again, I think we could point to giant leaps rather than small changes.
Yes, Jeremy. In fact, we have heard about this. It's called Starlink by Elon Musk. It's a company which is being powered by Falcon X. And I think they will have to have, if this succeeds, this is going to replace the 5G of Huawei. So I think we are all waiting for it and quite excited, because if there are 4 satellites on my head, then I can have pretty much a very high speed of connectivity. So I think we are all waiting for the hardware side of it. But I think there is still a lot of scope when we say digital. So there is still a lot of scope to convert the whole perception of doing business. For example, there is going to be a lot of AI, which is going to come up in a big way, predictive learning. There are a lot of applications waiting to happen in ed tech and health tech. But I don't see too much activity, especially from Indians. I will say that frankly, I don't see too many apps being developed by Indian companies which are sitting on the forefront of the IT revolution here.
What's interesting when you mention this is that while India, based on the research that I did, is very well positioned, I have to agree with you that the potential just simply isn't being realized. And when we understand, when we kind of go into why, and when we start to look at what you're just saying right there, we come to the human touch. Which I would argue is stifling the acceleration of change. So, for example, the way I talk about it sometimes is to say that there is 20th century thinking and there's 21st century thinking. Now, there are a lot of really fantastic, great organizations that were started that are flourishing in the 21st century in India at the moment as well. And it's those and around the world that are the ones that have slowed in terms of their digital acceleration, if you like. It's the newer companies that are growing, which are the ones that are more ready move forward. And there are some great examples of companies right around the world, actually, small startups that are making a big difference. But one of the problems is that to shift thinking from 20th century mindset is not just about, we've got to now start thinking about digital. We've got to start thinking about our workforce being a completely different beast, not based in bricks and mortar, remote, a mixed workforce, or I call it a blended workforce, permanent workers, but equally independent workers who are part of our team. We don't have even structures that can manage that particularly well beyond managed services. We need a completely different mentality about what our culture in organizations needs to adapt and look at for the digital era. We need to bring our people with us. But in the research that I did, I go back to the point that 40% of leaders globally were not ready for this. 40% of that total were not even willing. They were apathetic. It's not my problem. I'm retiring in 5 years. It's somebody else's problem. This is not the attitude that we need. We need some of these leaders to stand up and be counted and say, you know what? I don't know all of this stuff and I need it. So we need to get beyond the traditional hierarchical approach that we're looking at, the position and authority that we might have, and the pride of not being able to admit that maybe we need to develop ourselves. Great example in Singapore, ABS Bank. The CEO, very enlightened CEO, Piyush Gupta, who held his hand up a few years ago and said, we need to be digital. And I don't know what this is, neither do my management team. We need to get really uncomfortable with this. So they did a series of hackathons, they committed to it, they learned it, he learned it as well. And they're now voted for, I think, the 3rd year running the best digital bank in the world. Their whole vision and purpose has changed beyond the bottom line, saying our whole sense of being is to make banking joyful. That is not a vision I've heard before, and so, but that is a vision for the digital era, because that actually unleashes a new way of thinking. How can we use technologies to do this? So, how can we mobilize technologies as in put it onto our mobile, be mobile first driven, go beyond our bricks and mortars banks to have different relationships with our clients and attract millennials and Generation Z who view banking in a completely different way to what you and I do, CK. They have no interest in traditional banks. They're going for the new breed of banks like Starling, Monzo, Go Henry, these kind of things that are out there. So I think when we come back to India, there is, I think, the difference between the new breed of organizations and some of the traditional organizations is speed and perfection, actually. So speed, that ability to be agile and do things quickly, but also that ability to think that we do not need 100% solution. In fact, the co-CEO Jessica Tan of a Chinese insurance company called Ping An, said, actually, speed is the competitive advantage these days. A 70% solution can kill us. So, we have to be comfortable in getting a 70% solution out there and not waiting for 100% solution, because the pace of change in technology these days means that you're constantly evolving it. It's like when we download an app, the very next day we're getting version 1.1, with a patch, and it's completely normal. SpaceX, we talked about Elon Musk before. It took him, 13 times to get that rocket up into space. Look at it now. So I think there's lots of things going on there, but it is fundamentally an attitude piece at human level first, and that ability to think differently about what our businesses need to be to accelerate digital.
In fact, Jeremy, there are a few businesses which are going through major trouble right now because of pandemic. I think there are serious issues related to the print media because nobody's buying. There is a serious threat to advertisers because there is no need to advertise because nobody's buying. So I think the whole scenario of business is in a limbo. I think you have given enough examples to our viewers, and I know for sure you are truly a global citizen, and you work with a lot of chief executives, helping them in their journey. So I think the whole intention for me to bring you to Jeremy Blaine Live is to make sure that your message goes to some of these startups and SMEs which are struggling or not sure how to do things. They can actually come back to you and ask for your advice. So I think this is one of the things that we should do actually.
Yeah, actually, what's very interesting, after we did the piece of research last year that I'm talking about, what we realized was that how-to model or thing to help organizations through it. We had to invent one, because it's great. I can read McKinsey, I can read what Accenture is saying it, and they're looking at various component parts of this transformation, but not the whole thing. So actually, I had to invent a model, which I call the ticking clock, which actually does help organizations through this step by step in terms of 3 stages and 11 steps. Just kind of very, very simply trying to bring things together, because I do reinforce the point. What's important is coming away from the terminology digital transformation and looking at whole business model transformation, and then considering what that digital, technological, human component part is and how that links to our customers for the future as well. And ultimately that's where we are. And I think one company in India, Tata Consulting, for example, well, in fact, the whole kind of organization is in a superb position to be the champion for Indian business outside of India, and to start actually sponsoring, and I know they do have these incubators within the organization that is sponsoring a lot of these smaller organizations within India. And I think it's time to give them that springboard and start to really shout out loud, here's what we can do. Here's what we can do versus kind of California and Mountain View. You need to talk to us.
That's right. I think that's a very good message that you have given. I think we can end our discussion today because digital transformation is a very, very huge subject, and it's huge, and it may be very different for different people. So I think you are here with us, and that is a very good thing, because a lot of knowledge is there within your pedigree, your network, and anybody who wants to get into digital transformation can reach out to you, can reach out to us. We can connect you with that person, and you're already working with worldwide CXOs, helping many organizations. So I think with that, we can end our discussion. Jeremy, it was certainly my greatest pleasure to talk to you, and we will catch up next Tuesday with some other interesting business subject.
Episode 2 coming your way. Thank you very much, CK.
Thank you, and take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And in this series, we are discussing about the human rights. And for this discussion, let me welcome my friend from Ahmedabad, Mr. Nagesh Sood. Briefly, for the viewers who have not seen this series before, Nagesh Sood is a very senior advocate practicing in Ahmedabad High Court, and also a very well-known human rights activist known across India. So without further ado, welcome to Top Brass, Nagesh.
Hi CK, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to be here. So let's begin.
Right. So, Nagesh, thank you for your presence in our program. We have been discussing about human rights and various aspects of human rights. So far we have discussed many aspects, many laws. Today, we would like to tackle the right to clean environment for the citizens of India and like to know your opinion on this one.
Yes, CK, the concept of human rights in general actually emerged after Second World War. But the right to healthy environment as one of those human rights was never a priority for us human beings. Today, this right is emerging uh, with a new concept, and this is being hotly debated in human rights arena. Actually, a healthy environment is an essential aspect of the right to life, not only for human beings, but also for other animals on the planet. Violation, therefore, of the right to healthy environment is potentially a violation of the basic right to life. Environment deterioration could eventually endanger life of present and future generations, and therefore the right to life has been used in a diversified manner in India. It includes the right to survive as a species, quality of life, the right to live with dignity, and right to livelihood. In India, this has been expressly recognized as a constitutional right. Article 21 of the Indian Constitution states that no person shall be deprived of his life or personal liberty except according to procedures established by law. So, the Honorable Supreme Court has expanded this negative right in two ways. Firstly, any law affecting personal liberty should be reasonable, fair, and just. And secondly, the court has recognized several unarticulated liberties that are implied in Article 21. It is by this second method that Honorable Supreme Court has interpreted the right to life and personal liberty to include the right to a clean environment. Now, what is the international scenario? In the international world, the Human Rights Conference on Human Environment was first held in Stockholm in 1972, which is popularly called as Magna Carta of Human Environment. In the conference, the people were warned that the natural resources of the earth, including air, water, land, flora, and fauna, and especially the uh, natural ecosystem, must be safeguarded for the benefit of present and future generations through careful planning or management. Then there was a report on World Commission on Environment and Development, which suggested 22 legal principles for environmental protection and sustainable development. In India, although the real panic came to be felt only after the Bhopal gas tragedy in 1984, yet it had begun concentrating on problem of pollution after the Stockholm Conference. Indian Parliament passed many statutes to protect and improve the environment, namely the Wildlife Protection Act 1972, Water Prevention and Control Pollution Act 1974, the Forest Conservation Act 1989, the Air Prevention and Control Pollution Act 1981, and above all, the Environment Protection Act 1986. Further, the Constitutional 42nd Amendment Act 1976 incorporated two significant articles, namely Article 48A and Article 51AG, thereby making the Indian Constitution the first in the world conferring constitutional status to the environmental protection. Now, fundamental duties are defined under Article 51A, which enlists 10 fundamental duties intended to promote people's participation in restructuring and building a welfare society. Article 51AG specifically deals with the fundamental duty to citizens to protect and improve the natural environment, including forests, lakes, rivers, and wildlife. Now we have directive principles of state policies, and Article 47 provides that the state shall regard the raising of the standard of living of its people and improvement of public health as among its primary duties. So Article 48A provides that the state shall endeavor to protect and improve the environment and to safeguard the forest and wildlife of the country. We have provisions in the penal code also that uh, makes pollution a crime, especially section 277, which relates to water pollution. Section 278 relates to uh, again air pollution. Section 426, 430, 431, 432 relates to pollution in general, and section 368 talks of public nuisance. So the concern for integrated environment in the context for planning for economic development was specifically raised in the fourth and fifth five-year plans, and mainly talked about the obligation of each generation to have sustainable development. Then there were various cases wherein the environmental jurisprudence in India has been developed, mostly by interpreting Article 21 by the Honorable Supreme Court, involving different facets of human life. Some of which I would narrate, which would help us, our viewers, to understand that how Supreme Court enlarged the scope of Article 221 and gave directions to remove environmental problems in the society. In MC Mehta versus Union of India, one of the cases, the directions were given by the Supreme Court to remove environmental illiteracy uh, and the cinemas and video parlors and even the Darshan were required to give 5 to 7 minutes daily uh, uh, about environment programs, and it was compulsorily required as an education, environment education in the schools and colleges. In another case of MC Mehta versus Kamal Nath, Supreme Court made it clear that any disturbance of basic environment elements, namely air, water, and soil, which are necessary for life, would be hazardous to life and can't be polluted. In that case, hotel was discharging effluent into river and hence causing disturbance to aquatic life and water sanitation. In rural litigation and entitlement Kendra versus state of UP, limestone mining in Missouri Hills, which was degrading trees and forest cover, uh, the said mining was banned. In another case, namely Tarun Bharat Sangh versus Union of India, there were 400 marble mines were closed around Sariska Tiger Reserve. Then, of course, the government is doing a lot about preventing pollution of Ganga and Yamuna since 1995. And uh, there are also many uh, uh, programs which are being conducted to save biodiversity in various parts of our country, especially in Kerala. Vellore Citizens Welfare Forum again was a case where precautionary principle and polluter pays principle was involved, wherein any person who is polluting the environment is required to pay for that pollution to the government. So there are many cases wherein, the Supreme Court has intervened, and uh, the various industries, such as in Taz Trapezium case, and pollution by loudspeakers, then there are various cases where the scope of Article 21 has been expanded and the pollution has been controlled by various judgments of the apex court. So today, essentially, what is required is the uh, pollution, which has increased doubly, and there is tripling of economic output, and there is persistence of poverty, which are the main reasons for pollution in the environment. So, of course, there are various movements, and there are massive maneuvers which are being done, and even the children and laymen have come forward to protect the environment. But still, India needs a global war on environmental degradation that is as aggressive and well funded as the war on terrorism. So, more than what we need is to take necessary steps to ensure that environment remains at the top of our agenda.
Uh, Nagesh, I think I fully agree with you to what you said in the end after finishing your legal discourse. Um, However, I have two questions. I will ask them one by one. One of the question is, while government has so many laws to protect the environment, but I think India being a very large country with a lot of population, I think there is a need to increase the awareness about the environment. Uh, I think the situation is not so grave if you follow the religious aspect of it, because the religion itself will teach you to have a balance with yourself and the environment. But somehow our society, and it's so many numbers, 1.3 billion people, we tend to not follow the Indian ways. I think there is a need to make people aware so that they can keep their environment clean and have that consciousness to live in a clean environment. That is my question number one. So I will ask you question number two after your response.
Yes, CK, I absolutely agree. What we require is, very important for all of us is environment consciousness. You see, when we live around, we see around us there is so much of pollution. I would give a very simple example of, disposing our garbage. When we have been taught in not only in TV advertisements and otherwise through newspaper advertisements, that we have to separate wet garbage and dry garbage, which would help the garbage collecting machinery to separate it and to decompose that garbage in a proper manner. We still in our houses don't do it. So that is a very basic thing. Secondly, use of uh, uh, single plastic. Now, plastics we are using, we even now that the states have come forward with the ban of single-use plastic, but uh, many a time we see when we go out and buy vegetables, we are given the vegetables in plastic polythene bags. Now it is a single-use plastic which needs to be banned absolutely. So what we require is we have to use a bag, maybe a cloth bag, or maybe a bag which is of paper. We have to have that shift on our own, instead of just casually not being conscious about how this is going to affect the environment. Because anything which cannot be decomposed would be harmful, which cannot be recycled, would be harmful to not only our health, but to our future generations also. So all these things require, consciousness, awareness, which is being done. Every day we see that this is being done. We see the advertisements. We see a lot of hoardings, which is there. But you have to somehow, as we say that we have to follow our God, we have to follow it like our religion. So this is very important, and I absolutely agree with you that environment consciousness has to be developed in every citizen.
So I think a lot of schools are giving sort of orientation to the students, but I think a lot more to be done because the population of India itself is so huge, and the penetration of these awareness programs is not enough. I think we need to do more, maybe some volunteers and all that. So that is the first part which we have to take care as a country. The second question is related to water. Now, if you look at India, India has almost like 20% of the population of the world, and maybe 25, we don't know. But the palatable water is only 1%. So it is no brainer. The amount of fresh water available in our country is not sufficient for everyone. And I have been talking to a lot of educationists and environmentalists. They have said that in years to come, the water will be the next gold. There will be so much scarcity of water. So I think we need advanced technology solutions. So it's no longer following the Indian way. I think to conserve water for the future generation, we need to follow certain highly technical solutions. So what is your take on that from the legal standpoint? What we should do to protect our water?
Absolutely, Chandrakant. So far as water is concerned, see, first of all, we have a lot of groundwater which is available to us. Now, groundwater in our country is not taxable. You see, anybody and everybody can, take take out any amount of groundwater from, people have been using pumps, people have been using, motors in societies, in big, large societies. You see, the groundwater is being exploited. So first of all, people has to value the water which is available. Now, groundwater is one kind of water which is uh, uh, which can which is safe for drinking and which can be used for many activities. Secondly, we have perennial rivers, ponds, etc., wherein what we see that a lot of industries and a lot of people dispose of the effluents, the industries, the chemical industries, and all sorts of pollution is being created in the rivers. So people don't value the water which is available in our country. What they see is that there is a river, there is a flowing river, there is a pond. We should use it for any other purpose, and which is not valued. So first of all, we have to protect the water bodies and water which is available to us. Let us have a movement wherein everybody needs to be taxed for the use of water. A lot of when there is a taxation on water, probably that would help people to use it conservatively. So I think that is one of the solution. Plus this awareness, of course, we are spreading awareness how we should not keep the taps open when we are brushing our teeth or when we are using the water. How the water has to be conserved. Of course, this is a method of conserving the water, but whatever water is available, first of all, we have to value the availability of water, and then use it very conservatively. And also then how we have to develop recycling of water, etc. Of course, that's a government's job, how the recycling has to be done. But what is important is conserve the water, use it conservatively, and the government should impose tax on the water, and therefore that is how we can preserve it for our future generations.
There are a couple of things, Nagesh, I wanted to discuss on this subject. Number one is that almost 99% of people in India are drinking either the bottled water or the reverse osmosis machinery. In fact, even the small houses with less income also are drinking the RO uh, clean water. Now, the biggest problem is, first of all, we have less water. And when we have RO machines in every house, every apartment across 1.3 billion households in India, the 50% of water goes waste because you're cleaning the water itself. So I think that's a big challenge. I think something has to be done about it. Do we need a different technology than the current that we have? Secondly, since you're talking about taxation or some sort of extra money, because anyway water is going to become more expensive in future. We know that for sure. So don't you think that we should have some smart systems to pay only for the clean water, and if somebody gives us impure water, we should not be paying for it. So there has to be some mechanism. I think a lot of people are talking about these technologies, but I think more than taxation and more than anything else, because water is going to become more and more expensive and dearer, I think we should rely on technology to pay only for the clean water that we pay. We get, because whatever type of water we get, we are going to waste half of it anyway in our house. So what is the point?
Well, CK, I have this suggestion in my mind. You see, across the world, we get drinking water in the taps, right? So, in a lot of municipalities in India also, uh, the government is able to provide drinking water in the taps, wherein you are not required to use any kind of RO machines or reverse osmosis process, etc., where we see a lot of wastage. It is only where the drinking water is not provided by the government that these machines are being used, because a lot of groundwater is used by cooperative societies and other people, which is not a pure water. Drinking water is not available. So, first of all, if the government ensures that for every citizen there is a provision for drinking water, then I think these kind of systems will not be used. As I say that if water is taxable, then of course the government would improve upon the means of providing drinking water to everybody. In villages we see there are hardly any resources, or people are drinking very unhealthy water through ponds, etc., and even they have to travel long distances to get drinking water, or to so to say water. So all these things actually are in the arena of government's responsibility, and also a lot of NGOs can be taken for these kind of movements. So this would help in providing drinking water to people in a large scale. Secondly, what you said, that you see there is a lot of wastage of water, a lot of water is not being used. So why this is the water is wasted is that people don't value it. You see, we are only, if we only value drinking water, we have to understand that the other water which is not clean can be made palatable or can be used for drinking if it is clean. It has to undergo a process. Now, the government may use a lot of processes which are not very expensive. So, every water, whether it is clean or whether it is not very clean, has to be valued and used in a proper way. So no amount of water what it comes to our household has to be wasted, and it has to be used very prudently so that the water which is groundwater which is not very clean also can be used by the government, and then it can from one system that should be made available to the entire community. So that is my view, because people are now using at homes their own system, their own water machine, motors, etc. They are extracting groundwater. Society is extracting groundwater. Now that is not clean. So that is how people are using RO machines or aqua guards or other purifying machines in their homes. But if it is the government which uses the entire groundwater, makes it taxable, and gives supply to each and every household, then I think people would not misuse the water which is available.
In fact, I fully agree with you. Being Indian, I think we should value our water. I think that is where we can end our discussion today. But viewers, let me tell you, many things are going to happen as the time passes. As Nagesh has already said, there will be a taxation on water. We don't know because government will take care of certain resources in the country. But I think awareness is also very, very important. It is not only responsibility of the government, but also citizens, because we have to protect our water. And as time passes, the water will be much more expensive. So I think we should start practicing from today itself. And water forms one of the major component of a clean environment. So clean air, clean water, clean surrounding, and that is the topic of discussion for today. So thank you very much, Nagesh, for joining us today. It was wonderful session we had.
Thank you very much, CK. It was pleasure being with you. Thanks a lot.
We'll catch up tomorrow again on some other human rights issue. Until then, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Take care.
This is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we have a very eminent personality on the show, Mr. Neville Gant, who is the MD of MindFit Limited. And today's topic of discussion is about, what we can do to bring our business online. So before I ask this question from Neville, let me give a bit of background. Last week, there was a news that both Zoom platform and Hangouts opened their softwares for free for everyone. So although it is a free platform where you can have one-to-one communication, but last week, both these platforms allowed the full version for everyone until July. The impact of this is that many businesses who are doing physical activity can do it online, while there is a isolation is enforced by various countries. So, Neville, this is a very remarkable change in the industry, the way we do business. What do you think we should do to bring our business online?
Well, good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody else. it was a real leap of faith by Zoom and Google Hangouts literally last week. And in many respects, it should revolutionize the digital transformation, because the digital transformation actually has been slowing down. People have not been moving to the cloud. They've not been taking that leap of faith into becoming digital. What do I mean by that? Well, we have got an analog type mind. We go from A to B to C to D. And the beautiful thing about digital is it allows you to move all over, like a scattergun. You know, you can create algorithms to go here, 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 and really do almost anything you want in the digital space, even when you're asleep, because your website is there 24/7. Not like your business cards that are stuck in your wallet, you know, and are only passed around when you go on a networking basis. So what Zoom and Google Hangouts have done is they've given the impetus for people to say, what do I need to do to go online? And we already see a lot of people moving down that route. I mean, I've seen I watch breakfast TV in the morning. I have my cup of coffee and I get an overview of not just what's happening in the UK, but what's happening globally. And today, the biggest highlight was lots of these trainers, personal trainers, have gone online. So rather than going to the gym, they're doing their training sessions, by the way, for free. That magical word, you know, that everyone says, is it free? Oh, I'll have some of that then. They're going online and doing it. And there's one guy that had 2 million people on their YouTube channel yesterday on a live presentation. It wasn't costing them anything. They were doing their own workout anyway. So they were doing something they were normally doing, but they had 2 million followers. And guess what? Because all the kids are now at home too, the majority were kids. A whole new audience had come to this person. And we're seeing it with other presenters as well. We're seeing, I believe Darcy Bussell has got, you know, the ballerina that then went on to Strictly Come Dancing. He's doing online workshops for free. They're giving it away. They're encouraging people to come and say, this is who I am, this is what I do, come and have some fun. And that word fun is the bit that we need to focus a little bit on today, because a lot of businesses don't have fun. They really don't know why they're around. They want to make money. Well, now is an opportunity to move online and think of what you have to do to your business to make it digital. Akulmach is an absolute classic. You know, in some parlances, before the internet, Akulmach would have been a networking event company, bringing people from all over the local arena into an event, because that's the only thing that a network could do. But now you're a great network online, but who's really using it? Who of your customers are really taking the mantle and saying, well, I'm online because of the capability that Akulmach has given me, and I'm now going to drive it, and I'm going to create my online presence. And what that means is this is going to become normal. Your face, because that's who you are. I mean, until people see what MindFit does, who do they see MindFit is? Me. Who do they see your passport to grow is? Me. You know, and don't be worried about it. This isn't being selfish or over promotional. This is being comfortable in who you are and what you're doing and who you're doing it for. So here you go. You've been nodding away here. I've been talking far too much as ever. So does this make sense, CK? You know, is Akulmach now, you know, as it transitioned into this great online network community?
Neville, let me try and answer this question. Personally, as an entrepreneur, I had complete faith on the online medium, even before this situation of social isolation became reality today. So 3 years back, when we started this company, we wanted to focus on online. And therefore, we created this platform called Top Brass, which allows personal branding and company branding very easy for the startups and SMEs. And I'm very proud to say that in last 3 years, we have been able to build a network of 1 million CXOs worldwide. And so it's a B2B network, and the startup and SMEs can leverage this network by talking about themselves. What this platform do is basically help the CXOs to basically sell themselves. As you said, this is going to become a reality. So the point is, the Top Brass allows CEOs and top executives to sell themselves in order to sell their services and their products. So if you can't sell yourself, the chances are you will not be able to sell your products also. So this is a strong platform that allows the CXOs to go and talk about what they feel about their product, about the industry, about investor community, about the growth path. This shows the maturity of a person, and hence you create an image. Hence, the person can create a certain level of maturity, business maturity and etiquettes, which will help you sell your products from the company. So this is exactly what we are providing, Neville. I'm quite happy that we have about 1,500 SMEs and startups using it globally, and this number is poised to grow. So there are two growth that we are seeing. One is the B2B network is growing on one side. That means more and more people are coming and joining, and the user community is also growing because now the B2B network is strong enough for the SMEs and startup to address. So I think even before the social isolation became a reality, which I'm personally presuming that it is going to be there for next couple of years, because whatever we are seeing today is not going to go away just by 2 weeks of isolation.
No.
So my urge to the SMEs and startup is to get online, get onto a platform like Top Brass, change the way you do business. Try to bring online into your, how do you do your marketing? How do you do your branding? And Top Brass can be one of the very low cost, high value tool for any CXOs who would like to address the B2B community.
Gotcha. And that was so rich because you explained your journey, and that's what people want to hear. You know, someone's going to buy from you, they want to hear about you. What makes you tick? Why are you doing it? Because there's lots of other people that are doing it out there. You know, just from networking platforms generally, Facebook is a networking platform. Twitter is a networking platform. WeChat is a networking platform. And LinkedIn is supposedly the professional networking platform. So you may have been able to escape the digital world until now, but this isolation, as you say, is not just a couple of weeks. It's not even a couple of months. What's happened to the world is very akin to what happened to the world in 2008-9 with the financial crisis. Then we should have been rushing online. Everyone should have been looking at doing things differently. There is a worldwide audience. Lots of your current clients on your platform don't just sell locally, they sell globally. They have no idea where their next sale will come from. Some people have got online shops. I mean, Amazon is the biggest online shop in the world. And I bet a lot of your CXOs and a lot of the employees of these companies that you know and are connected to are using Amazon for all sorts of things. So this isn't different, but it might be different to what you're doing as an organization currently. I mean, not everyone is as beautiful and handsome as you and I. A lot of people have got a face for radio, as they say, so you actually don't see anybody here, all you see is the hand. Well, the thing is, don't talk to the hand. You've got to be that online presence. We struggled in the first days of MindFit because fundamentally a lot of people say, well, you're professional coaches. Yep, we are. That's one thing we do. And we can coach one-to-one on this or Skype or any other medium that you care to do, including without seeing somebody on the telephone. So there's lots of digital capability that's out there that we will have utilized in a one-to-one. And many people then said, well, you can't run a workshop online. Now, listen to the words. You can't run a workshop online. Well, there's a little map behind me that perhaps you can't see the word can't, but it's down the bottom of the map. There it is, can't do. You've got to get out of that can't do mentality, because frankly, you can do anything that you put your mind to. So we took that challenge several years ago and said, okay, we're not practicing what we preach here. We're listening to people saying, you can't do workshops online, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't do the other. Well, let's say, okay, we need to be a can-do. So what can we do? So we started to practice with workshops online. And I've got to say, it wasn't easy, because when we started to do it, the digital connectivity wasn't that good. So in the early 2000s, we didn't have, great opportunities like this, huge broadband capability. Because without good broadband, you can't do this. I remember the days of AOL, dial-up, where you used to type in the number and it went, and then all of a sudden you're in, Yeah, we are old, everybody.
Yeah, but many times that sound that you made will repeat it once again.
Exactly. And you think, am I connected? Have I got this, am I now connected? And I see this AOL thing go round and round and round. And we haven't done any better, actually. That timer's gone now, but we still see this thing go round and round and round and round. In other words, you're in your TARDIS in the Doctor Who arena somewhere, but you're not quite sure where you've gone. So yeah, it wasn't easy, but the thing is, we knew we had to do it, because if you're going to scale your business, if it's going to work for you overnight while you're asleep, if you're thinking of franchising your business, on a global basis and getting clients from all over the world, then the only way to do it is digital. You need to have the online presence. And, Top Brass is perfect. It's done all the hard work for you. All you've got to do is now you've got to use it. It's a bit like when you first create your first website and the web developer comes back to you and say, well, what do you want to put on it? And you think, well, I'm paying you, the developer, to put the website together. A web developer has no idea what you do, how you do it, or how you want to say you do it. They can give you some real nice glossy templates. They can, like a designer can come up with a pop-up like this, but it's a blank sheet of paper as far as they're concerned. They can put things in certain places, but you've got to put the content. And this is where we get divorced from our business. And yet we're totally engaged in our business. When we get this networking opportunity to talk to someone in front of people, you know everything about your business. You're gushing with it. You're passionate. People can see the passion. How do you see the passion in pastel colours on a website? And we've all been there, haven't we? You know, how do we get our message over? And we spend ages on the little design of our business card, because that's relatively straightforward. But we spend very little time about thinking what we do and what all of our messages are doing, not just in our printed material, but in the digital material. Because at least with the printed material, you can rip it up and put it in the bin. And if you don't want to send it out, no one will ever see it. But as soon as you put it in the digital space, it's there forever. It's a permanent record. One thing we know about the internet is as soon as you put something there, you really can't delete it. It's somewhere in someone's data recovery system. It's somewhere now in the cloud, which, by the way, isn't the cloud. It's still a bunch of servers somewhere, physical.
So Neville, this is exactly what Top Brass comes in the picture, because the Top Brass works on a concept called eyeball. So when somebody is looking at the social media digital image or a video, the eyeball plays a major role. So the eyeball is in certain places on the screen of his mobile device or his PC, but so we play on that. We will try to make sure that your promo has the maximum stuff in the eyeball area, and the duration at which the duration for which your content is visible is only 10 to 15 seconds. So first off, you have to design something which is in the eyeball area, and then you have to make sure that it is attractive enough to tickle the bones of your end user or your investor to go and further explore about your company. So this is exactly what we do. We allow this facility to come forward for all the SMEs and startup. The second thing is, at a very low cost, the startups can actually address all social media without any prejudice, because each social media has its importance in promoting the brand and promoting the business. So it is not only LinkedIn which will get you business, there could be a Twitter feed which will give you a business. So Top Brass is a one-stop digital platform which interconnects all social media into one. So you don't waste time in creating multiple formats. One is for Twitter, another one for Facebook, another one for Instagram, and so on and so forth. There are so many. There is Tumblr, there is Quora, there is Pinterest. There are so many others as well. So this interconnects all these platforms so that you make one post. Top Brass will take care of formatting. It will take care of eyeball. It will take care of making sure that it has visibility of your brand and your products. And this will give you a cost saving in terms of realigning your workforce, because this is automation. Top Brass is using a lot of automation, and you can realign your workforce into doing something more physical. So this is exactly we try to address and bring to the SMEs and startup so that they can leverage this.
Yeah, see, you're absolutely right. And again, people will hear, actually, there's a lot of work that's gone into this, a lot of hard work, a lot of investment that as an SME owner, you don't even need to know about. You're being educated on this is how you do it. All you've got to do is go and do it. But like anything else, unless someone tells me a lot about their business, I can't talk about their business. And it would take me some time to work out what people's business is, to be able to be fluent as they are in their business. So here's here's the classic opportunity. While we've got this lockdown, and it will be there for some time, but the more important is, it's only the businesses that are going to be digital that are going to be the really successful businesses as we come out of this pretty difficult time frame. If you haven't got a digital presence, your business will, unless it's very, very local, like the corner shop, and it relies on footfall, you know, so people getting up in the morning and walking past as they walk the dog, and they think, oh yes, I need milk, I need bread, I need a paper, you know. So unless you're in the basic necessities on the high street, you have to be digital. And even now, people in the basic necessities realizing they need to be digital too, because there are some times where it's pretty difficult, and now's the time to deliver. And they're thinking about not delivery in the normal sense, like the paper boy, you know, walking around and with the papers and throwing it, you know, as they used to when I lived in America. It just end up on the lawn. But they're talking about drone delivery. Now, before, we would never have thought of delivery by drone, you know. The perfect delivery is not to your front door, it's in your backyard. Perfectly secure, perfectly safe. They can even take a picture of it when they're disappearing to say, yes, that's definitely your backyard, because that's your dog. So all of the capability that we think of as a consumer, let's start thinking of it as a business owner. As a consumer, what do I want from the people that are selling to me? Because guess what? We're all consumers. We may not like to say that, you know, that you are, but we're all consumers. So look at your business as a consumer, because that's one of the best ways to do it. And if you haven't got that capability, then ask one of your employees to look at it as a consumer and tell you all the things that are right and tell you all the things that you can do better. Not that are wrong. You know, don't use this negative language. We can do better. It's that can-do attitude. And your platform on Top Brass has done all the hard work, just like LinkedIn has done all the hard work and Facebook has done all the hard work. But you've got to put on Top Brass who you are, what you do, why you do it, and drive your business. There's, to me, the only thing difficult in this is starting to do it. And if you haven't got that get up and go, these difficult times shouldn't be the catalyst, but they are the catalyst for a lot of people to do things slightly differently. I know people that are not very good at public speaking, and I've given them loads of advice on how to become a good public speaker. Guess what? Google it. You don't have to come to me for that advice. Just Google it. How to be a public speaker. There will be billions of responses on Google that will tell you how to do it. The thing is, you've got to have your filter on of who's telling you the best way and the right way. So go to the more established experts. Don't go to fake news sites. Governments around the world are closing down all of the fake news. Why? Because they know that you need to have the facts. There's nothing difficult about that. So work with the facts. Go and do something that's going to be of real value to your business, not just today, but it's going to put you on another curve, a trajectory. And when you start to do it, do you know what? It's a lot of fun. Because like anything else, and here's the secret, right? So we need to be quiet about this because we can't tell everybody. Look at who's doing it really well and copy it. Oops. Secret's out the back. You can copy anybody as long as you don't copy it word for word, because it's your business, it's not theirs. Copy it. If it's really attractive for you, then do what they're doing and adapt it to what you're doing. It's not cheating, it's called being smart. One of the best things you can ever think of is look at some of the really big companies in the world that do lots of great marketing, are on TV doing advertising. And look at the stuff that you get involved with. You know, if you've never looked at adverts like this, you need to start doing it, because guess what? The TV stations are still doing what they've always done. Advertising is still being sold. Go on and look at the next run of TV adverts and just see which ones draw you in. You know, if you look at all of the perfume adverts, typically they're really attractive women. They're not ugly guys unless they're selling male perfume, in which case, guess what? They tend to be really attractive guys. You know? And even if we don't think of men being as attractive as a man, of course there are people that are attractive. But the point is, it's going on to your senses. It's going on to your feelings.
You know
Go
what?
ahead.
You know what? In a male perfume arena, it is an average Joe kind of a guy who's attracting a very beautiful woman. So that's the difference, you know.
But you see, that's what you've observed, okay? And that's important, okay? Because they've captured you. And you're right, I can think of some of those.
Right.
You know, and the point is, they've spent millions of dollars on this advertising campaign. So just think, well, why did they do that? How did they do that? What were they thinking about? Ask all of those questions rather than saying, oh, that was a nice advert. Because anyone can say that. Now look at it from your business point of view and take the messages that have appealed in that arena. Now, not all of the messages, you know, so if you're not into perfume or cosmetics, then you may not immediately think that there is any transition into your business, which is making, you know, glasses. So think of where people use glasses. They use it, you know, to have fun together, to take on a picnic. We've said in one of our shows, you know, a Bic pen and a Mont Blanc, as far as a lot of people are concerned, is a pen. I use a pen to write. But it makes you and made me feel great to have that Mont Blanc pen. It was a status symbol. It made me feel great. So if you're selling Mont Blanc pens or a consumer product which is at the high end, it's feelings that sell the product, not the fact it's a pen. So again, this is real opportunity, you know, to go and look at what other people are doing it. And again, it's a secret because all you got to do is Google it. Google what you do and find out what others do. This isn't hard work, is it?
So Neville, I think you have raised a very important point. And now, since you made this point, I am also thinking that this is exactly Top Brass differentiate our clients. We help them come out of the Me Too syndrome. Because if everybody's talking about the same thing, how do you differentiate? So we actually help them create a differentiation from Me Too. And that is why Top Brass give them power and facility to be more creative rather than follow the 90% of the world. Because you know they can leverage the online platform, which is Top Brass. They can, the CXOs can think how they can make a difference, what will make them tick with the investors and the clients, and then they can talk about it. So it is not necessary that you talk about your perfume or your product. So when I say perfume is the product, but you can make a difference in how do you project your business and your company, and Topras will help you there.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, utilize the resources that are at your control. And a lot of people don't look further than the end of their nose. Well, now's the opportunity.
Right.
You may not think you've got plenty of time on your hands, but you're a very successful business, and you will be successful once again when all of this, nonsense is out of the way. It's really important. It's a serious issue. I don't want to belittle the issues that we're facing as a global community, but the sun will shine tomorrow. Are you in the best place you can be to take advantage of the sun shining? And it's a simple question we can all ask. So the message is to go digital, use the great platforms that are there, Google what you do as a business and find out what others are doing, and then copy it. Because that's all you've got to do. I'm not talking about plagiarism here, because this is still your business. If you sell trainers, then, running trainers, then there's a huge market outside of your door. And it's a global market, potentially, if you've got that one trainer that no one else has got. So we're not worried. We don't get paid for any promotion on here. But guess what? One of the biggest training manufacturers in the trainer manufacturing world is Nike, or Adidas, or Puma, or Slazenger. And guess what? If you Google who makes trainers, bingo, it'll come and tell you. How do they market it? Go and look, see what they do. They don't sell a trainer. They sell a feeling. That feeling is related to the brand. That brand, the Nike swoosh, the Nike tick, which is fantastic because they got to the saying, just do it, before we were around. But you can tap into that, and you can have fun doing it and put the fun back in the business. So the message today is go digital. Don't put reasons why you can't. Go and do it.
Yes, Neville, thank you so much for giving us this wisdom. Most of the countries are in lockdown state for past 10 days, and business are thinking what is going to happen. Maybe the lockdown will be over in next 10 days, and so, but 20 days are wasted. So I think the point that you are trying to make today for our viewers is that don't waste your 20 days. Change the way you do business. Come on the digital platform. Don't lose number of days or months. Still maintain the same level of interaction with the clients and investor community. Use the digital platform. It's an outstanding advice that you have given us, Neville. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. And the thing is, it is so simple, but you've got to go and do it. Don't put it off. Don't go and make a cup of tea when you put this video down. Go and do it and have fun doing it, because you'll come out of the other side in a far better position and you'll be a lot happier.
Thank you, Neville. It is always pleasure talking to you. I will catch you again, same time next Tuesday. Until then, bye-bye, take care, and be safe.
Bye-bye, CK, and definitely be.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant, and in this series, as you already know, that we are discussing about the digital quotient, which is the next level of intellect measurement, and the digital knowledge plays a major role in understanding the humans, professionals, about their ability to find relevance in the industry which is going to come forward. So we have already discussed a few aspects about what is going to happen, what is the digital question. So in this session we will talk about the optimum use of technology. See, the DQ as it stands today is responsible for making sure that people with higher DQ will be more relevant, and they will be selected by the large enterprises as a workforce in the next decade or so. Now, when we say DQ, understanding of digital knowledge, it doesn't mean that they have to have futuristic knowledge. They have to have the right knowledge which works today as well as continue their career for next 2 decades. So, what is the optimum use of technology? As the name suggests, is that all walks of lives are undergoing major changes today. So if you look at uh, the schools used to look like this. The schools were already quite automated. Each PC was given, individual PCs were given to students in some of the high-end schools, but almost all schools have the computer lab, and toddlers who are in the second or third standards are learning to code. So the schools have changed quite a bit. They rely heavily on the internet, they rely heavily on the school ERPs. But from 2020 onwards, since the DQ is going to play a major role, the schools are also transforming into something new. So because of lockdown, because of COVID, this is how the school looks like. So you see the school has transformed from a classroom with computers on the table to a desk in your house, and the kid is actually using his personal computer to access the school system. So what has changed now? I mean, this technology was always there, and now it has been optimally taken to the people, to the students, and the students are now realizing the power of the internet, that they can access like a classroom from anywhere, any part of the world. They can access and join the school class along with the teacher, where the teacher can actually come using a video platform, and using audio video the training of different subjects can be imparted. In fact, on the digital platform, what is required optimally is the e-learning module. Also required is a video platform so that the teacher can operationalize the education part of it, and some sort of scoring system, some sort of hard disk where each individual work is stored, and there is an assessment. So this completes the school environment, and the students are using it. So I think that there has been a profound changes to the way we actually work, and the people or the students who are studying in an offline manner but in an online platform uh, will be much more inclined to have higher DQ in years to come. Similarly, this is a photo of a usual office where you get a couple of TV screens or a monitor, and you go to office, go to your meeting room, discuss with your colleagues, make presentations, give presentation, call clients, have a client meeting, have your staff meetings, have your peer meetings, and so on. So you go to a place of work and discuss things uh, in terms of how do you deliver. But even that office is now gone work from home, and this is how the typical office looks like today. So the office environment is also completely changed. People are working from home. In fact, there are a lot of organizations which are giving benefits like working from home forever. So I think you have to go to office once in a month, maybe for half an hour, just to have a cup of coffee with your colleagues in a physical world. But most of the time you're working from home, and what it takes for you to work from home is a VPN connection given by your office, which is secure, makes it secure if you connect using VPN. Then you have all this paraphernalia along with it. You have a touchpad, you have speakers, you have camera, you have your mobile phones, and so on. This is how you actually work in an office today. Going forward, people who are more comfortable with this environment will have higher DQ in order to cope up with next things, next wave of higher technology which is going to hit us. The next wave of higher technology which will hit us is the real virtual environment. Now, when I say real virtual environment, it's really the virtual office, virtual school. So, what is virtual office? Virtual office is that it actually replicates physical environment into your work from home scenario. So, say for example, you want to have a cup of coffee with your person. The person brings his coffee, you bring your own coffee, and you get into a huddle room. And the system will be available in future which will provide a huddle session within your system, so on your VPN. So this is how things are going to change and take shape in future. So you will have virtual colleges, virtual schools, virtual office, and so on. Now this is something which is quite optimum. You can use these technologies which has been there for quite some time, but now you're leveraging to your own benefit. You are now bringing a lot of Internet of Things into this scenario. You may probably get into a virtual reality scenario, who knows. But people with higher DQ will destined to succeed in this new change. Now we have already discussed about the office environment and the school environment. What about the physical activity? What about manufacturing? Wait, there are changes happening there as well. Now this is a typical picture of a 3D printer which you can buy off the shelf from Amazon. So what does it do? You can plan things, you can design things, and you can then make a physical model out of your design. This is exactly what is happening. Now think about a situation where you take a 3D printer offshore, and the 3D printer is kept there, and it is supposed to build something. So what a person has to do? From his office, he has to establish a link using internet with his 3D printer and give it a command remotely. So you see, there are changes happening in the manufacturing arena also. In the future, there will be a lot of 3D printers, and people will have to work, technicians or people or foremen who usually work in the factory will have to give command from their virtual office sitting at their work from home scenario. So even there the changes are profound and which are happening. So people with higher DQ will get better employment of in the manufacturing arena, in the factories, because they don't have to go to the factory, they have to work from home, but they have to control the machinery using their systems, using their home PC, and get connected to 3D printers or any other device, and so on. There has been a lot of similar arenas in the medical also, where the operations are being done by robotic arms, but the robotic arms are being controlled by doctors who are operating the patient from 10,000 kilometers. So things are very rapidly changing. Everyone should embrace this change, because world is not going to wait for those people who don't have higher DQ. So it is important to understand these changes which are happening, and everyone should try or stride harder to get more of the higher DQ in terms of staying relevant, creating opportunities, or leveraging opportunities which are being generated by the industry of the future. So this is something which I wanted to bring to you about optimum utilization of technology, and understanding how you can optimally utilize the technology. So dear friends, I will meet you next time in this series called DQ from Top Brass. Do write to me if you have any questions, any other subject which you want to cover. We will cover that in this series. And if you have any questions, do write to me. We will take up those questions in the next program. Bye bye and see you next time.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to the show. And we want to discuss about some breaking news which I heard today morning, and it's about the Indian government announcing launch of a budget app. To discuss further, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gund.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. An app, CK, from the government. My goodness, this really is 21st century. So, what's the scoop? What's the news on this app?
Well, we are going to start the budget session on 1st of February, where the India's 2021-22 budget will be presented by our Honorable Finance Minister, Mrs. Sitaraman, and she will be talking about all the 50,000 commodities, including defense and transportation and education and whatnot. So everything will be discussed in this budget and presented. IMF announced that India is going to show growth of 11.5%. So from almost negative growth to 11.5% in 2021, I think this budget is very exciting. Every Indian is looking towards it, how this is going to help us in our growth. This is very, very important. And the Finance Ministry announced that they will be launching an app. The app can be downloaded now. It's available on Android and iPhone, and you can download it. Any Indian can download it, but the budget will not be available until Mrs. Sitaraman finishes her speech, first introductory speech in the parliament. As soon as her speech is over, the budget can be downloaded, and all the 14 sections of the budget will be available for review. Anyone who is interested in reading about the budget, there is no need to go to the newspaper, go to the website. You can get it in your mobile. Just download an app, and it will be secure, it will be actual, and the way they are announcing in the parliament, the same thing you can review on your mobile phone. So I think it's a big deal. First time in our history, at least, we have seen such a thing being done, so that everybody is more aware about what is being presented.
That sounds absolutely brilliant, and there must be some underlying reason. I mean, why an app? Have they created an Android app and an iOS app? Did I hear? They've created both apps.
They have already created the apps, and those are already available on the stores, Android Play stores as well as iPhone stores.
That's really good, and as you say, it's a way to get the message over without anyone interfering with it. So without the newspapers putting out their interpretation. So we're seeing the facts live for once. So rather than, when we have a budget in the UK, all we hear is the Chancellor of the Exchequer. The speech is released, so it's a hand copy that's released to all of the news agencies, and of course they can put their own interpretation on it. But it's a hard copy. I'm sure they've probably got digital copies these days, but we see all of these journalists with literally thick, hard copies carrying around with them. You need a briefcase to carry it around because it's so thick. But I can see this is a great move. I'm really excited by the Indian government going into the world of digital because it reaches such a wide audience. So what do you think the reasoning behind the app, apart from all in one place? Why do you think they're putting it out in an app?
Well, usually, when people follow budget, these are already very fiery debates, which happens for next 15 days after 1st of February. And it's an annual budget session of the parliament where the budget is a main agenda, besides everything else. But the objective of this session, usually before March, is to finalize the budget because our financial year starts on 1st of April. So the budgets are announced before that, and all political party break their head, all the leaders, and then pass it from the parliament so that it can be implemented from 1st of April. There are whole lot of confusion created by the opposition all the time, and it's not new. It's been happening since last 70 years, where the interpretation can be A, B, C, or X, Y, Z, and then the debate starts. There is debate inside the parliament, there are debate on the TV channels, and there are debate on the streets. So I think this is a very good move to prevent all of that confusion, because confusion can be created by misinterpretation, or sometimes deliberately omitting few words and creating a confusion. So all sort of things happens. So I think I really appreciate as a citizen of India that now all of those via medias are gone. You can read the budget directly without going to any website or newspaper interpretation. You can just do it from the government.
That's brilliant, and I think there's probably another underlying reason why the government are putting it out in this 21st century technology mode, an app, and that's to reach the young audience, so that the young audience will download an app. They'll more happily download an app than what's a news channel. And it may be that they could interrogate that app and be more engaged in the politics of the country. So I actually think it's a really smart move. And fundamentally, what is an app? So let's just look very, very simply at what an app is, because it's a form of communication. It's a push form of communication. So when you download the app, it's all there. Everything's there. It's formatted in a way that you want someone to see it. So I'm guessing that you can drill down into the subjects. And if you get bored with one subject, you can drill across. And so let's hope it's a well-designed app so people can move around it. And the main thing here is it's to get rid of all of the false communications. So on the basis that it's secure, so we need to make that leap of faith so no one can hack it. It's a simple form of communication where the hope is everybody gets to see the same information. But as with apps, we do know apps are only available on smartphones. So there's the downside to this, CK, isn't it? How many people have got smartphones? Are the aging population of the country, typically they may have a smartphone, but will they be conversant with apps? Would you think they'll be wanting to look at this through an app?
Neville, I'm reading the article which came in the paper today, and I'm thinking that they have taken care of every possibility. First of all, the app will be available in multiple languages, at least bilingual, so people can choose what language they want. So it's English or something else, so they can choose that. That is the first thing. Second is it's not only the current year's budget; they are providing last 15 years of budget being available, so you can drill to even the retrospective budget if you want to see retrospective what is how the government has started things and what is the state of affairs now. For last 15 years those budgets are available. You can literally go and do a lot of research if you have an app. The third thing is nothing is downloaded on your device. It's all coming from the Ministry of Finance website, and so it's a central location, and hence I don't think this is prone to multiple copies being floating around. The source will be the same website. So now you see it is available on smartphones, it is available on iPads, it's available on Samsung pads or whatever, and also through web pages. So, and having one data source. That is how they are planning to launch this.
Well, the fact that they're putting it all in one place and trying to get people to focus on that one place is fantastic, really. It's a way that you want to hear communication. You don't want fake news to be given to you. And let's hope that all of the elderly population get engaged with this as well. Because if we can get people into using apps, then there's other opportunities, like welfare, well-being of elderly, that we can also get them to use in an app too. So it's fascinating news, really. From my point of view as an accountant, I love to see these things because you can really drill down and drill across, and you can see the trends, and hopefully there'll be a few graphs on there. I'm not an Indian citizen, so I'm not too sure I'm going to be able to download it, but you never know. I'll give it a go. If it's available, I'll have a look at it. But it is definitely the way ahead. So congratulations to the government of India for making this huge leap of faith and looking towards engaging more with the community, more with its citizens, because that's how we get real democracy. More engagement, more transparency. So fascinating subject for today, CK. I hope everyone. When's this app going to be available? Do we know? You say, is it available to download now?
It's available to download now. You can download it, but it will not be active till the later part of February 1st, because I think the data will be uploaded only after Finance Minister finishes her speech. So after that, the data will be available. But and all Indians should be able to download the app from the app stores. But Naval, let me also make one point here. You see, the budget, usually Indian budget, I can talk about, is usually runs into thousands and thousands of pages, at least 20,000 pages. It's like one big book which is published every year, and nobody can read the entire book. By the time you finishes the book, I think the year will be over.
It's the next year.
Right. So I think advantage is that, for example, I will not be interested in reading the whole thing. I will like to know what is relevant for me. So if you have an app, then as you said in the beginning of our video, that you can pretty much search what you want to look at really. So instead of wasting time and going through, hey, where is what I want to know about budget, and totally clueless, which page it is. First you have to go to index and all that, and then index will be also running in 10 pages. So it's very tough. Here, if you have an app, you can simply type what you want to search and the app will bring it up for you. So I think it's a very good move by Indian government, because now you mentioned elderly. Elderly would like to know what is the increase in their pension ex gratia. I think that is what they are more interested about. We are interested about, hey, how much income tax we have to pay, what is the corporate taxes, and like that. There are different category of people like to know different things. They are not interested in aerospace budget or defense budget. Why we should read about it? So I think that is the biggest advantage this app offers, where I can actually read what is being proposed and passed by Indian government relevant to me as an individual.
It's brilliant. I mean, in my corporate days, I would call that line of sight. So I've got a clear line of sight into what I'm interested in. Of course, lots of people are going to be interested in all of it. So again, hopefully it's in a good summary format. I've not seen the app. You've not seen the app. So, it's going to be interesting to see what it is. I mean, the success of it, interestingly enough, is if lots and lots of people download the app. That's easy because that's not bandwidth. But as soon as you start to use the app, presumably it's going to be bandwidth. So it's going to be interesting to see whether the website, as you say, where all of the data depository is going to be, whether it really gets hit hard. Because frankly, I would love it to crash. And the reason I would love it to crash is because they will then know they're succeeding. They will know that actually, and people will know they're succeeding as well, because all of a sudden, if websites crash, you do know that lots of people are interested. So in some respects, people will say that's very negative, but a website doesn't crash. It doesn't physically crash. It just gets clogged up and you can't get in. It's a bit like any, on Zoom, you have a maximum sometimes of 100 people. And as soon as the 101th person comes in, well, that's it. You're not allowed in. So I would love it to be bombarded from all sorts of people in India, that are interrogating their budget, because this is going to affect their livelihoods. So let's hope that they've got big bandwidth anyway, but let's hope that it's inundated so that they see that people are really interested. Because it's the best way out, really. It's a bit like having your customers hit all of your, you put a special offer on your website and all of a sudden all of your customers get to know about it. It goes viral and bash, you get 1,000 downloads. I really do hope people get engaged with this, because it's definitely 21st century. It's the way to communicate, good news on the basis that everyone's got access to a smartphone or a tabloid or what have you. But the more important thing is it's engaging with young people. So I really do hope a lot of success for this app, and let's get conversations going. We can start a conversation here. Come on, all you young people, talk about a budget that you've never heard of before in your life.
Absolutely, the young people will be starting their job, their career, and when IMF projecting very fantastic numbers, growth numbers for India, 11.3, 11.5% growth. I think it's going to be a lot of job availability in 2021 for Indians. And you mentioned something technical like crashing the site. So I know certain things about Indian IT setup, so I can just throw a little bit on that subject as well. The thing is that India has a very huge population, and there is no one data center in India which can cater to the entire Indian population. So usually, if you look at a bank cannot provide a centralized banking from one location. Any large bank in India will have more than at least more than 10 to 15 data centers in a distributed manner, so that in case of any failure, they will have a failover criteria available. So for Government of India, the IT is managed by a department called NIC. They are one of the largest IT setup globally by any government, maybe comparable to US government. And the full form of NIC is National Informatics Center. And it's a huge outfit having more than 50 to maybe 60 data centers across India. And this budget is going to be available from the NIC website, which is also hosted by them. So I'm sure they have taken care of all possibilities. They will not let their data sites, crashing down.
I'm sure they won't. I mean, I was being tongue in cheek. But the main thing is, the more people look on it, the bigger bandwidth is available and to be used. And more importantly, your government is getting immediate feedback from you, which I think is the real positive part of all this. I mean, what an app does, it allows line of sight both ways. So they're not going to be looking at what you're looking at. They're going to be looking at what everyone's looking at, and getting some really good statistics back to them as to what's important in the country. And even, as we know, you and I know, that if we're accessing the app from specific locations, then we can actually trace the interest to that location. And again, this is not going to be a big brother, breathing, looking over your shoulder, seeing what you're looking at. This is really for the government statistics to find out what people are really interested in, how they can tailor what they do as an organization going forward. And as you say, more importantly, this is going to actually be an indication of where the jobs are coming from. So I think it's got massive, massive reach and a massive use. And I look forward to hearing a bit more about it when it actually goes live.
Yes, Neville, we will return on this very subject on probably 1st of February or 2nd. I will discuss this again. We will also check the rollout, any challenges. But I thank you so much for finding time to discuss this positive news emerging from India, and also showing us the way how 21st century will shape up. So I will catch up with you tomorrow on something more interesting. Until then, goodbye.
Goodbye, CK. Goodbye, everybody. Have a fun day.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. and I'm very honored and pleased to have our guest today, Mr. Nagesh Sood. Just to introduce briefly, Nagesh is a very senior advocate practicing in Ahmedabad High Court and also a very well-known human rights activist known across India. So we are very honored to have Nagesh. Nagesh, welcome from Ahmedabad.
Hi, CK. Thank you very much. And it's a pleasure being here and talk to you about today's subject. Today, I think we are going to do right to freedom of religion.
That is
and
right.
the human rights. Yes.
That is right. And since we are on the journey of discussing human rights, and this is one of the very important right given to Indians. So over to you, Nagesh.
Yes. To begin with, CK, I would like to point out that United Nations has recognized the importance of freedom of religion or belief in the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Article 18 of UDHR states that everyone shall have the right to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. This right also includes freedom to have a religion or whatever belief any person wants to have from his or her choice. Similar provisions are found in Article 18 of International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and also in 1981 Declaration on the Elimination of All Forms of Intolerance and of Discrimination based on religion or belief, then 1986 establishment of the Special Rapporteur to identify existing and emerging obstacles to the enjoyment of right to freedom of religion or belief, 1993 Human Rights Committee's Article 18 of Civil and Political Rights, which I've already mentioned. Now, Article 18 of Civil and Political Covenant is widely regarded as one of the most important articles on freedom of religion or belief. It says that everyone shall have the right to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. This right shall include freedom to have or to adopt a religion or belief of his choice and freedom, either individually or in community with others, and in public or private, to manifest his religion or belief in worship, observance, practice, and teaching. Then it says that no one shall be subject to coercion, which would impair his freedom to have or to adopt a religion or belief of his choice. Further, freedom to manifest one's religion or belief may be subject only to such limitations as are prescribed by law and are necessary to protect 1. Public safety, next, public order, health, or morals, or the fundamental rights and freedoms of others. The state or the government, the states to the parties to this covenant undertake to have respect for the liberty of parents and, when applicable, legal guardians to ensure the religious and moral education of their children in conformity with their own convictions. Now, I would like to point out two quotes, one by George Bernard Shaw, which says that there is only one religion, though there are hundreds versions of it. And the other one is by the Rudolf Otto, which says that religion is that which grows out of and gives expression to experience of the holy in its various aspects. So we know that in human lives, religion plays a very vital role, and it is an integral part which influences the minds of people. Especially in the Indian society, the religion plays an indispensable role in governing the conduct and the behavior of the people. When it comes to religion, Indians are extremely possessive and if anyone tries to hinder in that, they become alert or they become very active. It is pivotal to maintain some decorum while exercising this right in order to avoid any kind of future jeopardy, and therefore the state government or the central government can impose some restrictions. Now, the perception relating to religion varies from person to person. It is entirely a matter of choice and belief. The reason behind having strong faith may be that they perceive that religion adds meaning and reason to their lives. So, people who are having strong faith leave no stone unturned in showing their fidelity towards their respective religion. Now, how this right is protected under the Constitution, we have uh, four articles, Article 25 to 28 of the Indian Constitution, wherein freedom of religion is provided. In India, being a secular nation, it gives every citizen right to follow the religion he believes in. A secular state is said to be the one where there is no official religion followed. So the government has to respect every religion that a person is following. Now, every person is also entitled with his right and liberty to preach, practice, and propagate the religion of his choice. An opportunity is also provided by this right to spread his or her religion among everyone without any fear of the government intervention. So, it is ensured by our Indian Constitution that no citizen is deprived of his right to practice and profess his or her religion. So, this is what the basic freedoms we have internationally and nationally about right to freedom of religion.
Nagesh, let me share what I think about this. I feel as a professional, because I've been associated with the industry for over 27 years. I have worked in many organizations and I've also worked with variety of people. I feel that we are truly very lucky. Our founding fathers gave our constitutions to us, because in a country like India, I think this is the only country where multiple religion, multiple types of people, multiple races coexist. So at the workplace, in a true sense, you don't look at other person's religion at all. And that is because of the foundation of our country. Um, while sometimes we keep hearing these news, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, as a layman, I feel that every citizen has a right to practice their religion, but I don't think they have a right to impose their religion on anybody else. Is that right?
Absolutely. You see, when it comes to religious practices or a religion is concerned, there is no imposition. That is how we call it a freedom. The freedom means that nobody would try to impose his or her religion. But at the same time, there are conversions being taken place in our country and in world over, which also say that a person has a right to convert himself to any other religion. Maybe, after getting a perspective of that religion, the person has a right to convert to any other religion only if at all he is convinced that he would want to profess or practice any other religion which he is comfortable with. So there are a lot of debate which is going on. There are certain restrictions, certain laws which were imposed by certain states where right to conversion was a state law which was upheld by the Honorable Supreme Court of Madhya Pradesh and Orissa. But at the same time, I believe that the Constitution, when it says right to religion, freedom of right to religion means anybody can convert it to any other religion of his choice. So that is what the Indian Constitution provides for.
And certainly, I think we are very lucky to exist in a country like India because there's so much harmony because of this particular provision given to citizens. Because at the workplace, we don't look at anybody's religion. Religion is something very personal to us. And as you mentioned that, citizens have right to practice any religion of their choice, but it remains a personal issue. It does not come and affect the work life, and I don't see there is any other country which is so liberal to its citizen about their religion, even though there are a lot of democracies around the world. And I have traveled a lot, I have lived in few countries, so I know for sure that this kind of freedom what we get in India is not available in any other country. So I think I feel very blessed and lucky to be part of this country.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. In fact, there are countries where there are no religious freedoms given to the citizens. Some countries are atheist, yet there is so much of impositions or control over this right of freedom in many countries. To name a few, we have restrictions in China, although it's an atheist country, being the Communist Party ruling the country. Then there are countries like Pakistan, of course, then Sudan, Eritrea, and North Korea, Burma. These are the countries which are not giving this freedom. Although internationally they are all the members and they have signed UDHR, and also they have been part of many treaties and conventions. So we see that in our country there is immense freedom of religion, for professing, for practicing, and celebrating. So this is very important, where the government does not, you know, uh, kind of puts any restrictions, or rather facilitates every religion to celebrate their festivals, their religious ceremonies, etc., which also takes a lot of effort of the government, wherein the police force is provided, and a lot of measures are taken. So this is something great about India, that the government plays an active role in ensuring that people are able to practice their religion, and celebrate it. So that is the most wonderful part of this country.
Nagesh, thank you for your views. I also want to share with you that our viewers are liking our series about these legal aspects that you come on the show and talk about. There are some comments we have received also. I wanted to share with you today that people are very thankful that we have started this and they want to see more about this. And now I would like to address the viewers, ladies and gentlemen. If you have any questions, do write to us and we will try our level best to answer this along with Mr. Nagesh Sood.
Thank you very much. It is my pleasure, and I'm honored that people are liking it. And this is my kind of contribution. So it's always a pleasure being with you. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Nagesh, and we will meet again tomorrow with some other human right aspects.
Thank you. Thank you. See you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to another edition of Top Brands. And here I am privileged to have my guest today in our show, Mr. Nagesh Sood, who is a well-known human rights activist across India and also a very senior advocate practicing in Ahmedabad High Court. Without further ado, let me welcome Nagesh. Nagesh, welcome to Top Brands.
Hi, CK. Thank you very much. And it's my pleasure again to be with you. Thank you so much.
It is our pleasure indeed, Nagesh. And as you know, we are on the journey of understanding the human rights. And one of the critical human rights that we want to talk about is the right to livelihood. So, like to know your opinion about this particular aspect.
Well, CK, as the first thing we must understand is that human dignity is the essence of all rights and liberties created by the constitution makers. Article 21 stands as a shield against the threat to basic human right, that is life and personal liberty, and right to livelihood can include basic shelter, food, education, occupation, and medical care. The Honorable Supreme Court, in a very famous Olga Tellis case, popularly known as pavement dwellers case, held that right to livelihood is born out of right to life, as no person can live without the means of living, that is, the means of livelihood. In yet another case of UP Awas Vikas Parishad and Chameli Singh, right to shelter has been held to be a fundamental right, which springs from the right to residence secured in Article 19(1)(e) and the right to life guaranteed by Article 21. Now, shelter for human being, therefore, is not mere protection of his life and limb. It is, however, where he has opportunities to grow physically, mentally, intellectually, and spiritually. The right to shelter, therefore, includes adequate living space, safe and decent structure, clean and decent surroundings, sufficient light, pure air and water, electricity, sanitation, etc., etc. So, right to livelihood includes the right to occupation, which is infringed in many ways. Now, in the recent times, we see there is a banning of 59 applications by the government. There was introduction of lockdown, which has caused severe problems to daily wagers and workers. And therefore, these are the rights which are now affected by government overreaching their powers by announcing some orders.
Fine, Nagesh, I think you mentioned about two aspects, which is the migrant labor related, and the second was the banning of the applications. So we will handle them one by one. So let me ask you one question. If I understand the applications, there were more than 2.5 to 3 billion subscribers, all of them as an aggregate put together. And the biggest one was TikTok and WeChat. So as you know, TikTok was preloaded on the cheap Chinese mobile phone, so it reached the every corner, every village in India, and that gave a lot of opportunities to the small artisans or even people who want to make some funny musical videos. And these videos were then popularized globally as a funny video from India and from other neighboring countries. And people started making some money, some revenue out of it. So those are the people who are going to lose their small revenue which they were making. Because for them, even small revenue is a big one. So it's going to have a big impact. Second category, which is a direct category, is the TikTok company themselves. They will lose out 800 million user base, and they were selling that for advertising. So there is going to be a huge loss to this company from India, because India being the largest consumer for TikTok. And these videos grows globally. So the revenue comes from all across the world for TikTok, and they will lose out that huge revenue. The third direct category is the enterprises, because these enterprises depend on selling their products to this 800 million subscriber or even beyond. And it was a very important advertising medium for the enterprises. So they are going to lose out that segment itself from their advertising credit. And the fourth important segment of the society is the famous movie stars and different famous people who were running their channels, had their fan followers on TikTok. So while these people have fan followers on Facebook and other social media platforms, but they are going to lose a big chunk of TikTok fan followers from their map. So I think there has been a direct impact on society. Some of them, or I would say 80 to 90% of the people who are part of TikTok, pedigree, will lose out in terms of revenue, and hence they will lose out their livelihood. What is your opinion on this one?
Yes, CK, absolutely. As we have discussed that by this government order, suddenly 59 applications have been blocked. Now, the reason what the government has given is mainly that these apps have been blocked on account of national security, and also there has been an infringement of privacy of the users of these applications, as well as there has been a data penetration or data loss by the users. Now, when this is the reasoning given by the government, definitely it has directly impacted so many people who are using TikTok for their livelihood, for entertainment, for increasing their popularity, etc., so on and so forth. Now, first I will talk about the people who were making little money, or for whom these applications were means of earning money on daily basis. Now, as you all know, now there have been so many social media applications where when people upload their videos or upload their skills through a medium of a video or otherwise, they are being paid by these applications such as YouTube, such as other social media applications. Now, when we talk of TikTok, there were many people who were earning some amount of money, maybe as a means of their livelihood or otherwise, which have been greatly affected due to the sudden blocking of these applications. There were some applications being used for office purposes, such as Scam Scanner and other applications, which has really affected the office business. Maybe some shop doing Xeroxing or doing scanning documents for people in the offices. So for them, this was an earning medium, and therefore the blocking has certainly affected their livelihood. So far as film stars are concerned, of course, their direct profiting is because of their popularity. If a film star is more popular, he would earn more money and there would be more fan following. So definitely, when millions of users have been asked to remove these applications from their mobiles, etc., they are going to use millions of fan following, and therefore certainly it's going to affect them substantially. So my view on these kind of people is that when there is a effect on the livelihood of these people, this certainly can be challenged before the court of law, as the Honorable Supreme Court and the courts have held in so many decisions that one cannot be snatched away with the means of livelihood by a feared order by the government. It has to be tested on the in the court as to whether the order which has passed by the government has proper reasoning, whether the same can be passed under the against the protection, that is fundamental rights under Article 21, under Article 19 uh, uh, of the Constitution of India. So therefore, of course, these rights are affected, but once this order is challenged, and the people who are affected by this order challenge this order before the court of law, the court would certainly test this order under the provisions of different human rights which are guaranteed to the citizens of this India.
So while the citizens have these rights, they can approach the court and seek the appropriate remedy. The good news is that the vacuum which was created by banning of these apps are already getting filled. In fact, the replacement of TikTok is already there. It's an Indian product called Chingari. They are showing almost like 400,000 downloads every hour, and from Monday next week, the expected download would be about 1 million every hour. So people are immediately downloading them, these applications, and also migrating whatever they had on TikTok on Chingari. So I think solutions are coming on its way. While, as you said, Nagesh, there are rights, and if people finding it difficult to migrate to other platforms, they can always take remedy from the legal system. So now coming to the second question, which is regarding the right to livelihood for the migrant labor. Now the situation in India, I can share a few points before you start your narration, is that systematically industries were destroyed in our country during 70s. And all these skilled labor, as a consequence, became unskilled laborers. You know, they were doing work in the factory and they were having different kinds of skill, but those industries were systematically killed during the emergency and after that. In fact, when we were growing as kids, we always used to see these movies about workers going on strike. And those are real things because that was going on in the north side of the country. And then after that, to fill the gap, the industries started building up in the south and Gujarat and Maharashtra and these places. So what happened? The industries are coming up, but there are no labor, and labor became a baseline for any industry. So as a consequence, the labor, which is now called unskilled labor, is forced to migrate to other states and has worked as an unskilled labor in this industry. So during the corona, so this system was going on very well for last 20, 25 years, that the whole industry in India was dependent on migrant labor, either migrating from UP to Maharashtra or Odisha to Tamil Nadu. And this was going on. After COVID, we realized that there are daily wagers, people who employ them, even though it is very important for them, they don't take care of them. The governments on those states, they know that these are the baseline workers for my own state's economy, do not take care of them. They're left on the road. And so my question is that this situation we understand very well. So they have returned to their states in UP, Bihar, Odisha, whichever place they are. Some of them are still stuck. So my real question is that there has to be some certain law in the country with regard to migrant labor, right to livelihood. There has to be some sort of a minimum wage law. So I like to know your legal opinion on this issue.
Well, CK, unfortunately, because of the lockdown, many people, many daily wager workers had to migrate from the actual place of work to their hometowns. Now, why it was done? Because the public health experts recommended that the factories, the companies should encourage that the work should be done either from home, or that the workers should not be allowed to come to the workplace because of spread of virus. Now, there are certain work uh, occupations such as retail, restaurants, personal services, gig economy, and informal sectors where this remote working option cannot work. You need people to work on these occupations every day, and they are directly affected because of the lockdown. Now, since the factories were shut, the restaurants were asked to close, the malls were asked to shut down, the owners had no option but to tell the migrants to be at home, and as soon as they reopen the factories or shops, etc., they can come back. Now, during the lockdown, some factories were allowed to work at 30% strength, or at some strength which the government allow during unlocking periods. Now, for that also, a lot of workers have started working, but a lot of them, since have gone back home, have not returned. Now, what best the government could do was, the one option was direct cash payments to compensate these people who had lost their work, and also that these new arrangements being made for creating work for them in their hometowns. A lot of jobs have been um, announced by the government in Bihar and other places where the government is taking up such projects, which is a welcoming thing. But as this lockdown is for everyone, be it the owner, the factory owner, the shop owner, and also the migrant worker, both of those have equally been economically affected. Now, it is difficult for a person who is owning the factory to pay somebody when there is no work at all. The factory is absolutely shut. There is practically no business which is taking place. So these rights, of course, have been affected, but at the same time, there is a cause which has compelled everybody to shut down their work. Definitely, when saving of their jobs are concerned, the government has come out with some orders, rights have also been said of these workmen. Again, would be challenged before the good acts. There are certain protection which is given to these daily wage workers under that act. But once that situation where everybody is affected, and the court will have to balance it out as to where, how, and in the best possible way the economy must come back to the facts and circumstances of that particular case.
So I think India being a very large country, and there is no bar from people moving from one state to other. I think what we need also, in addition to what you said, is as a layman, I'm just saying that there has to be some minimum wage concept. I think Corona has taught us that. So if people are migrating from one state to other, there has to be a good compelling reason. Otherwise, they can continue working in their own state. There is no need to migrate. So something like what European Union has done, they have created, I mean, in EU also people migrate from France to Germany to Belgium and so on. So they have implemented sort of a minimum wage law. Personally, as a layman, I think there has to be a minimum wage law. What is your thinking on that as a legal expertise?
Well, definitely, you see, government has already fixed minimum wages for skilled and unskilled workers, and accordingly they are required to be paid. Now, what generally the contractors or the business people do is the minimum wages are not paid to these workmen while they are taken on job, and uh, a threat is alive for those people if they don't accept the money which is being paid to them. If not accepted, then they might lose the job. So this is the arrangement which a lot of workers come to, and they accept whatever wages are being given to them, despite the fact the minimum wages are not given. Now, whenever there is a challenge to any such right, the court takes its own time to decide those rights, and maybe after a long period of time, uh, maybe when the workman loses his job, gets to be paid whatever the court decides. So the workers in our country are sometimes are compelled to face such a situation where minimum wages are not being paid to them. But although it has been fixed by the government in all occupations in the country. Secondly, you pointed out that the every state has to become self-sufficient in providing jobs because of not uh, being enough industries in a particular state. The workers, the people who are residing in a particular state don't get jobs, and therefore they are compelled to migrate to other states. So every state government has to make arrangements by creating jobs and projects so that the people from that particular state who need to migrate from one state to another gets their job and are able to survive and protect their daily livelihood.
It was indeed pleasure talking to you, Nagesh. I think we have limited time today, but next Monday we will continue our journey on the human rights, and we will also discuss about the world largest food security program launched by the Prime Minister of India, which is also a part of human rights, and we will discuss in detail in the next edition on Monday. So until then, thank you for coming, Nagesh. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, CK. It was a pleasure talking to you. Thanks a lot. See you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Let me also welcome my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gunt. Naval, how's the morning in London today?
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. The weather is on the rise. And the good news is the cricket season's here. Yes! So we're all very happy that we're back playing cricket, and England are just about to whoop the West Indies. Hopefully, that's a bit maybe a bit presumptuous. There's a full day to go, and we know the English weather might get in the way, but you never know. We might just start the season off with a resounding victory. So, that could be a really good subject for today. What do you see? Where are you? What are you looking at?
Well, from your statements, I am concentrating on the word hopefully. So we shall see as the game progress. But what I'm up to, I would like to tell you. I've been reading about the elephant in the room, and
oh wow,
we have read this particular book or story or a puzzle right from very childhood. And at different phases in our life, we have been given this elephant in the room by teachers, by situation, by bosses to solve this problem. I don't think anybody in this world is perfect to solve this problem. So I think that is what I want to discuss with you about the elephant in the room with four guys blindfolded.
4 guys blindfolded and just an elephant. Wow. Are they at different parts of the elephant? Is one sitting on top of the elephant?
Well, if I remember this correctly from my school days, the teacher used to tell us, this is a puzzle. They will display an image of an elephant with 4 people with blindfold. And so teacher will say, can these people identify what parts they are holding? I think that is where the puzzle starts. And then it never ends because it's so complex.
Oh, you're absolutely right. And the interesting thing is that the thing that you know is it's an elephant. But the people that come into the room, because I remember playing this game before, the people that come into the room are all blindfolded. So they don't know what they're looking at. They're just given parts of the elephant to feel, to touch. And I remember one that had the tail, just had the tail. They're only allowed to hold the tail. So imagine now, close your eyes and imagine now feeling the tail of an elephant. What will it feel like? Now the thing is, you know it's an elephant, but what if you didn't know it was an elephant and you were feeling it? What would you feel that tail? It could be the tail of a donkey, it could be the tail of a lion. You know, if it was the tail of a lion and you thought you had a lion underneath your hand, you wouldn't touch that tail, would you? Let's face it, you know. So, but what about the other end? If you were given the trunk. Now, how do you know it's a trunk? What does that trunk feel like, do you think? What might it feel like?
Well, when it comes to tail, it may not even feel like a tail at all. It may feel like a rope. So
you could, yeah, rope could be. In which case you'd tug pretty quickly on the rope, wouldn't you? If you knew nothing else, and if you tug on an elephant's tail and you think it's a rope, don't be too surprised if you get a quick woof from the elephant. You know. So this is anticipation. But I say, let's go to the trunk. What does a trunk feel like?
It will probably feel like a water hose.
Could do. You wouldn't be far wrong there if the elephant had actually sucked up a lot of water and you get that in your face. But it could feel like a snake. Now that changes your mindset, doesn't it?
It will feel like a python, not a normal
python. Not a normal. So now you're thinking one stage further. And what does a python do?
It coils around you and crushes.
It coils around you. So you'll run away from that, you know. You'll run away from the elephant. But what about the elephant's leg? What about its foot? What would that feel like?
It will feel like a pillar or a tree trunk or something like that.
Yeah, it could feel like a tree trunk. You might want to hug it and find out what it was like. Now, we're still talking about something we know about. We know it's an elephant. But remember, these people don't know what it is. They have no idea that they're touching an elephant. So what's a quick way we can find out what we're touching? Remember, these guys are blindfolded. What can we do?
Well, we can start giving them hints. I think that is similar to a game of dumb charades. So I think it's something like that we can do.
Yep. Or we can be really, really simple. We can say, why don't you take the blindfold off?
Well, that will end the question then.
Let's follow the game. But the thing is, right, we started with this is the people, unfortunately, it's the elephant in the room. We're dealing with our own elephants and we're so blind to our elephants that we don't actually acknowledge them.
So what we need to do is to deal with that elephant, because that elephant, if we keep feeding it, it will be a drag on our performance going forward. It will actually dampen our success. Because the thing about elephants is, once you feed them, guess what? They get bigger. And this is a metaphor. So feeding that elephant in the room is the elephant eventually gets so big in the room that you have to maneuver around it. But you're quite happy to maneuver around it because you've done it all your life. But if you're really going to deal with the elephant in the room, and these are probably your behaviors, what's stopping you? You need to identify one behavior that really does stop you. Open your eyes, take the blindfold off, and start to deal with one of those big issues that's stopping you progressing. I was speaking to a guy the other day, and he's a really good salesperson. He runs a team of salespeople. Due to the coronavirus, the company has downsized a bit. The sales manager left, and he's been promoted to that sales manager position. And within a week, he's now not confident. He's not resilient. He feels at risk. He doesn't enjoy what he's doing. And the list goes on. And the reason is that his company have created the elephant in the room. They've got a fantastic salesperson meeting all outstanding, all records, all expectations, outperforming the rest of the team. And now he's been promoted. He's been given a promotion into the sales manager role. But they've made a big mistake because they've created the elephant in the room. So we can easily do this sort of stuff, you know. He's a great salesperson because he's very determined, he's very confident, he knows his subject, he cultivates relationships with his customers, his clients. He shares with the team, and that's why he's been given the manager's slot, but he's not a manager. So just think about today, those things that you actually physically create to block your success. So just if you're in that promotion arena, if you're going to promote someone, ask them if they want the promotion. It's such a simple question, isn't it? You know, we just assume people want promotion.
Well, let me say a few words on this one. I think because I've dealt with this situation just like you several times. I think there are two kinds of professionals, and obviously there is an elephant in the room. And people themselves don't know what type they are. There is one type which is a maverick. They'll go get things done, like the sales manager you're talking about. The other type is a people manager. They don't know anything about delivery, but they manage people very well. So if I have to go back in history, during Second World War, Montgomery was a better general. So he was a go-getter. But Eisenhower was a people manager. He was a politician. So he was chosen as a combined chief of army for the Allied forces. So I think that is a difference. And if you open this up to people, everybody wants to get the Eisenhower position. If you ask Montgomery, he will be also pissed off. You know, hey, I didn't they didn't promote me to lead the Allied invasion. They brought somebody from US. So I think that is where the problem is. People themselves don't know their strength, and obviously there is elephant in the room. There is a lot of ignorance.
Yeah, it's funny. We haven't spoken about this before, but I will sometimes use that as a good example. And if you take the first parts of their surname, so Eisen and Monty, okay, and you call it Eyes on Monty, you know, you got to have your eyes on Monty. You got to have your eyes on Monty, but you're a people manager, you know, so constantly have your eyes on. I'm glad you're laughing. It doesn't necessarily translate everywhere, but but it is just a simple example of, yeah, we need both people, really. We need people that can manage people, get the best out of people, but we also need people that can deliver. So if you've got a manager that also delivers, whatever you do, recognize it and don't let them go. Make them feel part of the team. Give them opportunity to grow, because they will grow your team. It's pretty simple stuff when you think about it, but it's not actually that common. So just from the elephant in the room, we go to this Eyes on Monty. Amazing, isn't it?
Well, it is amazing. Probably Eisenhower realized that this is going to happen, so he changed his nickname to Ike.
Yeah, unfortunately, I know that too, and that you can't do anything with Ike.
But Neville, coming from India, where designation is everything, people think that that you have to become a manager, then you have to become a senior manager, then you have to become a vice president, then president, and if you're not one of them, you have not done anything in life. But I don't think that is true, and that is why there is elephant in the room. In my career, when I used to work for multinational companies, I've seen people, their designations were only architect. An architect in India is like a very small guy. He has no value in the company. He is just nobody. He has been given a job. He will design things, and that's it. End of story. You keep sitting there, be quiet, don't talk. But I have come across architects who own the private planes, who own their own lake, and they have their lakeside villa, and they travel to San Francisco every day on their plane, and there is a car waiting. So they have a parking place for the plane. They fly from their lake house, they land in SFO seafront, Pier 39. They have a sports car waiting. They go to the office, and their designation is only architect. And they're having a ball of a time, they're enjoying themselves. So I think that is very important. You have to understand what you do, what you're good at, and not really keep running about something which is not your strength.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I often pull people's leg about designation. You see it a lot on the speaker circuit, where someone's introduced as they've got a BSc, they've got an MPhil, they're a doctorate of this, a doctorate of that, they've got an MBA in this, they're on this board, that board, and every other board. And by the time people have been introduced, everyone's going, "What time is it?" We know why the person's here. The bio could have been sent previously. If the person's going to be a speaker, the likelihood is they're on LinkedIn. All the preparation that other people should be doing, and about creating excitement for yourself. This is the person I'm going to see. This is why I want to see it. It's all being done for us. And the thing about that is it's creating a huge elephant in the room. It's creating our laziness. We're passing on laziness. We're stopping people thinking. It's just my opinion, frankly. But when you start to think of it that way, yeah, why should you be introduced other than, CK, president of Akulmach? That should do. I remember when I left corporate life, I was told, "Neville, you need to get a business card." And I thought, well, why do I need a business card? I'm not going to be doing any business, I'm going to retire, So anyway, I succumbed to it because I was volunteered for almost everything. My wife wanted to get me out of the house mostly. So I got a business card, and it just said Neville Gaunt. That was it. It's my name, Neville Gaunt, and it just had my mobile number, and that's all it had on the business card. And the interesting thing is that caused more upheaval in the people that I was giving that business card to than I ever thought was possible. Because typically, if you go to a networking arena, people will pass their business card as you go and talk to them. Someone might introduce you to them, and the first thing they do is they go into their top hand pocket. It's almost like it's the business person's performance. Can you get your business card out quick enough? Beat the other one. It's like a quick draw. Are you ready, CK? Ready? 1, 2, 3, draw. There's the business card. And it happens all the time. And this is typically in the UK type of environment. Of course, if you go to the Far East and the Middle East, actually, you present your business card. It's almost like a two-handed presentation. This is me. This is who I am. I would be very grateful if you were to accept my card. It's a whole different language. We could go on this forever, but it caused, just by having my name and my mobile, no web address, no email, no nothing. Someone said, so who are you? And it said, well, it says on the card, it says Neville Gaunt, I mean, I was there just to have fun. I wasn't there to generate business. I was there to have fun and, help people along. But it really did throw people, because their elephant in the room was a business card should say this, and that then gives me an opportunity to have a conversation. Well, my business card didn't say anything, but it stopped them having the conversation. So this automatic process, there was an elephant that all of a sudden got in the middle of the room, completely threw them, almost like, you're going round the moon and you're going to slingshot to Saturn, that's more or less how it got them. And you can have a lot of fun doing that, by the way. So anyone listening out there that's got this far today, you could have a little bit of fun. Print a business card that just says your name on it and see what happens. See how far you can get with the conversation.
Well, Neville, I have come across this situation in real life, and it is very, very intimidating. It's really, really, you think, who's this guy, all that. So there's an organization here, which is a very large organization in India. They have a tradition not to mention any designation on the card. So if you bring a card, you will only see the name there. And you don't know who's the head of what and who's head of finance. And so you don't know, exactly. And the other thing these guys have done is they have always maintained that you will not have one role in the company. So if you're a CIO of a group, you will be CEO for one other group. So it's like a completely meshed up organization, and it works beautifully. They are like huge organization. I think the turnover they are in the top 16 or 20 worldwide. But you don't know who's doing what. A man without a designation. That's how they are.
It's brilliant, because in this day and age, it actually forces things that we talk about in the value statement. It forces respect, because you don't know who this person is, and all it says is their name. You need to go on a scouting expedition. You need to explore. And when you're in exploring mode, you will ask questions, because otherwise you're never going to know who this person is,
And the funny thing is that each person has a dual responsibility. So you don't know who's calling the shots, because he's
exactly. It used to be, I think, there used to be something in the army, and I think it was developed during the Korean War, where because the Korean War was one of these almost like guerrilla wars, where you didn't know if there was a sniper in the hills or the trees, so you would never salute when you're outside the camp. And even then, you wouldn't salute necessarily inside the camp, because snipers, they don't care. These camps are not fortified. We're not talking about the Middle Ages here with huge castles. These were just camps with perimeters, and they wouldn't salute. And I suppose that, in some respects, says, well, I'm not going to give anyone else a clue here. I'm not going to salute, the people in charge. but we know who the people in charge are. And it does generate, from those that are not in the know, it does generate a very different behavior pattern right from the outset. It actually sets the tone for the organization. I mean, you can imagine walking into that organization on day one, can't you? And they're having a networking introduction. There could be 100 people that are absolutely new, and the chief exec's there, the CFO's there, the CIO, the CHRO, they're all there, okay? But you have no idea who they are. They could be handing a cup of coffee to you, because I've seen that happen as well, you know, because these people are real. They're integrated into the organization. I haven't seen it more than once. I know the Indian company you're specifically talking about, and they've done this for a number of years. It works really successfully. Having a second job, you know, when you're a large organization like that, it's easy. You can be the CIO and you can be on the board of a subsidiary doing a completely different role. What that does is it gives you a really broad opinion of what's happening in the business. It's the best form of development that you can have. You have to be fairly large to be able to do it. But here's an example. If you're the chief exec of a small company, why don't you go and be a non-exec director of another company? Even if you do it for nothing, you know, go and offer your advice, you know, for 2 hours a month for an affiliated company. Could even be one of your suppliers. That's not novel, but it's not done very often. So I suppose it is novel.
Well, Neville, this is a very large subject, and there is obviously elephant, a big one in everybody's mind. It's there, but I think there is one more subject. I think we will talk some other day. Is about a monkey with a banana in a room. So I think I have to lead it to that point.
You sure it's not an elephant with a banana? No, we'll leave that for another day. Always a pleasure chatting with you, CK. Good luck, everybody. It's only Tuesday.
And you have a good day, Neville. We will catch up tomorrow in Sauti Wednesday.
Sauti Wednesday. My goodness, it comes around again. Have a nice day, CK. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and today is Indian Constitution Day. And we will talk about the Constitution, but before starting the subject discussion, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gun.
Good morning, CK, and happy anniversary, Indian Constitution Day. And I think a lot of people outside of India have got an idea about what this is. But why don't you go into a few details, because it's such an important day in the country's development. But there's links that we can look at in your company's development. So we're still saying with the letter C, country and company. But let's talk about India Constitution Day and see where this has come from, because I think there's some great analogies that we can pick up here in our own business.
You see, Neville, India is a very new country. Even though the civilization has been around for thousands of years, but India as a country is a new country, and the Indians got an opportunity to get together, put their minds together, and get the best of all humanity. So the Indian work on Constitution started in 1946. It took them 4 years, and there was a committee which was driving the whole initiative to create the world longest constitution. Indian constitution has 90 pages and it has 145,000 words, and that makes it very long constitution with 395 articles. But
Wow.
it's a very well organized, and they have taken the best of breed at that point in time. And I will come to that, why Indian constitution is very important for the global economy also. So it took them 4 years to write the entire constitution. It was ready in 1949. The final review was done, and it was then launched on January 26, 1950, making India a sovereign country. What is important in Indian constitution is it gives freedom of federalism. So the inspiration the forefathers got was from the United States, where the federalism was very important for freedom, because those were the days of colonies, and the federal structure became very important. That means, for example, if you look at India, there are 29 states. So India as a country, considering the federal state of the union, it is much bigger. It's twice the size of European Union. So you can imagine, if you compare European Union, it has France, Germany, UK just got out of it. But there are different countries speaking different languages, having different legal structure. It is the same way Indian country operates. That 29 states have different language, different legal structure, and different processes, different government. In the end, they all report to the central government. So there is a freedom of federalism which is incorporated very deeply into it, and that gives freedom for any country who would like to join the union. It is allowed. Say, for example, in future, some other country says that, hey, I would like to join Indian Union, like Oman or UAE. There is enough freedom given, as long as the people of that country, follow the Indian Constitution. There is no problem. They can operate independently as a federal state within Indian subcontinent. So that is a very important aspect of Indian Constitution. Number two is the equality and liberty. The equality and liberty, the inspiration came from 1946 Constitution of France, and that was majorly driven in the Constitution. So every human being born or citizen of India is absolutely equal, whether men or women, of any religion, speaking any languages. And that gives a good push to Indian society as one nation, because you can actually bring your own culture, you can bring your own language, yet you will be equal like anybody else. So that gives a lot of freedom of equality and freedom to follow your own religion. Then, the Constitution should not be scribbled in stone like 10 Commandments. So the inspiration was from South Africa, where the amendment to any article of Constitution was allowed. So the power to change Constitution was given to the Parliament or the Assembly. The Assembly can form the laws, can be discussed in legislative assembly of state, and the state can implement their own specific laws, and the Parliament can create the countrywide law system, and they can also change the Constitution. And the fourth most important thing is the legal system. Judiciary has been kept out. Very, very important aspect. It has been kept out from all elections, all legislative powers, all parliamentary powers. So the legal system is totally independent. That is why in Indian subcontinent, the judiciary is called the second pillar of democracy. Because if you have a problem with the government, you can always approach the court and overturn the government ruling. So that is very, very important. And number 5 is freedom of speech. So this is a mantra for the Indian people. They can write anything, they can comment on anyone. There is nothing called like monarch. If you go to some other countries, I'm not naming the country, but You can talk about government, but you can't talk anything about against the monarch. So all that is not applicable in India. You can criticize each and everyone. You can joke on everything. You can make cartoons on anything. So it is completely free, and that is why the press or is completely free. They can make any comment on anyone, ask any question freely on any channel, and that becomes the third pillar of democracy. So these are certain things which are part of the constitution. Constitution is very long. We can't discuss all of it, but I think we can get inspired because our founding fathers got inspired from the world's best, and they created this constitution, which is very flexible, yet it enforces rule of law, and they got it from the UK. So since I'm ending my monologue on UK, you can take over, Neville.
Well, thank you, CK, for that walk through history, because a lot of people don't know where these things come from. And you mentioned a couple of times here, and you started it off with best in breed, because that's what we should all be doing, you know, looking at the best in breed at the time, not adopting it 100%, but seeing whether or not you can improve it. And I'm sure there was little twists of improvement that the Indian government at the time, you know, we're talking last century, we're not talking thousands of years ago, but we are talking last century, you know, over 70 years ago. And that the important thing here is that they took what was working around the world. Now, at the time, they didn't have Google. They couldn't go and cut and paste at the time. You know, there was no PC where they could literally edit, copy, edit, paste. So they literally had to create this from scratch. But they took the best of breed, which was out there around the world. And this is where we can make lessons today. So I said at the beginning, we can take lessons into our own organization. And just like the Indian Constitution, it was to develop good governance. Now, governance is a long word, really, and a lot of people don't completely understand it. But in your organization, you need good governance. You need freedom of speech. You need your employees to say what they like and what they don't like. You want them to come forward and say what's good about what we do, what we can improve, and perhaps where we need to diversify. This is good governance in any organization. And so today, with this very special day in the Indian history, any Indian company, now take a look at your own governance. Are you doing what you say you're doing? Are you giving equal opportunity to everybody? Not just the C-suite, you know, the chief exec, the COO, the CIO, the CTO, and the EIO, as someone might have called a boardroom, to everybody in your organization, because they all contribute. They all add value. If they don't add value, they wouldn't be employed. It's as simple as that. So just work through your organization, however big or however small you are, even a one-man band. You can start looking at yourself in the mirror and saying, am I doing what I'm saying? Do I say what I do? It's a simple equation. You know, the mathematicians in the world would love it. You know, the philosophers in the world would love it even more. You know, be who you really are, and that's who people see you as. And it's as simple as that. And this is where this governance arena, this constitution actually gets very personal. So here's an opportunity. Take the personal day. Is it a holiday for this huge benchmark in your history? Is it a national holiday?
It is not a national holiday. Today is a day when the constitution was finally approved, but what was not implemented in 1949, which is 26 November. It was implemented on 26 January 1950. So today is a constitution day because it is finally ready, but we don't have a holiday on this day.
Well, that's an important time because it was finally ready for people to understand. So again, in a company, you've got a document which is finally ready to promote, not just to your organization, but outside your organization. So just imagine the marketing document that's taken weeks or months to prepare. Now's the day to get it out there. So take a leaf out of this very special day in the Indian history and start doing things that are simple. Use the prompt of these national events to look very locally, very specifically in what you do and get the benefit out of it. And the nice thing about these national days is you don't have to remember them because everyone tells you about them. You can read them in the paper. So it should be that little prompt that just jogs your memory. So this is great for the Indian nation. What does it mean for me? How can I take that and improve it in my organization? And tell the story about where this has come from. Just as we've done today, this is a story. It's history. So it's a his story. Okay? It's gone. It's past. It's fact. Use the facts and develop them within your organization. This is so simple and a simple message from today. And I'm so pleased that we can share it with everybody on a very special day for 1.4 billion Indians, wherever they are around the world. So let's get on with it. Let's go and have some introspection about what we do. Use this day as an opportunity for change, because that's how we improve.
So Neville, you mentioned a very strong and powerful word called introspection. And here how I will introspect myself. See, what happens is that the people which are in power, they actually draw power and they actually think they are the gods or the ruler or the monarch of that land. So Indian constitution does not allow that. There is no absolute power center in India. For instance, the governance is under the Prime Minister of India, which is selected by the people of the entire country. All 1.4 billion citizens of India will vote for one person. Whoever wins becomes a Prime Minister. Yet, Prime Minister does not have power to control the armed services. That is a precedent. So the chief of army or air force or navy is the president. So he is another power center, but he is not absolute power center. And so his prime minister is not an absolute power center. Chief Justice of India, which is the head of all judges across the judiciary, is also limited power. I mean, Chief Justice can remove the Indian government. The Chief Justice has the power to remove the Indian government from the power itself. And so, there are many examples like that. So Indian constitution does not allow any absolute power center across the board. There is no power center in India. So bunch of people have to work together. So you mentioned word like introspection. I think that is the introspection. Why in a company, why we always look at power centers? We always look at, hey, you are so-and-so, you have so much power in your company. Whereas the Indian government is not driven by that policy. They don't believe in absolute power. Second thing I would like to get inspired is the federal structure of the subcontinent. So you have your state being governed by a local government, which is also elected by people, yet you become an Indian. So it is a perfect example of distributed workforce. You see, Indian subcontinent is not governed by New Delhi, the central government. It is governed by various 29 different governments. So it's a perfect example of distributed workforce. Yet in companies, in private sector, we find it so difficult to distribute our work. People want to see employee sitting in front of their own eyes on a desk in his office. They have no faith on a distributed workforce. So I think these are the two critical points I will draw for today from my own constitution.
No, that's brilliant. And the nice thing is, as you say, we can draw the best from the best and implement it into our own organization. And I hope the people listening today can see the analogy between one and another. They are one and the same. So in in the country, the Prime Minister is elected by everybody. A chief exec actually is elected by the shareholders, which are everybody, you know, so, and that's in a large organization. So there's a lot of similar things going on here, but one thing that you picked up on is the power base. A lot of the problem we have in the world today is because you've allowed the power base in your organization to get out of control. Take back control. Move it forward for where the purpose of the organization was when it was first founded. And I'm going to leave you with a little simple message here. And we all know about Henry Ford and how creative he was, you know, creating the first production line, in essence, in many respects. And the Model T Ford came from his thoughts, and he created a good team around him. He was a bit of a dictator in many respects, but he did come up with some great phrases that have lasted the test of time. And one is, if you think you can, or you think you can't, you're right. So on this very special day in India, if you think you can, or if you think you can't, you're absolutely right. But get into the can, because now's the opportunity for introspection and a bit of change. And it's one small change makes a big impact, as we say in the MindFit world. So it's been a pleasure speaking with you today on this very special day. Thank you very much for taking time out of your calendar. And I hope everyone's listening and just literally just have a look in the mirror, because that's where you start.
Thank you very much, Neville. You know, it was a special day for all Indians, and hopefully our message and your wisdom goes through, and some of the people start doing introspection who are in the arena of SMEs or chief executives. I think it's a great day for inspiring not only Indians, but anybody who wants to read the Indian Constitution and get inspired.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. I will catch up with you tomorrow in the roundtable, and you have a nice day.
And you too. Good luck, everybody.
Bye-bye.